We get moving. Welcome to the initial public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimates 2022-2023. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation and the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. I welcome Treasurer Matt Kean and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of Treasurer and Energy. Before we commence, I would like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. Proceedings are also being recorded and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Treasurer, I remind you and the officers accompanying you that you are free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. And finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Treasurer Kean, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. All other witnesses, I ask that you each in turn state your full name, position, title and agency, swear either an oath or an affirmation. The words of both the oath and the affirmation are on cards on the table in front of you. And could I please begin with the first person on my left, Ms Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Ms Sonia Campbell. I am the acting
Look into the mic, please.
Thank you. Would you like me to repeat that?
Yes.
Yeah. My name is Sonia Campbell. I'm the Acting Deputy Secretary of the Commercial and Procurement Division in New South Wales Treasury. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
My name is San Mitta. I'm the Deputy Secretary of Policy and Budget at Treasury. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Grimes.
Paul Grimes, Secretary, Department of Treasury. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Mr Hay.
James Hay, CEO of Energy Corporation New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Ms Parry.
Rachel Perry, Deputy Secretary, Office of Energy and Climate Change with New South Wales Treasury. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't know your name.
Andrew Lewis, Executive Director, Energy, Office of Energy and Climate Change, New South Wales Treasury. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. There's a couple more people over here.
Aruna Sathnapali, Executive Director, Economic and Revenue Analysis, New South Wales Treasury. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given to me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Kate Wilson, Executive Director, Climate Change and Sustainability, Office of Energy and Climate Change in New South Wales Treasury. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Is there anybody else I missed? Oh, okay, thank you.
Joanne Wilkie, Deputy Secretary, Economic Strategy and Productivity. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Lady over here.
Cass Wilkinson, Executive Director, Transport Infrastructure Investment. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Andrew Kingsmill, Executive Director of Technical Advisory Services in the Energy Corporation of New South Wales in New South Wales Treasury. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Anybody else? Going? Gone. Okay.
Thank you.
Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30am till 12:45 with a 15-minute break at 11. We are joined by the Treasurer in the morning, and in the afternoon we hear from departmental witnesses from 2 till 5:15 with a 15-minute break at 3:30. During these sessions there will be questions from the opposition and the crossbench members only. If required, an additional 15 minutes will be allocated at the end of the morning and afternoon sessions for government questions. Thank you for your attendance today. We'll begin with some questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to you, Treasurer. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Morning, Mr Mookie.
And hello, Secretary, as well, and thank you for your attendance and for the attendance of your officials. And Treasurer, can I just congratulate you on your recent election to the Deputy Leadership of your party as well. Treasurer, in the lead up to this year's budget, you announced $42 billion in new spending, which was double what the Prime Minister and the former Prime Minister promised combined at the last federal election. This spending spree is happening at a time of record high inflation, decades high. Isn't the fact that you've announced $42 billion of new spending and increased the size of the deficit next year by tune of billions just a sign that your 12-year-old government has given up on any element of fiscal discipline?
Well, that's a great question, Mr Mookie, but the question I have is whether you're going to apologise to commuters who were late to work this morning because of the industrial chaos you and your union bosses are waging on the people of New South Wales. I want to know if you're going to apologise to the thousands of people left stranded on railway stations this morning because of your union boss, Alex Classens, who's basically shut down the rail network
point of order,
and inconvenienced people going about their
The
lives.
point of order here is pretty obvious. It is not for the Treasurer to be asking the questions.
Treasurer, rest assured, we'll have opportunities to explore that later. But perhaps you could get to my question, which is, given that you've unleashed $42 billion of new spending at a time of record high inflation, isn't that a sign that your 12-year-old government has given up on any element of fiscal discipline?
I think you and your union bosses unleashing industrial chaos on the people of New South Wales shows that you're not fit for government, shows that you're not ready to be able to manage the state in the public's interest rather than the union's vested interests. And this morning was a shocking example of that. Are you going to apologise to the people left stranded on Campbelltown Station this morning? Are you going to apologise to the people on Hornsby Station left stranded this morning? What we're seeing is exactly what the unions promised and Labor is delivering, the year of the strike, and it's disgraceful. And I'm going to sit here and call it out until you apologise to the people of New South Wales for you aiding and abetting this disgraceful action inconveniencing the public this morning.
Treasurer, thank you. I'm disappointed that you're not taking the opportunity to even try to defend your $42 billion spending spree. But if you don't want to do that, that's fine.
I'm disappointed that you're not taking the opportunity to apologise to the public for the inconvenience your union bosses caused them this morning, Mr Moore.
Treasurer, this could be one of the last times you're going to get a chance.
Alex Classens
Treasurer
is on the administrative committee of the union movement. He appoints people like you to these jobs, and rather than acting in the public interest, you're acting in Alex Classens' interest, and you should apologise to the travelling public for the chaos that you're waging on them today.
Treasurer, the result of your spending spree is more gross debt at the same time that interest rates are skyrocketing. Are you at all worried in just a few years the New South Wales government will be paying more in interest than we do to fund the entirety of the New South Wales Police Force?
Let me tell you what's costing the public of New South Wales. That's the industrial warfare being waged by the union movement on the people of this state. Every single day, including today, the people of New South Wales, the state of New South Wales, is losing millions and millions of dollars because of this terrible industrial campaign being waged by Mark Morey, by Alex Classens, and supported by you, Mr. Mookie. You want to be the Treasurer of New South Wales. Is this what we can expect?
Order.
Now, I know that the Treasurer wishes to flick the switch to vaudeville very early this morning, but he is actually required to be directly relevant and answer directly in a directly relevant way to the questions being asked. If he wishes for his comrades to ask him some questions at the end of the day where he can do this performance, he's able to do that in the last 15 minutes. Right now, he's got to be directly relevant.
Well, actually, Minister, you are required under the standing orders of the upper house to be directly relevant in your answers, and I've given you plenty of opportunity to direct yourself to the questioning. I don't think abusing Mr. Classens, and as probably good as it is for you, the reality is that's not being directly relevant to the questions that are being asked. So can you please direct yourself
Treasurer,
to the questions
third time lucky.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair.
asked?
The Honourable Penny Sharp mentioned comrades. I'm concerned about her comrades that are shutting down the rail network today and running the year of the strike. I mean, it's just disgraceful. But, Mr. Chair, I take that on board. I'm very happy to answer questions.
Treasurer, for the third time, in just a few years, as a result of your spending spree in your first budget, the New South Wales public will be paying more in interest than we do to fund the New South Wales Police Service. Does that create any concern on your behalf?
Well, let me be very clear to you. The best way to manage the state's finances is to grow the overall size of the economy. That's why our budget invested record amounts in the things that are going to improve the productive capacity of New South Wales. Take, for example, our investment in early childhood education. We know the best way to increase the size of the state's budget is to ensure more people are working, more people are in better, higher paying jobs. And that's why we're giving our kids the best start in life, spending billions of dollars providing universal pre-kindergarten to ensure that they're set up for success for their entire life's journey. That increases the productive size of the economy. And what I will say is that while we've got a policy to improve educational outcomes for children in New South Wales and grow the overall size of the economy, we've heard no policy on this issue from the Labor Party. This is one of the reasons that we're investing in universal, affordable, or more affordable and accessible childcare across New South Wales, because we know that that's going to increase the participation rate in New South Wales of women by up to 95,000 more than is currently seen. And that's how we grow the state's finances. That will see. Can I just finish my question? You've asked me a question.
Sorry, Treasurer, no. You spent the first 5 minutes.
I'm trying to answer.
No, you're not, Treasurer.
I'm trying to answer the question. I'm saying that we're investing in things.
Point of order. The question
go a lot farther.
The question went to the investments we're making in the budget, and I'm answering the question. You're not answering why you're not apologising to the troubled public for the disgraceful and shambolic chaos that was created by your boss, Alex Classens, this morning.
Mr. Chair, I was just seeking to give the Treasurer an opportunity to answer the question as put to him by the Honourable Daniel Mookie. The Treasurer was trying to answer and was constantly cut over.
To the point of order, the Treasurer spent the first 5 minutes answering a whole different set of questions than the ones I asked him. And then I did give him ample time to answer this one. I'm now drawing him to my next question because in budget estimates, I am entitled to sort of move the Treasurer on when he's not being directly relevant.
Well, I draw, again, the Treasurer to the need to be directly relevant, but I also...
Can I just take the point of order?
Hang on, let me finish. Remind Mr. Mookie that the Treasurer is entitled to answer the question the way he likes, even if we don't like that.
Thank you.
But the reality is he does need to be directly relevant, and giving free publicity to the union could appear to be a good thing, not a bad thing. Who knows?
Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
In a few years, we will owe our creditors...
I haven't finished the question that you asked me. My answer to the question you asked me. Mr. Chair, I'm trying to provide context. But no, hold on, I got asked a question. You were complaining about the fact I wasn't answering the question. When I try to answer the question, you won't let me. So it's unfair. I'm just saying...
Point of order.
The ordinary pattern of budget estimates, which the Treasurer, who's well experienced, knows, is that we're entitled to ask the questions and we're entitled to move on the questioning when the question has been answered, as we see fit. Now, Treasurer is well and truly above, far more mature than he's displaying right now. I would encourage you to allow him to stay silent so I can actually ask the question. Otherwise, this will be a much longer morning than any of us planned for.
I uphold the point of order.
Treasurer, in a few years' time, New South Wales will owe our creditors a whopping $182 billion in debt, the highest in our history. Do you ever expect us to ever pay that money back?
As I was trying to answer before, Mr Mookie, the best way to manage the state's debt, the best way to manage the state's finances is to grow a stronger and more prosperous economy for everyone. And that's why we're investing in things that will do exactly that. Take our universal, affordable and accessible childcare investments. Over $5 billion to increase the participation rate of women across the economy.
Point of order, Chair. This is going to be a very long morning. The way that these things normally go is question and answer, and the Minister and the Treasurer is required to be directly relevant. We have had an agreement at this committee that if the government wishes to answer questions and ask questions, that there is time provided within the hearing for them to do so. It is not an opportunity for the Treasurer to answer the questions he'd like asked from his people when the Shadow Treasurer is actually asking questions that he may not like. He needs to be directly relevant. He's nowhere near close. We're now almost 10 minutes into our questioning and have not had one answer yet on debt or on spending other than the answer that he wishes to provide, which his colleagues could ask him.
To the point of order. And two parts to that. Firstly, that the Treasurer was providing introductory context to his answer to Mr Mookie. With respect, no, it was a short period of time, about 30 seconds, for the Treasurer to provide introductory context to his answer to Mr Mookie. Secondly, that with respect to the rules of direct relevance, they are the rules when it comes to question time of ministers in the chamber. They do not apply to budget estimates.
They do.
They do.
To the point of order.
That's absolutely
no,
Chair,
I rule that they do apply.
To the point of order, budget estimates is one of the only times that we get to hold our elected officials accountable. The Treasurer is making a mockery of this process. It is completely appropriate that he be directed to provide a relevant answer.
Well, I remind the Treasurer that you do, again, need to be directly relevant. You can make a short introductory statement, but I mean that's been going on now for the best part of 15 minutes.
Well, if I could just conclude my answer with regard to debt, the best way to manage the state's debt is the best way to manage the state's finances, which is to grow a stronger economy. And we've invested in things that will do exactly that. In fact, during the worst health and economic shock the state has ever seen, we've invested $47 billion to keep business in business, workers in work, and to keep people safe. These are investments that were in the interest of the people of New South Wales, and they've put us in the position where we now have an unemployment rate of 3.3%.
But Treasurer,
order.
You can ask the questions, but you don't get to determine how I answer the questions. I'm trying to answer your questions. Just because you don't like the answers doesn't mean that I can't be able,
I just would like to move on, and you'll find that if we can just go back to our ordinary forms of exchange, I think both you and I will find this process will go faster. But Treasurer, given that we're going to owe $182 billion in debt, are you considering any further privatisation of government assets in order to reduce the state's gross debt?
Well, no, we've made all our plans very clear in the state budget. It's a very clear document about what the government's intent is. It sets out our plan to build a stronger economy and more prosperity for everyone in New South Wales, regardless of where they live, whether it's in the cities or the bush. And what we haven't seen is any plan whatsoever from the Labor Party to build a stronger economy. We haven't seen a single policy from them except for putting charges on train stations. That's how embarrassing the Labor Party's policy agenda is.
Premier Perrottet has previously...
Power cables on train stations. That's as good as it gets.
Premier Perrottet...
So busy muckraking.
Has previously...
And I know you're running the dirt unit for the Labor Party. You haven't come up with a single policy to grow our economy or improve the lives of the citizens of this state. Your only policy is the year of the strike.
Premier Perrottet has previously described privatisation as the golden key to unlocking the state's prosperity. Do you agree with him?
We've set out our plans in the state's budget. We'll be taking those plans to the electorate and seeking a mandate. We'll be putting our clear plans to grow a stronger, more prosperous economy against your no plans to do anything. Your only plan for our economy, as far as I could tell, is to wage war on the people of this state through the year of the strike. Is that a plan you're endorsing, Mr Mookie?
Treasurer,
to shut down our trains, to shut down our schools, to shut down our hospitals, just so you can look after your mates in the union movement?
Treasurer,
are you going to apologise for that behaviour, Mr Mookie?
Can you guarantee that your government, if it's re-elected, will not proceed to any further privatisations?
What I can guarantee, Mr Mookie, is that this government will always put the interests of the people of New South Wales first. We will always make decisions that are in the public interest, not vested interest, unlike you and your mates in the Labor Party union movement.
I'm giving you a very clear opportunity here. I'm giving you a very clear opportunity here to rule out further privatisation.
Are you acting in the public's interest
Treasurer,
or the union's interest?
I'm asking
That's the question you should be answering today, Mr Mookie.
Treasurer,
are you going to act in the public interest or the vested interest of Alex Classens and the union movement? That is the question that you need to answer here today, Mr Mookie.
I'm giving you a clear opportunity here right now to rule out any further privatisations if your government is re-elected.
You've given me
Can you guarantee that your government will not proceed to any further privatisations if you're elected?
Well, let me be very clear. We will always act in the interests of the people of New South Wales. We will always act in ways that will grow a stronger, more prosperous future for every single person. And you want to talk about privatisations, let's not forget that it was your boss, Chris Minns, that was the architect of the privatisations of our toll roads. Privatisations that he's now riling against in a bizarre act of political opportunism, and now he's the leader of the opposition. When he was Carl Scully's chief of staff, he was the one that designed the toll regime that he's now riling against. You want to talk about privatisations. What about when the Labor Party privatised the generators of our electricity network? I know what about when the Labor Party privatised Parkley Prison?
Treasurer, your government has failed.
Were you involved in that? Will you rule that out?
Treasurer, your government has failed to deliver the hundreds of millions of dollars in compensation it's promised to 5,000 owners of taxi licence plates. It's been 7 years. So many of these 5,000 licence plate owners have now gone to the wall. Can you explain to us why is it taking so long for your government to deliver the money you've promised them?
Well, I haven't been the Treasurer for 7 years, Mr Mookie. I think you know that. In fact, I've been the Treasurer for now a little around 9 months. And during that time, I'm very concerned about the plight of taxi plate owners. That's why I'm working to ensure that we get a good outcome for taxi plate owners, but also a good outcome for the taxpayers of this state. It's going through a process, and that's how good decisions are made.
David Elliott
You've been the champion of proper process for a long time. You've been sitting in the Public Accounts Committee talking about the need to have a proper process.
David Elliott says,
and yet here I am going through a proper process when it comes to handing out taxpayer money.
Treasurer, this is a serious matter. This is a serious matter. There are 5,000 people.
This is a serious matter.
So can we
just through a proper process to make sure we get the best outcome for taxpayers and the best outcome for taxi plate owners?
David Elliott says you're the hold-up. And in fact, he's described your excuses as complete bullshit. That's his words, not mine. He's the person who is saying that you're the reason why these 5,000 licence owners cannot get the money that was promised to them. I want to give you an opportunity to respond to Mr Elliott and his claims, because 5,000 people are still waiting for this outcome. When David Elliott says you're the hold-up, do you agree?
No, what I'm saying is that my job as the Treasurer of New South Wales is to ensure that we get the best outcome for taxi plate owners, whilst at the same time getting the best outcome for taxpayers. We're going through a process, a rigorous process, to assess a number of scenarios to achieve that objective. And like I said, I want to make sure good process is followed, because that's how you get good decisions and good outcomes, Mr.
You said to Ben Fordham that Mr Elliott was actually holding things up, and that he was meant to come back to ERC with further options that would allow those owners to get some compensation. Now, you said that, I think, a week ago, maybe a bit more.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Just allow me to ask the question, Treasurer. Has Minister Elliott come back to the ERC with the additional options that you're expecting from him that you said he would on the radio?
Well, I'm not going to talk about Cabinet processes.
Well, he will.
You know how Cabinet works, Mr Mookie. Cabinet is a body whereby we consider a range of scenarios, we work through them in the appropriate way, and that's what we'll do with this decision. Like any other decision, let's not forget, we've already got $150 million out the door to support taxi plate owners, and we're working through a process to get an
Treasurer,
outcome
I appreciate you're working through the process. I appreciate you're working through the process.
Taxi plate owners,
but from the perspective of these 5,000,
that's what good government does.
Treasurer, from the
goes
perspective
through a proper process. That's what we'll do when it comes to this one.
These 5,000 taxi licence owners look like they're being held hostage in some war you and the Transport Minister are waging against each other. Can you please just tell us, after you go through all the due diligence and the process that you're going through...
That language is not appropriate.
Treasurer,
to characterise it that way. I mean, where are you getting these tactics from? Is this from your predecessor, Walt Secord? I mean, I hope you're not taking advice on other matters from Mr Secord. I mean, that is disgraceful the way you're trying to frame this. I'm happy to have a respectful conversation, but you're not being very respectful.
Treasurer,
a point of order has been taken, all right?
Question, answer. Not interrupting from the Treasurer is my point of order.
I'll uphold the point of order. Just let's question, answer.
Well, I think the inflammatory framing of questions is not appropriate.
You're entitled to answer the question any way you like, but to remind you must be directly relevant.
These 5,000 licence owners really just want to know when they can expect a decision. Even going through the process that you're going through, when can you at least tell them that that process will wrap up and they can expect an announcement about the additional support that should be made available to them?
Well, as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Treasurer. I wanted to ask you firstly about this, your comments in relation to the unions and the striking. At what point does the coalition government take responsibility for the tens of thousands of public sector workers across the state being worse off because of the wages cap?
Well, Ms Boyd, the coalition government has just handed down one of the most generous public sector pay increases anywhere in the country. 3% pay increase for public servants across the board, including a $3,000 one-off bonus for our nurses and our health frontline workers who were heroes during the pandemic. And I'm very proud that we've done that, Ms Boyd. And, you know, I hope you're levelling...
Can I just stop you there?
Could I just...
So let me just stop you there. So after 11 years of receiving so much less than what they're worth and so much less than what they otherwise would because of the wages cap, you've given them, finally we have an increase. Are you saying that that makes up for all of the thousands of dollars that they've lost over that time?
Well, how have you quantified that, Ms Boyd? Because the reality is that public sector wages growth has outstripped private sector wages growth for the last 10 years that the wage cap has been in place. So in fact, public servants are better off in terms of the growth of their wages than their private sector counterparts.
So
I reject the premise of your question, Ms Boyd, and say that...
I will rephrase it. So there's no doubt that across the board, wages have been flatlining, whether it's private sector or public sector. And we've had this discussion before about the leadership that can be shown by the wage setting in the public sector. But when we come down to it, we have, record rates of inflation. We still have well over 13% of people in this state living in poverty. We have quite alarming rates now of energy poverty and people doing it incredibly tough. You just have to go out of this building and take a straw poll of 10 people on the street to know that the actual standard of living in this state has gone markedly down. And I do appreciate there's been a number of reasons for that, but the bottom line is that people are doing it tough. At what point does your government look at the workers who are striking and understand that they have no choice in the matter because they're trying to get your attention to get a proper set of wages and conditions?
Well, the first thing I'd say, Ms Boyd, is that people are doing it tough at the moment. What we're seeing is the hangover effect of COVID with labour supply shortages and capacity constraints driving up inflation. You've got a confluence of events, you've got the war in Ukraine, a number of things that are making it harder for people to deal with cost of living pressures. I recognise that. And that's one of the reasons we've got over $7 billion of measures in the state budget to help families and those that need it most with cost of living pressures. Take, for example, our Energy Bill Buster program, nearly $130 million put on the table to support families with their energy bills. And that program, Ms Boyd, as you know, will not only see people be able to trade in their rebates for energy efficient appliances
Can I stop
or
you
solar
there?
panels.
Because I'm going to come back to energy,
sure.
Perhaps in my next round, and we can talk about the other issues in that part of your portfolio responsibilities. There was a lot of fanfare about this budget that you've handed down being the women's budget, the so-called women's budget. And I think you're aware of how scathing I was when I actually read the budget. But the thing that stood out most was the seeming lack of awareness that when you have such huge percentage of women in health, in education, in other public sector jobs, that when you have denied them a proper wage rise, that you are significantly disadvantaging the women of this state. Why haven't you looked at providing a proper wage increase for women across the state in our public sector?
Well, what do you deem as a proper wage increase, Ms Boyd? Because the Victorian Labor government deem a proper
I'm not
wage...
Labor, so the deflection of...
But I'm just saying that, can I just make the point that the Victorian Labor government have given a 1.5% public sector pay rise, and I don't see the same unions that are threatening the year of the strike here in New South Wales doing likewise in Victoria. The Western Australian Labor government has actually had a pay freeze, and the same comrades are not out there shutting down the rail network in Western
I'm not
Australia.
interested in...
But we've given one of the most generous public sector pay increases anywhere in the nation at the moment, I'm asking you, what are you saying is appropriate given that inflationary impacts we think are temporary as a result of the hangover of COVID. Obviously, we've changed our wages policy for the next 2 years to deal with that, and we'll review that again in light of the economic circumstances that we're faced with, Ms Boyd.
So you basically need to play catch-up, though. If you've got 53,760 women teachers who have been worse off over the last 11 years because of the wages cap, to now give them a wage rise that doesn't account for the tens of thousands of dollars they've lost over that time, can you see that that's not enough? And can you see why they might be taking to the streets to complain about it?
But you're talking about playing catch-up. The reality is that real wages have grown for public servants over the last 10 years under our wages policy. They've outstripped their private sector counterparts by some margin, and right now we've adjusted our wages policy to reflect the changing economic conditions, and it's a wages policy that is more generous than the Labor Victorian government's wages policy or the Western Australia Labor government's wages policy. So I'm asking you to tell me what you think an appropriate wages percentage is.
Well, at least 5%.
But on what basis is 5%? Is that the Greens policy?
On the basis that people need to be able to afford to live.
In perpetuity?
Could I ask you, we've had discussions before where you've said you're very much in favour of free market ideology. How can you still support a salary cap on public sector pay?
Well, obviously, we need to balance the needs of taxpayers and ensure that we spend their money as prudently as possible, with the need to support our public sector workers and also people that rely on the government. We need to make sure that we're getting the best outcome for a diverse range of stakeholders, and it is a challenge, Ms Boyd.
But it's completely inconsistent, isn't it, with your otherwise stated ideology to artificially cap the wages of public sector workers for over a decade?
Well, no, what we're always focused on is making sure we get the best outcome for taxpayers, but also get the best outcome for our public servants and the people that rely on government services. And as Treasurer, I'll always work to that end. And I'll work with people like you, Ms Boyd, and the various members of the Parliament to assure we get that outcome.
At what point would it ever be acceptable in your eyes for train workers to strike?
Sorry?
At what point, in what circumstances, would you be okay with train workers saying, we're going to strike in order to get your government's attention? Are there ever any circumstances where it's okay, in your eyes, for workers to try and enforce better paying conditions?
Well, I tell you where I don't think it's acceptable for train drivers to strike. That's when they say that we need to spend $1 billion to rip out safety equipment from perfectly good brand new trains in order for them to get for the unions to work. I mean, that's not acceptable. You know, this claim that we should rip out CCTV cameras, that we should take out sensor technology from trains that were declared by the safety regulator as being safe. That is not true. That is not true. The safety regulator has said these trains are safe. The only ones saying they're not safe are the unions. And what they're claiming is that we need to rip out CCTV cameras, sensor technology. Basically, their claim is that we need to make them less safe
recommend,
in order for the unions to drive them.
Read
This
the
is not about
transcript
safety.
of when we
This
asked
is all
the
about
transport
politics.
officials about this point. Safety, in their eyes, was a relative concept, and what the unions were asking for was agreed to in that last budget estimate session as making these trains more safe. So let's not get into arguments about...
Well, Ms Boyd, maybe we should ask the safety regulator who said that these trains are safe and
We've
they're
had
fit for
this
purpose
discussion in
for
budget
our
estimates
track.
in transport. It's very clear that the unions are asking for safety improvements. They're not asking for things to be ripped out without any actual advance in safety. So that's a nonsense.
Well, Ms Boyd, if they're asking for safety improvements, why are they demanding we rip out CCTV cameras from the trains? Why are they demanding that we take out sensor technology? Why are they demanding that we put a door on the guard carriage? I mean, that doesn't sound more safe, Ms Boyd. That sounds like politics that we're accustomed to from the union movement.
Sounds like you're not listening.
Treasurer, John Barilaro told me that he texted you and said he was interested in becoming our Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner to New York.
Crossbench time. Sorry.
And...
Chair, isn't it crossbench time?
Well, crossbench time is allocated according to how I allocate it, and I haven't had a request from Mr. Field yet, so go, Mr. Mookie.
Thank you. Treasurer, John Barilaro told me that he texted you and said that he was interested in becoming the Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner to New York, and that you told him to go for it. Did you give him any
from you? Thank you.
Did you give him good advice?
Mr. Mookie, I received a text from John Barilaro. I texted back something supportive, and I didn't give it a second thought. I mean, I got lots of strange and wacky requests from John Barilaro. You know, he texted me that he wanted to build nuclear power plants, you know, all over the state. He texted me that he wanted to go to the federal parliament. He texted me that, you know, he wanted to take the National Party out of the government. He texted me that, you know, he wanted to, you know, kill koalas. Probably that one was quite believable, but you know, he
Sorry, did he text you saying he wants to kill koalas?
Well, no, he didn't text me. I'm just being like I'm
Sorry,
talking in
you
jest.
just said an estimates hearing.
I'm talking
that
in jest.
The former deputy premier.
My point is that John Barilaro
and said
made
he wants
lots
to
of
kill
outlandish
koalas?
claims that weren't genuine.
When did he text you saying he wants to kill koalas?
Well, I don't think he did. I'm just making the point that John Barilaro had all kinds of weird and wonderful ideas that I just dismissed. I never thought they'd happen.
Rather than peddling dismiss fiction. Perhaps you can just answer questions. So,
I'm trying to answer the question,
Treasurer,
Mr. Mookie.
did he text you? When did he text you saying that he wants to go to New York?
Well, Mr. Mookie, I think I recall him texting me around December at some stage. Again, John Barilaro sent me a text. I
Search your memory. A lot turns on it.
I didn't think he was genuine, and I never heard from him again.
Well, did he text you before the job was publicly advertised or afterwards?
Mr. Mookie.
Well, maybe if you tell me the date, I can help you there. Do you know when
Mr. Barilaro had all kinds of wonderful ideas from time to time. As I said, he wanted to build nuclear power plants. He wanted to pull the National Party out of the coalition. You know,
Treasurer, did he text you
wanted to
at
go
a
to the
time
federal parliament?
before the
Doesn't
job
mean anyone
was
took him
publicly
seriously,
advertised?
Mr. Mookie. You know,
Treasurer, you're leaving the impression that you were having a conversation with him prior to the job being advertised, which would give rise to the impression that you were giving him inside information.
Mr. Mookie,
so, Treasurer, I'm asking you for your own sake to clarify this. Can you please explain?
You're entitled to your own opinions. You're not entitled to your own facts,
Mr. Mookie. When did you get the text message?
Mr. Barilaro texted me. I texted back. Mr. Barilaro had all kinds of weird and wacky ideas.
When
Mr.
did
Mookie.
you receive the text?
I'm trying to answer, Mr.
When did you receive the text?
Who am I answering the question to?
Both. We work very well together. It's fine.
I think I mentioned that I received it at some stage during December, but my point is that
Early
he texted
December?
all kinds of weird and wonderful ideas.
It's quite important.
Mr. Mookie, it doesn't mean that I take them seriously. I get lots of text messages from Labor MPs that talk to me about your leader, the leader of the opposition. And if I believe those texts, we'd be watching a different inquiry down at ICAC today, rather than the one we're here doing.
Treasurer, a lot turns on this. You're leaving the impression that you were having conversations with John Barilaro prior to the job being advertised. I'm giving you a clear opportunity to clarify that by explaining when precisely you got this text message. Because the job was advertised in late December. If you were having conversations with John Barilaro before that, then it's quite clear that he was accessing senior leaders of the government before it was publicly advertised. I'm going to give you a third opportunity to clarify. When precisely were you texting Mr. Barilaro about the New York job?
Mr. Mookie, I said that at some stage during December. I can't be sure when that was, but as I said, I received lots of
Do you think maybe you could go back and look and come back later in the hearing to clarify this? It's quite important.
Mookie. And, you know, I received lots of texts from people, including Labor MPs, that talk to me about your leader, Chris Minns, and some of the activities that he's been up to, Ms. Sharp. It doesn't mean I believe them all, and if I did, I'd probably...
Point of order. I mean, I know the Treasurer thinks he's very clever, but we actually should know the rules. And as a senior member, in fact, Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, you should be very aware that these hearings are not opportunities for you to use parliamentary privilege to attack people when they're not even relevant to the question, and that you should be answering the questions that you are asked very politely by Mr. Mookie. Question, answer.
Point of order.
Thank you. I appreciate you saying you can't recall when precisely you got the text message. Can I just ask you, did you have any discussions with Mr. Barilaro about the New York job while he was an applicant for the role?
Mr. Mookie, I've told you exactly the interaction I had with Mr. Barilaro. It was text. I responded with something supportive. I didn't give it a second thought, and I didn't hear from him again about it. And Mr. Barilaro had all kinds of strange ideas from time to time. Mr. Mookie, but do I believe Mr. Barilaro when he says things? Usually do I believe people when they text me things? Not always, including the Labor MPs. And, you know, you've made promises that I can't believe. You wanted to set up a parliamentary budget office. That was the most important thing that you had going for you. But, you know, you were going to introduce urgent legislation. That was months ago. Where is it, Mr. Mookie? We're still waiting for your urgent legislation. Was it a lie? Was it a media trick? Was it incompetence? I don't know. Like, people make promises. Doesn't mean they follow through on them, Mr. Mookie.
Did Investment New South Wales offer you the opportunity to meet with Mr. Barilaro after he became their preferred candidate for the New York position?
I've told you the only interaction I had with Mr. Barilaro on this topic.
Wasn't the question.
That's not the question.
And Treasurer, that's not the question. Just listen carefully to the question.
Listen to the question.
The question was, did Investment New South Wales offer you the opportunity to meet with John Barilaro after he became the preferred candidate for the New York job?
No, I have no recollection of any such approach.
Well, thank you. Treasurer, did Stuart Ayres ever discuss with you the potential appointment of Mr. Barilaro to the Sticks America position?
No.
Did you ever discuss Mr. Barilaro's potential appointment with the Premier?
No.
Your predecessor, Mr Ayres, as Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, told Graham Head that on 8th of November 2021, the senior leaders of the government decided to cancel an earlier decision to turn the stick positions into ministerial appointments.
Can you repeat that question?
Yep.
Sorry?
Your predecessor, as Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, Stuart Ayres, told Graham Head that on 8 November 2021, the senior leaders of the government collectively decided to cancel the earlier decision to turn these stick positions into a ministerial appointment. Now, there is no record of such a discussion. Do you recall agreeing with the other senior leaders of the government to cancel the decision to convert the stick positions to ministerial appointments?
Well, Mr Mookie, I'm not going to go into government processes. You know how cabinets work. You know how these bodies work. I mean, you're asking me questions that you know the answers to, Mr
I appreciate
Mookie. So,
that, but this district
you know
stage
how cabinet works.
Treasurer,
you know
I appreciate
how the various bodies of the cabinet work.
It's not clear that this was a cabinet discussion. That's the reason why I'm asking you the question.
But I'm not going to go into government processes,
we have a review
Mr Mookie. You
from
know
Graham
that.
Head. We have a review from Graham Head where he himself has published this that says that according to Stuart Ayres, there was a decision made on the 8th of November to cancel the decision to convert it to ministerial appointments, and that was agreed to by the senior leaders of the government, which I presume includes you.
Decisions of the government go through
Treasurer,
a proper
just
process.
let me answer
We've got a cabinet.
Treasurer,
Those discussions are confidential.
Just let me ask the question. Do you recall any discussion amongst the senior leaders of the government whatsoever to cancel the earlier decision to convert these into ministerial appointments?
Well, let me be very clear. Decisions of the government go through a proper process. That's the cabinet. And I'm not going to sit here and talk about cabinet processes. And if you've got questions about these things, then you can direct them to Mr Ayres.
Well, he's no longer in a position where we can, Treasurer.
Well, you've got a very powerful committee. You've been using that to make all kinds of assertions and claims now that the Labor Party's muckraker-in-chief.
Treasurer.
I think that you've got all the means that you need to be able to compel witnesses to give evidence. So I know you're going on your little fishing exercise here today, but, you know, the fishing exercise that we all want to know, including the public, is when are you going to apologise to the people of New South Wales for the inconvenience you're causing them through your year of the strike, which we're seeing today again being waged on the commuters of this state?
And you must remain directly relevant in the answer to your questions.
Treasurer.
Or come up with a new line, that would help.
Thank you, Chair. Treasurer.
I'm going to come up with a new line.
That I'm disappointed you're making light of a matter that's so serious, but I'll move on. Amy Brown has told us that apparently Stuart Ayres notified the government's most senior leaders in May that Mr Barilaro was to be the state's first stick appointment to America, and that she only managed to proceed with the appointment because she effectively had the concurrence of the senior-most leaders of the government to the appointment. Do you remember Stuart Ayres informing you or the other senior leaders of the government that Mr Barilaro was the person for the job?
I've answered the question.
Sorry?
I've answered the question.
Well, no, you haven't. Because I will ask you again. We're now in May this year. It's not that long ago, Treasurer. Do you recall Stuart Ayres notifying the senior-most leaders of the government that John Barilaro was the preferred pick for the Sticks America position?
I've answered the question very clearly. Governments have processes through which it makes decisions. Those processes are well known, and that's exactly how decisions are made.
Well, Treasurer, then you're leaving the impression that you were notified.
No, you're
creating
that impression because you're trying to create misinformation and untruths. This is Trumpian,
Treasurer,
Mr. Mookie.
I'm giving you ample opportunity to answer questions.
False facts, pushing alternative facts out here in part of your muckraking game that you've been playing for months now. I've answered the question. You know, we have cabinet. That's the process that goes through a process for government decisions, and I'm not going to talk about cabinet decisions.
Treasurer, 2 opportunities. Mr Ayres has apparently given the senior-most leaders of the government to object to John Barilaro's appointment. You are clearly leaving the impression that you were given that opportunity and you didn't.
I'm not leaving that. No, stop gaslighting this committee, Mr.
Treasurer,
Mookie. Stop
just allow me to ask the question
here,
and you can
Mookie.
reply.
That is
at
not.
length. I'm going to ask you this.
If you want to ask respectful questions, then I'll give you respectful answers.
Treasurer.
You are putting words, you are framing this
I'm giving you the
disrespectfully and
opportunity
disingenuously.
to distance yourself from this appointment.
Or ask a question
You're
instead
failing
of
to
your
take it.
inflammatory
So can I
language
just
designed
say,
just to get a
Treasurer,
TV grab here tonight, because you're not interested in policy, you're just interested in the politics as always.
I'm going to give you I'm going to give you a
no
fourth
policy
opportunity.
or politics.
Treasurer, I'm going to give you a fourth opportunity to answer that.
And I've answered the question.
Do you recall any discussion with Stuart Ayres and the senior leaders of the government?
I've been very clear. I'm not going to go into cabinet processes, Mr. Mookie. You know how cabinet works.
How many times have you met with the Agent General to London?
None.
How many times has the Agent General sought to meet with your office?
I'm not aware of...
Has the Agent General ever asked you to attend a trade delegation and you've refused?
I'm not aware of such a request, but requests come into my office all the time.
Take it on notice. You're going to take it on notice.
No, I'm not going to take it on notice. Requests come to my office. I'm answering the question, Ms. Sharp.
No, you're not. You're saying you don't know.
I'm trying to answer the question.
Treasurer,
do you want me to answer the question?
Has the Agent General...
I'd like you to be relevant next.
But if you keep talking over me, I can't answer the question. I'm just saying, lots of people make requests for my office. We have a process. I have a diary secretary. I have senior advisors, and we disclose all the meetings that I have. Unlike you, Ms. Sharp, who still doesn't disclose your diaries publicly. You know, when are you going to disclose all the meetings you've had with Alex Klessens?
Have you
when are you going to disclose all the meetings you've had with Mark Murray about the year of the strike? My meetings are all publicly available. They're there for everyone to see, and we are fully transparent with how we run our office and the meetings we have with stakeholders. And I wish the Labor Party would be likewise.
Is there a problem with the Agent General?
I'm the Treasurer. I'm also the Minister for Energy. These are not in my portfolio areas. And you've got plenty of opportunities. You've got 2 weeks of budget estimates to inquire, make all kinds of inquiry to all kinds of ministries, but these are not in my areas of portfolio responsibility. And you know that, Mr. Mookie. You know that. You're just playing games here, trying to get a headline up. You know, you're all interested in the political theatre. When are you going to apologise to the people of New South Wales for the inconvenience you caused them on the rail network this morning, Mr. Mookie? Do you condone Mr. Klessens cancelling over 37 trains this morning, leaving people stranded, you know, from Campbelltown to Hornsby? It's disgraceful.
The Treasurer continues to actually flout your ruling, Mr. Chair. This is, he needs to be directly relevant to the questions being asked. He's already got his grabs for the morning. It would be great if he would actually address the issues with which he's being asked by Mr. Mookie.
I'll uphold the point of order.
Treasurer, has the Premier ever sought your advice about dealing with a problem with the Agent General in London?
Can you repeat the question, sorry?
Has the Treasurer ever sought any advice from you about a problem with the
I'm the Treasurer.
Yes, sorry.
Have I sought advice from me about the Agent General? No, absolutely. I categorically rule that out today, Mr. Mookie. Did you get your grab up?
That's the most direct answer you've...
For tonight?
That's the most direct answer you've given.
This is all theatre. You're not interested in policy.
Treasurer.
I've just handed out a budget. I haven't had a single question from you today about the budget.
Oh, except for
this is how interested you are in policy, Mr. Mookie. This is how interested you are in public policy. All about politics and not about policy, Mr. Mookie.
Order.
Stop speaking over members of the committee.
Order. I draw your attention to the fact that the opening questions did relate to the budget and budget deficit and debt. So the
Minister is actually the
need to remain directly relevant, Minister.
And not mislead the committee.
Treasurer, has the Premier ever sought advice from you about a problem with the Agent General and his performance?
No.
Has the Premier ever had a conversation with you about replacing the Agent General to London?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You're not aware of any conversation with the Premier about that?
No.
Have the Premier ever had a conversation with you about replacing Mr. Cartwright with a member of your government?
No, not that I'm aware of. And Mr. Mookie, have you ever had a conversation with Alex Klessens about the inconvenience you've caused rail commuters this morning? Have you had a conversation with Mark Murray about the inconvenience you're causing for the citizens of this state through the year of the strike? That's what this committee needs to know.
At some point, the Treasurer is going to stop interrupting and actually allow the committee to do its work. He's now flouting your ruling. It's the same point. Direct relevance. And can the Treasurer please be drawn back to the question and answer the questions that Mr.
I would draw the Treasurer back to the need to be directly relevant. I uphold the point of order.
Thank you. Treasurer, given the scandal that plagues these roles...
This language is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This is all theatre. This is all theatre. This is just a stunt for you today, Mr. Mookie.
Treasurer, will you be abolishing these jobs?
Mr. Mookie, I'm the Treasurer of New South Wales. I'm also the Energy Minister. If you want to ask questions related to my portfolio, then you're welcome to do so.
Well,
but
you fund
clearly,
these
your
jobs.
only interest
Treasurer,
is
you fund these
getting
jobs.
on the news tonight with your muckraking and misinformation.
Can you at least explain to me, given that...
Where did you learn these terrible tactics? Is this from your predecessor, Walt Secord?
Treasurer,
I hope this is not the only advice you've taken from Walt Secord.
Order. The Treasurer can either take this seriously or he cannot. He's clearly not taking it seriously. The important thing is that there are questions being asked that within his portfolio are within the standing orders. He's choosing to answer in a way that is outside the standing orders, frankly getting boring, but actually I ask you to bring him back to the question and to stop making a mockery of this hearing.
I draw the Treasurer back. I uphold the point of order.
Treasurer, your budget has signed off on approximately $128 million for this global New South Wales strategy.
I think we're talking about the budget.
It's $128 million in the budget for this global New South Wales strategy. Can you at least explain to me what is the benefit that taxpayers get from paying an Agent General in London $600,000 per year, paying a New York Trade Commissioner $487,000 a year plus an $11,000 cost of living allowance. Given that you've signed off on this $128 million, can you at least explain what is the benefit to taxpayers?
Well, what I can explain is the benefit to taxpayers of our brilliant budget that we've just handed down this year, Mr. Mookie, a budget that invests in universal pre-kindergarten, billions of dollars to ensure that our kids not only are able to fulfil their dreams, but dream bigger in the first place, Mr. Mookie. I'm very happy to
Chair,
talk about
do this to you, but given that the Treasurer doesn't seem to understand your rulings, he was asked about the role of trade commissioners and the benefit they bring to this state. He was not asked to spruik his budget, which he has an opportunity to do in the last 15 minutes of this hearing, as agreed by the committee.
I uphold the point of order.
Treasurer, can you at least nominate one benefit from the $128 million we're spending on the senior trade commissioner roles?
Well, let me just say that this government is focused on things that are going to create jobs, drive investment and improve the prosperity for every single citizen in this state. And there were a range of measures in this budget that do exactly that. And I'm very happy to talk about how we're creating jobs. You know, there's a significant amount of investment that comes into New South Wales from overseas, and we need to be harnessing that investment to create new jobs, create new opportunities, create new investments into this state. So we'll always look at things that are going to set this state up for a brighter and more prosperous future, and that's what I'll do as the Treasurer. Unlike the Labor Party, who have no policies, no plans, other than the year of the strike, Mr. Mookie, which I hope you're going to apologise to the public today for the inconvenience you've caused.
Point of order. If we can do this all day, that's fine. The point of order is very straightforward, which is that the Treasurer is not being directly relevant to the questions asked, and we'd ask him to come back to the question.
I'll uphold the point of order.
Treasurer, let's talk about your proposed land tax. This is a policy that was not presented to the people of New South Wales at the last election. So instead of trying to rush it through Parliament in September, will you instead take it to an election in March?
Well, we're going to ensure that we give first homeowners choice. We're going to ensure that we're giving first homeowners the choice that's in their financial interests, whether they choose to pay a high upfront stamp duty or a small annual fee, Mr.
Treasurer, why won't you then
we want to help first homeowners get into the market.
Why won't you then take it to an election and get a mandate for the policy rather than trying to rush it through the Parliament?
Well, Mr Mookie, we will go to the election with our clear choice to make it as easy as possible for first homeowners to get into the housing market, because we know housing is the pathway to wealth in New South Wales. Where is the Labor Party's policy to support first homeowners? We haven't seen a single policy, Mr Mookie. Why does the Labor Party want to stop first homeowners getting into the market, Mr Mookie?
The budget paper makes clear that this new system that you're proposing will apply from January. It is the case that you've got to be implementing this policy without taking it to an election. Given the election is only a few months away, surely you would agree that for a change like this, you should get a mandate from people rather than trying to rush it through the parliament. So again, will you hold the legislation back and allow people to have their say in March next year?
We have made our plans very clear to the public that will be taken to the election. And they are plans to give first homeowners choice when it comes to their financial interests. We're going to take our plan that makes it as easy as possible for people to enter the housing market. And I don't understand why Chris Minns and the Labor Party are standing in the way of allowing people to buy their first home. I mean, this is the same leader for the opposition that's currently spending $500,000 on a renovation of his own home. So while he's choosing between marble and mahogany, Mr Mookie, he's stopping first homeowners from having a choice in the first place.
Treasurer, at budget time, you said, and the Premier said, that this new tax will only apply to first-time buyers. The Premier has since said that he'd like to apply the tax to pensioners as well. So will you be applying the new land tax to pensioners if your government is re-elected?
Mr Mookie, we've set out our plans for first homeowners very clearly, and that's to give them a choice to make it as easy as possible for them to enter the housing market. And the question is, will you be making it easier for first homeowners to have that choice? Are you voting against first home buyers having the choice as to
the
whether...
question related directly to pensioners.
So we've made our plans very clear in the budget, and that's what we'll be taking to the election.
What's the answer to the question?
The answer to the question is our plans are transparent and out there. They're outlined in the budget, and they specifically...
That's not an answer. With due respect, Treasurer. The question is, what will the effect be on pensioners?
The effects... Well, we don't have any plans when it comes to pensioners.
Treasurer,
what we have is plans to give first home buyers the choice as to whether or not they pay a stamp duty or a low annual fee.
Well, Treasurer, but the issue now with your answer is that the Premier was quite clear when he made public comment about this. He said that he wants to make sure this land tax eventually applies to everybody. First-time buyers now, but then he said pensioners would be the next category of people he'd like to have put into the system. So, can you guarantee that if you're re-elected in March, you won't be seeking to expand the land tax beyond first-time buyers to pensioners?
Let me be very clear for the third time, Mr Mookie. Our first home buyer choice policy is about choice for first home buyers, not pensioners. Let me be very clear about that. So, that's the policy we have in place.
Well, then
We've been very upfront about it in the budget.
Well, then, Treasurer,
and we're yet to see a single policy, other than the year of the strike, from the Labor Party,
Treasurer,
because they're controlled by their union bosses like Alex Classens.
Right.
Is Mr Classens writing these questions here today?
Treasurer.
Is Mr Murray sending you these questions via text for you to ask me today? The public deserves to know who is controlling the questioning strategy and the Labor Party's agenda here.
It's the same point of order.
I'll uphold the point of order.
Treasurer. Thank you, Chair.
Go on.
Treasurer, you're pushing this legislation through in September. You're not taking it to March. You said that this would apply to first-time buyers, but the Premier has now said he intends to extend it to pensioners. So I'll ask you again, can you guarantee that if your government is re-elected in March, you won't be seeking to expand the land tax beyond first-time buyers to pensioners and other people as well?
Well, of course, I've answered this now 4 times. Our first homeowner choice policy relates to first homeowners, first home buyers, not pensioners. I can't be clearer than that, Mr Mookie.
So can you tell me, what guarantee is there that a future government won't hike the rate to deal with, for example, the debt that you've built up?
Well, Mr. Mookie, now is your chance to come clean with your future policies to whack taxes on pensioners.
Yeah,
to
I'm
come
happy to rule it
clean
out.
with
Treasurer,
your
I'm very
future
happy to rule it out.
policies
I'm very happy
to
to rule
allow
it
the
out.
unions to run the state, Mr.
Look,
Mookie.
Treasurer, this is one opportunity
now
I will
is the
take.
time
Happy to
for you
guarantee
to
that
come
we won't do
clean
this.
about your policies because we haven't seen any of them.
But Treasurer,
are you going to come clean that you're not going to take any policies to the election?
In the
is this the
legislation-
Albo strategy, not a single policy other than PowerPoints on train stations and the year of the strike? That's the Labor Party policy agenda.
I'm asking you again.
Chris Minns, no plans,
Treasurer,
no ideas, no policies, just the year of the strike.
Treasurer, this is your policy that I'm asking questions about, and they're not particularly difficult questions. So, can I just ask you again, what guarantee is there that a future government won't simply hike the rate of this tax?
Because we've made a guarantee about what our plans are to enable first homeowners to get into the market. They're outlined in our budget, along with our plans to make it as easy as possible for women to participate in the workforce through our affordable and accessible childcare policies, just like our plans to ensure that our children are able to get the best start in life through universal pre-kindergarten. We've clearly set out our plans that we intend to the election, and I'll put them up against Labor's shocking plan to shut down the state any day of the week. Bring on the election so we can compare our plan to grow a more successful, stronger economy for everyone versus your plan of the year of the strike. And when are you going to apologise?
Point of order.
When are you going to apologise for shutting down the trains? I've been asking all morning if you're going to apologise to the thousands of commuters that were inconvenienced by you and your boss, Alex Classens, who are trying to shut down this state for their own political ends.
Treasurer, I want to ask another question about your policy, which is, you've said that only first home buyers that are in the bottom 80% of the market will get the opportunity to make the choice. How are you intending to calculate the price thresholds to determine the 20% of residential property buyers who will be excluded?
Well, let me be very clear, Mr. Mookie. We are always upfront with our policies and our plans. We've outlined them in the budget, and we're yet to see a single policy or plan from Chris Minns or the Labor Party. I mean, you're the shadow treasurer. You've been the shadow treasurer for some time. You've had plenty of time to muckrake. You've had plenty of time to use parliamentary committees for the theatre and the misinformation that you're trying to push, and you're trying to do that here today. And all that time has been wasted because you haven't come up with a single policy other than allowing Alex Classens and Mark Murray to write your plan for our economy, which is the year of the strike.
Treasurer, do you actually know how your policy will work? Have you actually looked into and figured out how exactly are you proposing to calculate the threshold whereby the top 20% of residential property buyers will be excluded? It's actually quite a straightforward question. You've had 4 years on this policy.
I'm very happy to hand to Joanne Wilkie to come and explain.
Well, no. We'll pick it up with the officials this afternoon.
Well, no. I mean, it's a very technical answer.
We know about
your Treasurer, if you don't...
Here we go.
Sorry, Treasurer.
Treasurer, Mr. Chair,
point of order,
I'd like to illuminate for all those people viewing at home. My mum's very keen on this, Mr. Mookie. She's waiting to watch this. Ms. Mookie, would you like to come to the...
Treasurer, I'll take a point of order. I will take a point of order. Chair, we will happily hear from Ms. Wilkie this afternoon in the official session. But this was a question directed to the
fans at home want to hear it now.
His policy. Given the time, I don't think just because the Treasurer might not be across this detail, he can take it on notice and we can pick it up this afternoon.
So this is more of your mistruths and
Treasurer, I'm taking a point of order with the
reality,
Chair.
your alternative facts. You don't have to do that,
I asked a straightforward question.
This isn't the lower house. You're actually supposed to follow the rules of the committee. Again.
Order. Mr. Mookie's entitled to direct his question where he wants to, and you're entitled to take it on notice and answer it any way you like. But
my answer is I'd like to
must
get my
remain
technical
directly
official to answer the question.
Again,
Mr. Borsat.
I will pick it up this afternoon with the officials.
Well, why did you invite all the bureaucrats here this morning?
They could be out.
We didn't invite
going through your SO52s instead of wasting their time.
I don't wish to be rude to Dr. Wilkie. I don't wish to be rude to Ms. Wilkie at all. But
she's an outstanding public servant, Mr. Mookie, and she's very capable of answering this question.
Given, again, a really straightforward question about your policy, how much will property prices fall if your policy is implemented, and by when?
Well, our policy is to give first homeowners choice, to make it as easy as possible for them to enter the housing market. And I don't understand why you don't want first homeowners to have choice. I don't understand why you and your
Dorothy Dixon
want to deprive people getting into their own home. I mean, Mr Miggs is happily spending $500,000 on a renovation of his own home, mahogany or marble, where he wants to deprive first homeowners of that same choice. It's terrible.
And encourage him.
Thank you, Chair. Treasurer, will you apologise to the people of New South Wales for the disruptions that have been caused by rail workers having no choice but to take action in order to get some sort of movement from your government when it comes to pay and conditions?
Well, the people that should be apologising to the public of New South Wales are Alex Classens and the union movement that are shutting down the rail network, inconveniencing thousands of commuters this morning because they're busily running a campaign to cause industrial chaos at the behest of their boss, Mark Morrie, who said that this will be the year of the strike.
Okay, it doesn't sound like you
by the Labor
understand
Party.
how a union works.
Here the Greens are supporting it. I'm very disappointed, Ms.
We always support collective action in order to try and enforce basic rights. We
basic
have a situation
rights to make trains
here,
less safe?
We have a situation here where your government has conflated a safety issue, an actual issue that could put people at harm. You've conflated that issue and a request by the unions and the experts who actually drive the trains and service the trains. You've conflated that issue with an issue about pay and conditions. You've tried to put them together in the public eye, and now you're trying to say that this is somehow not your responsibility.
That's not true, Ms.
There are two parties involved here. The government is one of them. You have not provided a satisfactory offer to the unions. They've had no choice but to strike. So will you apologise to the people of New South Wales for forcing them to that position?
That's just not true, Ms. Boyd. The negotiations around pay are separate to the negotiations around the safety of the new inner-city fleet trains, Mr. Boyd.
So you're saying that there's not been an offer made to the unions that is contingent. So we will, yes, the government will go and fix these safety issues, but only if you accept this pay offer. You're saying that they have not been conflated.
No, Ms. Boyd, what I'm saying is that it was the union movement that are keeping over $2 billion worth of rail stock in mothballs up on the Central Coast because they are saying that we've got to rip out CCTV cameras, take out sensor technology,
question, Treasurer,
and make them less safe.
My question, did your government tell the unions that they would only receive the safety improvements if they accepted a certain pay offer?
What the government has always said is that we will put the public of New South Wales first.
That's not an answer to my question, though, is it, Treasurer?
And that's what we're doing, Ms. Boyd.
That is not an answer to my question. You tried to imply before that you had not conflated these two issues together. But what you're actually doing is holding the unions to ransom by saying if you want these safety improvements that will benefit the people of New South Wales, you have to accept a pay offer that you otherwise would not accept. Do you think that that's acceptable? And will you apologise to the people of New South Wales for creating this situation?
The people who should be apologising to the public of New South Wales are Alex Classen and the union bosses that are playing games, moving the goalposts rather than negotiating,
Have you spoken to any union members?
In good faith.
Do you understand how unions work? Do you think that the union members are just taking instructions? Do you think that's what's happening?
Ms. Boyd, can I
Do you think that these unions actually take strike action lightly?
Well, I think the government should put its pay offer to the members of the union. I absolutely think that, rather than having to go through the union bosses that are holding the travelling public to ransom again today, inconveniencing thousands of people.
It must be very inconvenient for the government when workers get together collectively in order to have a little bit more of a bargaining position against your government than if you could deal with them individually. I understand that. That is the whole purpose of collective action. Coming back to the question, have you spoken to any rail worker in relation to this dispute to understand what is actually going on here?
Ms Boyd, I speak to, a broad and diverse range of stakeholders every day in my role as the Treasurer. No, that's not my... Ms Boyd, that's not the answer.
Well, please answer the question. I don't care about the other stakeholders. I'm asking you, have you spoken to real-life people about their concerns?
I'm trying to be very respectful, but you keep talking over me before I give answers. I've spoken to the commuters who have told me that they're sick and tired of union activity inconveniencing them every day of the week.
Right.
And I'm very frustrated, and I think the government's position is that we should put the enterprise bargaining arrangement directly to the members so that they can have their say rather than having to go through Alex Classen, who sits on the Labor Party's administrative committee and is playing politics with the people.
I will have to speak over you if you just start making these sorts of statements. Will you take the issue of safety, the safety of our trains, out of the agreement in relation to pay and conditions? Will you separate these two issues?
Well, Ms Boyd, I'm not the Industrial Relations Minister. You've got Mr.
You seem to be very involved in this issue. You've been making statements all over the place.
Could I answer the question? David.
You may answer the question.
The Transport Minister.
Am I able to... I'm very happy to answer the question. The trains are perfectly safe. The safety regulator has made that very clear.
Again, go back and read the budget estimates.
The request of the union is that we spend $1 billion to rip out CCTV cameras, to take out sensor technology,
again,
to
read the budget estimates with the actual experts from the Transport Department who are saying, who are very clear,
even though those guards' jobs are a guarantee,
that those trains are not as safe as they can be. And what if you look at if you understand anything about the train safety, and please do look at the budget estimates from the last transport round, it was very clear that this is a relative concept, that we have trains that have met a particular level of safety, but they are not the safest that they can be, and they are not at a level that is acceptable to the unions. That is why train drivers and other experts are telling you what needs to happen in order to make these trains safe. You've taken that issue and you've now made that issue something that the pay and conditions are connected to. Do you understand why people in New South Wales would be blaming the government for disruptions and not the rail workers?
Well, with respect, I'll take the word of the safety regulator over yours on these issues.
No, the department officials in Transport for New South Wales are the ones that have been saying this. Go back and read the budget estimates.
The safety regulator has said these trains are safe, and the union demand is that we rip out CCTV cameras, we rip out sensor technology, we install doors on carriages so the guards can stick their head out the window.
And I'm very disappointed that you're taking this very misleading angle. They are not trying to make them less safe.
The question, Ms Boyd.
All right, I'm going to move you on. Could we talk about the climate adaptation plan that you failed to deliver for the last 6 years? I've asked you about this in the last two budget estimates. In 2016, it was announced we would have this plan. In 2017, it was promised. In 2021, we had a scathing report from the Auditor General saying how terrible it was that this government was not prepared adequately for climate disasters and did not have a climate change adaptation plan. Every other state has it. Queensland also announced they would have one in 2016. They put theirs in place in 2017. And now we have a floods report handed down praising the Queensland government for what they've been doing. When I asked you about this in November last year, I said to you, without a climate adaptation or readiness plan, we will be playing catch-up when it comes to responding to natural disasters. You agreed with that, but then when I asked you about it again in February this year, I said, would we have been better prepared for the current floods if we had a statewide adaptation plan? And you said, I do not think so. I think that floods, particularly in northern New South Wales, are a frequent event. Having now read the flood inquiry report...
Is that a quote from me?
That was a quote from you.
When was that, sorry?
Oh, that was Monday the 28th of February, 2022.
Well, can I just... I'm not sure the context of that. You're throwing a quote at me.
Sure.
Not necessarily in context. Let me be very clear. I've also been very clear in all my public comments that the extreme weather events that are becoming more frequent and more severe are a direct result of climate change. And I've been on the public record for some time, whether it be fires or floods or droughts.
I will give you the rest of the
I will give you the rest of the context. My position.
Oh, I wouldn't.
On that.
So the context, I then said, well, this is the worst in well over 100 years, to which you responded, quote, "This is a terrible flood, but floods in Lismore are not unusual. That is the reality." Does that help you with the context?
Was that in budget estimates?
Yes, it was.
Well, let me be very clear that what we did see was a very unusual flood event impacting the whole Northern Rivers, and these are becoming more usual because of the impacts of climate change. So I just want to be very clear about my position on this and the government's position, which is why, Ms Boyd, on the 12th of June this year, I handed down the state's adaptation strategy and backed it in the budget with real money.
Okay, but that's a strategy. That's a plan to have a plan. That's not the plan. So you promised, your government promised, that we would have the actual plan in 2017. All the other states and territories did it. You've now announced with great fanfare a plan to have a plan. Do you regret New South Wales not having had a plan back in 2017? Wouldn't we have been better prepared for the floods if we had?
Should always be looking at ways that we can do better when it comes to tackling climate change. I mean, this government has one of the most ambitious climate agendas anywhere in the country. Any government, it's not a Greens government, it's a coalition government that is tackling climate change head on with one of the most ambitious renewable energy policies in the country and on a per capita basis in the world. Our net zero plan, our climate adaptation strategy, our EV strategy. We are very proud of our record when it comes to tackling climate change and taking advantage of the huge opportunities,
Thank you, Treasurer.
economic opportunities that come with that.
Mr Field now.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Treasurer. Did you watch the project last night?
I didn't. I missed it.
You did miss it. You would have missed a pretty devastating evidence of Forestry Corporation logging old-growth koala habitat on the north coast. As shareholder minister, does it concern you that Forestry Corporation is currently logging critical koala habitat?
Well, of course, the loss of biodiversity concerns me, Mr Field. I think you know my position on these matters. You know, as the shareholder minister of Forest Corp or as the former environment minister, this is something that I'm deeply concerned about.
What are you going to do about it?
We'll continue to fight to protect our biodiversity, continue to ensure that we're expanding our national park estate, which is one of the reasons I put more money aside in the budget to expand our national park footprint so that we can protect biodiversity in perpetuity. It's why we're looking at things like supporting investment in things like natural capital to incentivise private landowners to be able to protect biodiversity.
Why would you put money into private land conservation while the state-owned Forestry Corporation is currently logging critical koala habitat? This is habitat identified for priority conservation by the Environment Department when you were Minister. That's being logged today.
Well, Mr Field, obviously I want to see the protection of our biodiversity. Forestry does have a role
That's
to
not
play
obvious,
in it.
Treasurer, because this is still happening.
Can I just make the point that, you know, it is a great challenge balancing the needs of industry with the needs of our environment. You know that only too well as a great champion for our environment and someone who also cares about rural and regional communities. I found the challenge very hard and I've always done my best to try and get the balance right.
How can you credibly claim that the position of the government is to double the koala population by 2050 whilst the state-owned logging company is currently logging critical koala habitat?
Because we've got a target in place. We should be aiming to get the best outcomes, and we've got a number of policies to do that, including our record investment in preserving koala habitat on private land and also in public land.
Is logging koala habitat in state-owned public native forests making doubling the koala population easier or harder?
Well, I think there's no, logging any koala habitat is going to make it harder to achieve those objectives, which are in the state's interest, in my view, to protect our koalas and our biodiversity. And, certainly as Treasurer, I'll continue to look at ways where we can meet that objective.
So it would be your preference that we weren't logging koala habitat in New South Wales?
It's my preference that we protect our biodiversity in sustainable ways.
As shareholder minister, does it concern you that Forestry Corporation has been fined over $500,000 just this year for breaches of environment laws in New South Wales?
Well, of course it concerns me.
What have you done about it?
But I want to make sure that the independent regulator holds any, industry that's damaging our environment to account, whether it be in the waste industry or whether it be in forestry.
But this is a bit different. It's not an industry, it's a state-owned company. I mean, essentially, they're breaching the law and then we're paying ourselves for the breaches of the law. Meanwhile, the koala's got nowhere to live.
Well, we're holding them to account. And you know, as the Environment Minister, I gave the EPA real teeth. I wanted it to be an independent, tough cop on the beat and that would act without fear or favour, even when it came to regulating government businesses. That's something I'm tremendously proud of. And if governments do the wrong thing, then we want the independent regulator holding them to account. And that's what's happened in this scenario.
But how long does that go on before you say, hang on a second, this is systematic, this is just ongoing problems, we've got to go and have a look at this? I mean, you're the shareholder minister. When you signed the recent statement of corporate intent, did you not go, well, hang on, why have these breaches all of a sudden just massively escalated? What's going on here?
Well, of course we did. What we did was ensure that Forestry Corp had the rules in place, and my expectation of the shareholder minister is that the corporation acts in line with the laws that enable them to operate.
They're not.
The regulator is there to enforce those laws, and clearly they're doing that in a robust fashion.
Earlier this year, Forestry Corporation extended the North Coast wood supply agreements, these same agreements that are driving this logging of koala habitat. The ones that were scheduled to end in 2023, they extended them for 5 years to 2028. What role did you play in those extensions?
These are operational matters, Mr. Field. So obviously, as the shareholder minister, I sign off, on the statement of corporate intent and things like that. But these are operational matters that are probably best directed to the Environment Minister.
So, but I'm trying to understand. I mean, the state-owned corporation is signing the government up to deliver on a contract. There's arguments to be made that they won't be able to deliver on those contracts. They're currently in force majeure at the moment. They have been since the fires. They've actually been unable to deliver in the past, which led us to have to buy quota back. Your officials, you had no role in making a decision as to whether or not these contracts should or could be signed?
Mr. Field, I'm very, very happy to direct that to the appropriate official. Is that you, Sonia? Sonia, would you like to comment on that?
Hello, thank you for your question. As the Treasurer said, matters around logging are operational. The fines that you're referring to relate to historical matters dating back a couple of years.
Oh, I'm sorry, I do understand that. Is Ms Campbell?
Yes.
Ms Campbell, I do understand that with regards to the fines. I guess I'm asking about the sign-off on these contract extensions. Did Treasury have any input into those contract extension decisions?
No, those are operational matters, and they would have been dealt with through the relevant responsible ministry portfolio.
So the state-owned corporation can sign off on a contract that puts a liability on them to deliver an outcome, and Treasury has no role in checking that, signing off on it, providing advice on it.
These are commercial businesses that report to an independent board, and those would be matters that are relevant to the operation of the business within the policy direction that's set with the statement of expectations from government.
Yeah. Treasurer, I suggest you have a chat to the board, because at the moment it's not delivering any dividends. In fact, it's costing us money. We're throwing good money after bad. In fact, the state is paying this commercial entity to log koala habitat. That seems like a lose-lose situation for the people in New South Wales. Wouldn't you agree?
There are rules in place through which Forestry Corp are given a licence to operate. I expect Forestry Corp to operate within those rules, and if they don't, there's a tough independent cop on the beat, the EPA, that will hold them to account. That's my expectation.
Treasurer, I want to draw your attention to chart 10.5 of the budget outcome statement.
Could you provide me?
It's coming your way. Chart 10.5 is carbon dioxide equivalent emitted annually in New South Wales. It's all about your delivery of your 50% reduction by 2029, 2030. Why is there a dotted line after 2019? Do we not have any actual emissions figures for New South Wales since 2019?
I might just have to refer that question to Rachel Parry. Kate. Or Kate.
Yep.
Dr. Wilson.
That represents modelling which is it's publicly available through the EPA's State of the Environment report.
As of last week, I believe. Yes, it's only very recently gone up there, hasn't it?
It's been there for several months. I couldn't tell you when it was made available, but I know that I personally refer to it quite frequently.
Okay.
And that modelling is the modelling for our current policies, which are targeted at 2030. The net zero plan goes up to 2030. That doesn't include all of... So the modelling is constantly being revised. There'll be updated modelling released, I think, later this year or early next year, which takes into account new policies. So, for example, the hydrogen strategy is not included in this current modelling that's been released.
Okay. Maybe I'll ask some more questions about that this afternoon. I got answers to questions on notice which suggested these assumptions had gone up on the 12th of July this year. But just, Dr. Wilson, if you could, why is it a dotted line after 2019? Why don't we have any more current actual emissions?
Because that's assuming... I guess that's essentially saying our focus is on up to 2030, which is when we've got certainty around our modelling, and I assure you it's very detailed modelling looking at all of the components of each of the plans and programs under the net zero plan, and after that our assumptions become much less certain, so the dotted line is reflecting that.
Yes, but it's 2022 and the dotted line starts in 2019. I'm just wondering why we don't have more...
Sorry, I thought it started in 2030. I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. Minister, I'll draw your attention to this more recent update on the seed portal. I think you've been provided this document. I'm sorry, it's very small. I brought it down to one page. But just draw your attention to the 2050 target. Under current New South Wales policies, far from reaching net zero emissions, it shows there that we're only going to get down to 73 million tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent by 2050. That represents a 55% reduction on 2005 targets. Do you acknowledge that current plans, we're nowhere near getting down to net zero emissions by 2050?
Yeah, I think, as you know, it's easier to reduce emissions in some sectors of the economy rather than others. So we know how we're going to decarbonise our electricity system, and we're well on the way to doing that thanks to the energy roadmap. We know how we're going to do transport broadly, so passenger motor vehicles, the move to EVs, etc., more public transport, etc. But there are some sections of the economy which we haven't got the technology yet to crack. So agriculture is one such area. We've got a lot of work to do, and you know our net zero industry and innovation plan, which has around $1 billion on the table to support industry, to support certain sections of the economy to decarbonise. So yes, we're investing in things that will help those sections of the economy which we haven't worked out a solution yet for. We've got a long way to go.
Okay, we'll come back to this. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we'll just take a 15-minute break now. We'll be back at 11:15. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, you're working up a step, therefore.
Opposition? Questions?
Welcome back, Treasurer. We were in the process of talking about your proposed new land tax. I'm sure at some point the light will come back on as well. And one question I did want to ask you about this was the stark warning from the Commonwealth Grants Commission, which was to proceed down the pathway that your government is walking, will see the state lose up to $1.2 billion in GST revenue. What conversations have you had with the Commonwealth Grants Commission to prevent New South Wales from losing $1.2 billion in GST payments as a result of your decision to implement this tax without a mandate?
Well, I'd just like to note you still haven't apologised to the commuters of New South Wales who are inconvenienced by the shutdown of the rail network by Alex Classens, the union bosses, your paymasters. People at home, I'm going to keep pushing for the people at home to get an apology out of you, Mr Mookie, for the conduct of the Labor Party backing the union bosses in shutting down the train network this morning. And I'm going to keep seeking an apology and a commitment from you that you're going to stand up to the union bosses and tell them that this year of the strike has to end.
Treasurer, the Commonwealth Grants Commission is warning that New South Wales will lose $1.2 billion, will plunge the state into a structural budget deficit. It doesn't seem like you're aware of that, and it doesn't seem like that has attracted any element of urgency from you. So again, I'll ask you once more time, given this is your policy, have you done anything to stop New South Wales losing potentially $1.2 billion in GST payments as a result of the decision of your government to implement this land tax without a mandate?
You just need to say sorry. Say sorry to the commuters' inconvenience this morning. Say sorry to the people stuck on Campbelltown Station. Say sorry to the people watching at home that couldn't get to work on time or had to work from home because of the industrial chaos caused by your bosses, the union movement.
Point of order.
Point of order.
We've been through this all morning. The Treasurer is not being directly relevant to the question that's asked. I'd ask you to return him to the question that he was asked about the structural deficit of the New South Wales government. Otherwise, we can just move on.
We'll move on? Okay, but I uphold the point of order.
Treasurer, can you confirm that Eraring will close in 2025?
What I can confirm is that Origin has signalled that they intend to close Eraring in 2025.
So they've signalled that it's closed, but that's not definite?
Origin, the owner of that power station, has signalled it will close. And Ms. Michaud, can I just note that you've now asked as many questions as tweets you've put out this morning whilst you've been in the committee. In fact, you've sent more tweets than you've asked questions.
We're highly productive.
I'm wondering what the union bosses
We're very good at multitasking. Very good at multitasking.
You're spending more time on social media.
I'm interested in the energy, the energy mix in this state and what you're actually doing about it. So, just to be clear. Okay, so Origin have indicated that Eraring's likely to close at 2025. You don't have any reason to believe that's going to change?
Origin have said that they are potentially going to close Eraring in 2025, and we're planning for the risk that that could happen.
Thank you very much. And in relation to Bayswater Power Station, they've given an indicative closure date of between 2030 and 2033. Have you or your department spoken to anyone at AGL about potential earlier retirement?
No, but we speak to participants in the energy market regularly about a range of scenarios. We will continue to do that, but we will keep those discussions in confidence and respect the wishes of market participants.
So just to be clear, so we've got the 20. Obviously, there was the issues with the demerger. There's the 2030 to 2033 timeframe. You haven't spoken to them about an earlier closure date.
I think what's pretty clear at the moment is that AGL is still going through some changes within their organisation, their executive leadership team. That's yet to be finalised. I'm not aware of any discussions with AGL about changes in plans other than those that have been announced publicly.
And in terms of your modelling for, keeping the lights on in New South Wales, is your department doing any work about possible earlier closure of Bayswater?
We are obviously reviewing a range of scenarios. We continue to do that. As you know, we've got the energy security target monitor here in New South Wales that reviews whether or not we've got enough capacity in the system to meet peak demand events. We continue to watch that, and if there is a forecast shortfall under a range of scenarios, then we have a mechanism to be able to fill that gap through our firming rounds under the electricity infrastructure roadmap.
Treasurer, what's the plan? You just turned to Mr. Hay and nodded. What is the plan to fill the gap? Is it to shut industry down that are big consumers?
No, not at all.
That
not at all.
Households don't suffer the consequences?
So, Mr. Borsak, what we have in place here in New South Wales is an energy security target, which requires us to have enough generating capacity to meet a peak demand event. So that's the entire grid working on the hottest day in a 1 in 10 year event. So that's all industry as it currently stands. Plus 2 of the largest generators as buffer capacity. If there is a shortfall between that target and the supply in the system, then we will run competitive auctions to get people to build additional capacity. Those competitive auctions look for new generation in the form of a range of technologies, which could include pumped hydro, which could include batteries, which could include gas. But they're designed to ensure there's enough capacity to meet a peak demand 1 in 10 year weather event with the existing industry. Now, I should note for you, Mr. Borsak, that the demand forecasts are ever changing. We've recently had an update from the Australian market operator who sees a big increase in demand as a result of the electrification of transport, particularly electric vehicles. That's changing our assumptions, and we're doing constant work to see whether or not there's enough dispatchable capacity to meet those future forecasts that we're anticipating.
What about pricing and spot pricing if you've got to go on the spot market to buy in short term?
Well,
I mean,
what we need to do...
forecasts aren't always correct. And there is a time lag in building that capacity too.
There certainly is, and that's why we're looking through the short term to the medium term, and we're modelling that. If we forecast a shortfall in capacity on the long-term horizon, then we've got a mechanism to go to the market and ask them to build additional capacity. Effectively, the electricity infrastructure roadmap is our plan to ensure that we build enough capacity to put not only keep the lights on, but put downward pressure on electricity prices. Mr. Borsak, the best way to put downward pressure on electricity prices is to build additional supply. We've got a clear plan to do that, but obviously one of the risks in the system is existing generation coming out of the system much earlier than we forecast.
You're clearly saying that you're not going to ask industry to wind back at times of emergency, their usage of power.
No, we want to
compensate them afterwards.
Well, what we want to do is ensure that industry is able to thrive, and the best way we can do that is putting downward pressure on electricity bills. Demand management has been part of our management of the electricity system for a very long time, including industry participating in that. That predated my time as the Energy Minister. It continues to be one of the policy levers that we have, but our focus is building enough supply, enough dispatchable supply into the system to meet peak demand events with industry pumping at full tilt.
Yeah, but you do agree that demand management that leans heavily on short-term solutions impacts the profitability of manufacturing businesses in New South Wales and hurts them in the longer term?
Well, of course, what we want to see is businesses thriving. The best way they can thrive is by having cheap, reliable and clean energy, and we've got a plan to do exactly that. So our plan has been endorsed by big users like Tomago, for example, like BlueScope. BlueScope, in fact, said that our electricity infrastructure roadmap will lead to the next industrial revolution right here in New South Wales. Tomago said our policy settings are exactly what they need to survive and thrive into the future. We need to be designing energy policy based on economics and engineering. That's what we've done. It shouldn't be about ideology and politics.
What about
That's
the mix
what our focus is.
Mix of dispatchable energy? You talked about gas as a potential solution there.
Yep.
How is that going to come into the mix as far as the New South Wales government is concerned?
Well, what we need to do is ensure that we do have enough dispatchable capacity in the system. As I said, we've got our energy security target, which sets the amount of dispatchable electricity or amount of energy that we have in the system to meet a peak demand weather event, a 1 in 10 year peak demand weather event. If we predict a shortfall, then we will go out to the market and ask market participants to provide solutions, which include gas, which include pumped hydro, which could include batteries, which could include a range of solutions. But let me assure you, Mr. Chair, our focus is not only on delivering the most reliable electricity anywhere in the world, but also the cheapest, and that's exactly what our electricity infrastructure roadmap is designed to do.
What's your position in relation to fracking for gas in New South Wales?
Well, we support where it where we can protect groundwater, where we can protect the environment, where we can protect human health, then we should obviously look to take advantage of our natural resources. And that's why we supported the opening up of the Narrabri coal seam gas project. We need to see that gas coming into the market as soon as possible. We've just had the GSU handed down by AEMO, which predicts a gas shortfall in the winter of 2023. Narrabri probably won't be online to deal with that, but we've got a range of measures to ensure there's enough gas capacity in the system for when we need it.
Thank you.
Mount Piper Power Station, scheduled to close in 2040. As you know, Springvale Mine, which supplies most of that, that station is basically going to be closing in 2024. Is it your view that you will be able to keep Mount Piper open as a result of Angus Place West?
There's obviously some challenges with coal supply to Mount Piper. That's the main risk that I see for the ongoing operation of that facility. That's been exacerbated recently by the heavy rains and also the quality of the coal out of Springvale and also Angus Place. We continue to keep watching.
Just to be clear, Angus Place is a proposal that's not yet approved.
Angus Place has been operational in the past, in my view, and the proposal is to expand that. I might check with Andrew Lewis, who's our officer looking at these matters, but the major concern with regard to Mount Piper operating till 2040, in addition to the economic considerations of running a coal-fired power station today, is the availability and supply of coal out of those two coal mines.
So at this point, so you're concerned about it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And obviously Snowy 2.0, now time frame out to 2028. What are you doing to actually factor that into the gap that's emerging?
Well, it's not confirmed that Snowy will be delayed till 2028, so we're working closely with the Snowy Hydro Corporation to get a clear line of sight as to when that capacity will come into the system. It's about 2,000 megawatts of dispatchable capacity, but as you'd be aware, Ms Sharp, there are a number of other initiatives the government is pursuing. You would have seen in the budget we've put around $1.2 billion on the table to speed up the build of transmission infrastructure to unlock capacity from our renewable energy zones and bring them online.
Yeah, well, I'd like to get to that, Minister. So the Central West Res...
Could I just add one thing? With the closure of Eraring, one of the solutions we put forward was the SIPS battery, which is a network battery. What that will do is actually free up capacity in the existing transmission network, which means our existing power stations, including Piper, Vales, Bayswater, are able to supply more capacity into the system when we need it.
Is that battery going to be on time?
Yes. I mean, that's our intention.
I'll ask your officials a bit more this afternoon about this, so that's fine. You're telling me it's going to be up and ready when you need it.
Yeah, so we're about to go to market for bids for people to be able to... So
the bids are due today.
the bids are due to close today. Mr Hay can confirm we'll be making an announcement, and as soon as we go through that process, then the successful proponent can get on with building it. We're hoping to have it ready by when, Mr Hay?
Early 24 for some, August 24 for some, and potential as an early start, but the main target is August.
So in time for the closure of Rome, Mr Hayes? And that's 700 megawatts of network capacity.
Yep, I'm aware, thank you.
It's 900 megawatts of network capacity, 700 megawatts of battery.
Okay.
Frees up 900 megawatts of the network.
But it's taking a long time to get these online. I want to go to the Central West Res. How many projects are actually shovel ready?
Well, the Central West Res, I mean, we've been setting up the governance process. We've gone out for expressions of interest, and we'll be looking to do our first auction round for the LTESs in Q4 this year.
You're looking after three. You're looking for 3 gigawatts, but at the moment there's 0. Is that correct?
We've had registrations of interest multiple times. I think it's about 27 gigawatts of capacity. We're after 3 gigs, Ms. Sharp. So the competitive tension that we'll see there will drive down electricity prices.
That's fine. I'm just asking you what's actually in play. I'm just asking you what's in play. We've just gone through. There's a gap emerging. Everyone's very concerned about it. I'm trying to understand how quickly we're going to have things in place. That's what this is about. The Hunter Central Coast Renewable Energy Zone registrations registration of interest. I know there was a lot of interest, which is terrific. Was closed in February 2022. When are you going to make the declaration for that?
We're working through that process. I might hand to Mr Hay.
Sorry, I missed the last.
When are you going to make the declaration for the Hunter Central Coast Renewable Energy Zone?
It's imminent, literally imminent.
Okay. And what about Southwest Renewable Energy Zone, which closed in November last year?
Again, the declaration for that is very close. That project, of course, is reliant on the progress of Project Energy Connect, which Transgrid is building.
We'll get more into that in this afternoon. I wanted to just get into more details. Thank you for that. I wanted to ask you about the peak demand reduction scheme. How much is the peak demand reduction scheme estimated to raise from peak demand charges?
I might throw that to Ms Parry, if that's okay.
Can I get you to repeat the question, please?
I want to know how much you're going to raise from the peak demand charges for the peak demand reduction scheme.
I think it's too early to tell, but what I would like to do, if that's okay, I'm just going to get the fulsome answer to that question and come back to you this afternoon.
Yep, terrific. That's great. And I wanted to check, is it correct that the scheme financial vehicle for the infrastructure roadmap is not yet established?
That's correct. We're working through that process at the moment.
What's the cause of the delay?
The cause of the delay, and I might hand to Dr Grimes in a moment, but we've asked AEMO to obviously be the governing body, and we're working through a number of issues to set it up in the form that satisfies AEMO.
No, thank you. Thank you,
time
Treasurer.
frame?
The time frame's establishment is not far away. The
Imminent.
appointment, not far away. The appointment.
I'm using the minister's words. He likes that. Yep.
Fundamentally, under the roadmap, the consumer trustee, which is AEMO Services Limited, has the role of appointing the financial trustee, and the financial trustee in turn will establish the scheme financial vehicle. ASL, that's AEMO Services Limited, operating as the consumer trustee, is well advanced in their processes towards the appointment of a financial trustee and then the establishment of the scheme financial vehicle. Those announcements will be made quite soon by ASL.
And just to be clear, that the financial obligations to the underwritten generators are recovered from the distribution network service provider levies, is that right?
I'm sorry, I've just missed that part of that question.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, okay, thank you. And the levies will be recovered from retailers who will recover the amounts from electricity consumers, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's right. So consumers will be paying the levy for the scheme's financial vehicle?
That's correct.
How much is that going to be?
Well, I mean, It's going to depend on the generation and the infrastructure that's built. But as you know, with the modelling we did around the roadmap, we compared our scheme to a situation to if we
so
didn't
you've got
have
modelling
a
that shows
policy in
how it's going to
place.
be long-term cost less. I want to know what your modelling is about in the short term, how much it's going to cost more for consumers.
Well, what was said is that consumers will save, on average, over the next 20 years, $130 per annum.
Thank you. That's not my question. I've read the roadmap. I'm very familiar with it.
I understand your question, and I appreciate that you did vote for the roadmap. But what I'm saying is that an average price means that some years consumers will save more, and some years they will save. So there will be ups and downs.
They will pay more. Is there any years where they're going to be paying more? As we know, they're already paying more, Minister.
Well, you know the challenges that we face in our energy system, and we have put in place a policy that will see, on average, consumers saving up to $130 per annum compared to the counterfactual, which was doing nothing.
Got one more question for you, which is actually, thank you for that. We'll no doubt talk about this more this afternoon. I wanted to understand why your government scrapped the design and place SEP, which was going to put some controls in our planning system around reducing emissions.
Well, that's probably a question best directed to the Planning Minister.
Well, no, you're the Energy Minister, and did you have no input into the decision for Minister Roberts to scrap Minister Stokes's draft design and place SEP?
Well, I'm very happy to talk about energy policy, but this is a planning policy, and
you accept
those
that planning has a bearing on emissions and energy usage?
Well, of course I accept that.
Well, you're in charge of the roadmap to get us to net zero by 2050.
Yes, but I think
you don't think this is materially
allocation of acts. Planning acts
I
are
understand
allocated
that very
to the
well.
Planning Minister, not the Energy Minister.
All right.
So
if the Energy Minister takes no interest in emissions reduction from planning, that's fine.
You're taking no interest in apologising to commuters for being inconvenienced today on the rail network, and I'm waiting for you to just say sorry.
Why is sorry the hardest word for you?
Why is sorry the hardest word for you?
I think I'm up. Is it? Yeah, thank you.
I want to take the time.
Morning.
It's been a morning.
Yeah, good morning, Treasurer. I just wanted to ask you some questions about Dungowan Dam.
Yes.
So firstly, has the New South Wales government promised to gift at least $600 million to the Tamworth electorate to fund the new Dungowan Dam and pipeline project?
That's probably best answered by Minister Anderson, the Water Minister.
You have no say over the quantity of money, let's say $600 million at least, if the federal government comes to the party, but that's looking extremely unlikely. So this dam is actually potentially going to cost $1.3 billion. So what's your oversight then of that particular spend within the water portfolio?
Well, the government's policy is if the Commonwealth comes to the table to fund infrastructure that's been jointly agreed, then we will make a contribution. That's true when it comes to roads or dams or hospitals or a range of things which we work with the Commonwealth to deliver.
You're aware of the history of this project in terms of the joint announcement some time ago now, before the last state election, I understand, and that was with Barnaby Joyce, former Prime Minister Scott Morrison, former Premier Gladys Berejiklian, former Deputy Premier John Barilaro, all promising to come together to fund this project. So is that something that the government, have you said that you're going to do this regardless of whether the federal government now comes to the party to fund half?
No, this is a joint undertaking by the Commonwealth and the state, and the allocation of state money is contingent on the Commonwealth government meeting their obligations to the people of New South Wales. And let me be very clear, I expect the new Labor government to honour all the commitments that the federal government has made to the people of New South Wales, and I'll be very disappointed if Minister Chalmers starts, reneging on commitments to this state by the federal government.
Are you aware of what Infrastructure Australia recently found or recently stated about the Dungowan Dam project, and that the federal government, their support was contingent on what Infrastructure Australia found in relation to this project, whether it was worthy of funding?
Well, obviously, we will go through a proper process, but I expect the Commonwealth to honour the commitments that they've made to the people of New South Wales when it comes to infrastructure. And if they're going to pull out of investments in infrastructure in New South Wales, whether it be dams or anything else, they need to explain to the people of this state why they're doing that.
Let's assume, Treasurer, that the federal government probably will pull out of funding this because nothing stacks up. Infrastructure Australia said that the selection of the new Dungowan Dam and pipeline as the recommended option is poorly substantiated. I think it had a benefit-cost ratio, according to Infrastructure Australia, and the kind of pretty sham business case that your government produced at a very late hour, that was 0.07 was the business cost, the business cost rate, benefit cost ratio. 0.07. How does that stack up with you as Treasurer?
Well, as I said, I mean, these undertakings were made by the New South Wales government with the Commonwealth government to build infrastructure in New South Wales.
It's a new government.
The Commonwealth government to honour the commitments to the people of New South Wales.
Okay, so the question to you is, if they don't, because Infrastructure Australia has come and said 0.07 cost-benefit ratio is an absolute dog, even I assume you would agree, so they'll probably won't come to the party. So are you going to give your Water Minister $1.3 billion to spend on a dam in his own electorate?
No, that project is contingent on the Commonwealth government coming to the party, and if the Commonwealth are going to start reneging on commitments to the people of New South Wales, then they should explain that to the people of this state.
So in other words, Treasurer, if the federal government doesn't come to the table with half of the funding towards the new Dungowan Dam and pipeline project, it's off the table.
Well, what I've said is that the ability for the government to deliver a range of infrastructure projects, which we've entered into on the assumption that the Commonwealth are also going to fund those projects, is the basis on which we'll be proceeding. And that shouldn't surprise anyone. These are expensive projects, and we need the Commonwealth to honour their commitments to the people of New South Wales when it comes to these critical infrastructure projects. And if the Commonwealth wants to start taking the money away from the people of this state, then I will stand up every day of the week for the people of New South Wales to make sure we get the best deal, the best infrastructure and the best services, and I'll be proud to do that as the Treasurer of this state. And Labor can explain to the people of New South Wales while they're ripping money and infrastructure out of this state.
I won't be distracted by you kind of steering off the point. You're aware also of Infrastructure New South Wales's recommendation that the regional major dam projects also be reconsidered in terms of timing. You're aware of that? This is in relation to the beaches. They also talk about the Beaches Link, Parramatta Light Rail Stage 2, the Central Tunnel for the Great Western Highway Katoomba, but part of that was also regional major dam projects. You'd be aware of what Infrastructure New South Wales stated there?
What specifically, Ms Fairman?
That the timing of those dams be reconsidered, that they not be funded in the budget for...
Well, I think obviously as the Treasurer I'm aware that there are significant capacity constraints in the marketplace at the moment, and new major projects will drive up the cost of delivery of those projects, and that's one of the reasons why the government took a decision to defer projects like the Beaches Link Tunnel. We don't want to add to the cost of delivering these major infrastructure projects where it's appropriate to do so. So we will always look at ways to deliver infrastructure in the way that is in the best interest of taxpayers in New South Wales, and whether that be dams or anything else, that will be our approach.
What is your view as Treasurer of a cost-benefit ratio of 0.09?
Well, obviously we want to get the best BCRs possible when making decisions, but I will note that it's not uncommon for projects in regional New South Wales to have lower BCRs due to lower populations. It's not the only measure that should be considered when determining what projects do and don't go ahead. And I would have thought you'd agree with that, Ms Fairman, that there are a number of things that governments do where the BCRs don't always reach reach the highest possible rate. I mean, you know, if you were just purely making decisions on BCRs, then there'd be a whole lot of things that governments wouldn't do. That doesn't mean it's appropriate.
You've got a government guide to cost-benefit analysis, I understand, and in that guide it does say options where costs are greater than benefits in present value terms, a negative net present value or a BCR less than 1, and let's is 0.09, so that's a lot less than 1, reduce overall social welfare and should not be selected, even if there is sufficient budget funding to implement them. So it's almost two things, isn't it? Obviously, it shouldn't be selected because of the cost-benefit ratio being 0.09, but also because there's not sufficient budget funding to implement them. I mean, you yourself have acknowledged that you've had to put off major projects. So surely at what point will your government say that Dungowan Dam just cannot go ahead?
Well, this is an infrastructure government. This is a government that believes in building infrastructure, and that's why I'm so proud that we're delivering a $112.7 billion investment in infrastructure pipeline over the next 4 years. You know, so just like we've built motorways and schools and hospitals at a rate that Labor could never deliver, so too will we continue to build the infrastructure that's going to improve the productive capacity of the state and the lives of the citizens of New South Wales, whether that be in the city or the bush, and I'm not going to back away from that.
So it sounds like you haven't availed yourself of what Infrastructure Australia and Infrastructure New South Wales are saying about this dam, because Infrastructure Australia was not impressed at all at the business case, the fact that options weren't adequately considered, that there are better options to provide water security to the people of Tamworth. It was scathing, in fact, Treasurer. So you can talk about the benefits of infrastructure, but I'm saying this particular one is an absolute dud, shouldn't go ahead, has no benefits, really. But you're potentially going to spend $1.3 billion of this state's money on it because the Commonwealth will not come to the party now. You can be guaranteed because of what Infrastructure Australia found.
I think you're, you know, that's a creative way of putting a question. And what I've actually said is we expect the Commonwealth Government to honour their commitments to investing in the infrastructure and services that the people of New South Wales need and deserve.
They don't need this one.
If the Commonwealth are not going to honour their commitments to this state, then they should explain that to the people of Tamworth, the people of the New England,
irrigators,
and the people of New South Wales.
Good to see you again, Treasurer. The Treasury Managed Fund, as managed by iCare, has underpaid thousands of police officers, nurses and prison guards. When will they be all getting their money back?
Has underpaid?
Yes. Yes, iCare, you may have noticed, but the Treasury Managed Fund has underpaid thousands of police officers, nurses and prison guards. You're in charge of the Treasury Managed Fund. When will they be getting their money back?
I might hand that to Sonia Campbell.
Thank you, Treasurer, and thank you, Mr Mookie, for the question. Mookie, my apologies.
Like Cookie.
Minister Tudor-Hope is actually the responsible minister for iCare. And
sorry, Ms Campbell, I appreciate that. I'm aware about who has the ministerial arrangements for iCare. I'm asking about the Treasury Managed Fund, which is the Treasurer. So, Treasurer, it's your fund. When are you going to be repaying back the thousands of police officers, nurses and prison guards who your fund underpaid?
I mean, the Treasury Managed Fund and these decisions are managed by iCare, as you know. That's the responsibility of Mr Tudor-Hope. You've got 3 hours in a couple of days with him, so you should...
and look, rest assured, I'll take it up with him, but then
I'd be more interested in you spending your time apologising to the commuters of Sydney.
This is a serious matter. We're talking about underpayments to police officers who are injured on the job, nurses who are assaulted at work, prison guards who have had to assist in riots. I accept that the Treasury Managed Fund is managed by iCare, but you're in charge of it. It's a totally different arrangement. So how many times have you met with iCare to demand that they repay the workers your government has underpaid?
Mr Mr Mookie, as you know, iCare uses the Treasury Managed Fund to pay workers. So these are decisions for iCare as to how it distributes the Treasury Managed Fund.
Rest assured, the Secretary will be getting these questions this afternoon.
For Minister Tudor-Hope, Mr Mookie.
The Secretary and you
I can't believe you've
managed the TMF.
I can't believe you've run out of questions in the Treasury portfolio already. We've still got an hour to go.
Of all the matters to make light, this wouldn't be the one I choose.
I'm just saying.
The Secretary and you are responsible for the Treasury Managed Fund. I'm going to ask you again, on behalf of the injured police officers and nurses who have been waiting for years to get their money back. You're responsible for the fund. Have you had a single meeting with the iCare CEO to make sure that our state's injured police officers and nurses get the money your government underpaid them?
Mr Mookie, you know how iCare works. They distribute the proceeds from the Treasury Managed Fund to injured workers. These are questions that need to be directed to the Minister who is responsible for the operation of iCare.
Treasurer,
Minister Tudor-Hope. And stop your confected outrage here today. You haven't got your line up on the TV this morning when it come to John Barilaro. You haven't got your line up with regard to
Treasurer, there are police officers.
Claims. And now
you're making light of a matter.
You're sitting
that is affecting
asking me
thousands of injured
that you know
public
the
servants.
Responsibility of
Treasurer,
Mr.
if you're going to insult these workers, that's one thing. But can you at least explain to me whether or not you've had to authorise a transfer into the Treasury Managed Fund this year?
I have enormous respect.
Have you authorised a transfer of money into the Treasury Managed Fund?
Point of order.
Yes, I have.
How much?
Yes, I have, Mr. Mookie.
How much?
Mr. Mookie.
How much have you had to bail out
I have
the TMF
enormous
sympathy? How much have you had to bail out the Treasury Managed Fund for? Treasurer, your government has failed to repay these workers.
Point of order.
We've got a point of order here.
As the opposition, Mr Chair, have said, it's question, answer, question, answer. If the Honourable Daniel Wilkie would like to ask a question and then let the Treasurer answer it, I think this would run much better.
Thank you, Mr Farrell.
I'll hold the point of order.
Treasurer, how much money have you had to authorise to bail out the Treasury Managed Fund after it's underpaid thousands of injured workers?
Mr. Mookie, I have enormous respect for injured workers.
Well, then show them some respect by answering the question.
Stop trying to get your TV grabs up and
Treasurer,
let me answer the question.
You've wasted the committee's time
trying to play your stunts. You've done it for months,
Treasurer,
with regard to these committees.
You've bailed out the Treasury Managed Fund. How much have you bailed out the Treasury Managed Fund?
I've met with injured workers recently. I've injected $1.9 billion. $1.9 billion in June this year to support injured workers, Mr. Mookie. With regard to the distribution of those contributions, that is a matter for Minister Tudor.
Why did the Treasury Managed Fund need a $1.9 billion bailout in June?
Mr. Mookie, Mr. Midhar can answer that question.
Well, I'd like to hear from Mr. Midhar after I hear from you, because you authorised the bailout. What reasons were you given for having to authorise a $1.9 billion bailout of the Treasury Managed Fund?
We need to make sure that there is money available for those injured workers. And I responded to that request from iCare, and Mr. Midhar can explain the reasons about why the bailout was happening.
When did they ask for the $1.9 billion? Treasurer?
Mr. Midhar can answer that question.
The key drivers for...
Sorry, Mr. Midhar, do you mind moving the microphone forward?
The key drivers for the increase in liabilities for the fund were the adverse trends in psychological worker compensation.
Sorry, Mr. Midhar, I don't want you to be rude, but we can say that the reason why there was a $1.9 billion bailout question was because its liabilities exceeded its assets. Is that correct?
The net asset holding level that we maintain had to, and the actuarial calculations tell us what the number is.
Yes, I'm aware. We've gone through
that had dropped. So the $1.9 billion was injected into the fund to raise the net asset holding level.
What was the funding ratio at the time of the bailout, prior to the bailout?
It was 102%.
And it's required under that policy you just mentioned to stay at 105, correct?
105. So it's now at 105%.
And so the reason why, Treasurer, is because iCare's continued mismanagement has resulted again in us having to take $1.9 billion that otherwise could have been used on schools and hospitals to bail out this fund. Given that these issues with iCare have surfaced now more than 2 years ago, surely you're sitting there as Treasurer and demanding iCare do a better job.
Mr. Mookie, I think you know that there are challenges in terms of, the asset revaluations, the fluctuations in the marketplace, the type of injuries that injured workers are dealing with. There are a range of factors why there was an increase in the amount paid to injured workers. But let me be very clear, I'm always happy to support injured workers. I met with them recently with your friend Mark Morrie, and I met with them and understood their concerns. We've made sure we've topped up the fund, but the questions that you're raising are best directed to Minister Tudor-Hope.
This is now about you and your bailouts. This is now about you and your bailouts. In the past 3 years, we have had to, you and your predecessor as Treasurer, have jointly signed off on a $3.9 billion worth of bailouts for the Treasury managed fund after iCare systemically mismanaged the scheme. Do you anticipate that we're going to have to pay any more bailouts
I
on the
anticipate that we
TMF?
will always stand by injured workers.
Given that you've had to authorise and your government in the last 3 years has signed off on nearly $4 billion worth of bailouts, do you have confidence in iCare?
I should say that some of those monies also includes the floods, the cost of dealing with the floods.
How much?
Well, we can get you those figures.
Well, then, until you have those figures, perhaps answer my question.
Well,
do you, given that your government has bailed out $4 billion in the last 3 years for the Treasury managed fund, do you have confidence in iCare?
Mr. Mookie, what I have confidence in is that I will always stand by injured workers in this state, just like I always stand by taxpayers and the public of New South Wales. And while you're standing by, sitting here using this committee to, spread mistruths, I'm going to continue to do my job as the Treasurer of New South Wales.
Your predecessor said that iCare had done a superb job. His words in the Legislative Assembly. iCare had done a superb job. Do you think iCare has done a superb job?
Mr. Mookie, I think that we should always be looking to do what we can to make sure all our government agencies are working in the best interests of their stakeholders, and that's what I'll continue to do.
Let's go on to another one of your disasters. Let's talk about the Transport Asset Holding Entity. How do you intend to fund the growth in funding that Sydney Trains and New South Wales Trains need to pay Tahi's access fees after 24-25?
Mr. Mookie, I think you want to talk about transport. Let's talk about the chaos and dysfunction.
Well, we can, but if you don't mind talking about the financial disaster that your government has saddled us with.
As recently this morning, they're going to see it again tomorrow.
Treasurer,
are you going to call the union bosses and tell them to call off their strike, Mr. Mookie?
Treasurer, maybe what we can do is this.
It's a simple question
for the people at home, Mr. mismanagement
Are you going to call Alex Plassens and tell him to call off your strike tomorrow?
How about we do this?
You want to talk about transport, the things that are impacting commuters of the state.
We've had to spend $1.9 billion.
Point of order. The first thing you should be apologising for, Mr. Mookie.
Point of order. Point of order.
Should know by now. Question then answer. Not interrupting while asking the question. This is directed towards the Treasurer.
I'd also direct the Treasurer to be directly relevant in these answers. Opposition.
Treasurer, the question that you were not being directly relevant to was, how do you intend to fund the growth in funding for Sydney Trains and New South Wales Trains that they need to pay Tahi's access fees after 24-25?
We'll manage the state's finances responsibly, just like this government always does.
And how
we
much?
are proud to have managed the state's finances in a way that have enabled us to ensure that we keep the community safe and get us through the worst health and economic shock that we've seen in over a century, Mr. Mookie.
What was Tahi's
I'm proud that this government is able to continue to deliver a budget that will invest in our kids, ensuring they get the best education possible.
What was Tahi's
I'm proud that we're continuing to manage the state's finances responsibly so we can deliver affordable, accessible childcare to increase the participation rate of women across the state. And I know you don't have a childcare policy yet, Mr. Mookie. Where is Labor's childcare policy? In fact, where is Labor's policy about anything other than the year of the strike, Mr. Mookie?
Did Tahi make a profit last year?
Where is your policy about anything other than the year of the strike, Mr. Mookie?
Did Tahi make a profit last year?
Mr. Mookie, you've read the state's financial statements. You know the answer to this.
I actually don't. They haven't been filed for the last financial year.
That's why the
government stepped in and ensured that it was able to meet its obligations.
Well, I'm glad that you prevented insolvency, but I'm actually interested in whether or not...
Which is a return
did the Transport Asset Holding Entity...
New South Wales.
Did the Transport...
Tahir has met its obligations.
Did the Transport Asset Holding Entity make a profit last year?
Mr Mookie, we have ensured that the Transport Holding Entity has met its obligations, and that's why the Auditor-General has confirmed its treatment in the state's finance.
Were you briefed on the report handed down to your Treasury by Mr Sedgwick?
Beg your pardon?
Were you briefed on the report handed down to your Treasury by Mr Sedgwick?
I was briefed by my Treasury Secretary, Dr Grimes.
Did you meet Mr Sedgwick by any chance?
I was briefed by Dr Grimes.
Given that report says that your Treasury isn't capable of being trusted by the Auditor-General, what steps have you taken to ensure that your Treasury is capable of holding the trust of the Auditor-General?
Well, we have focused very much on rebuilding the trust and relationship with the Auditor-General, led by my outstanding Secretary, Dr Grimes. We have engaged very constructively and collaboratively in resetting the relationship with the Auditor-General, and I'm confident that we will continue to improve that relationship in a way that's in the interest of the people of New South Wales.
Has your Treasury signed the state's accounts for the last financial year?
Those, for the last financial year, those accounts are currently in preparation.
When will they be submitted, Secretary?
I don't have that date, but we should be able to get that date quickly enough
last
for you.
year, I was told by your predecessor at this very hearing that they'd be imminently signed, and I was misled. So, are they likely to be signed in September or October, as is the usual pattern?
I'm expecting they will be signed in the next couple of months. The issue...
Treasury Secretary, next couple of months. What are we talking about here?
Well, both ourselves and the Auditor-General are experiencing some pressures around the availability of staff. That includes audit staff to complete all aspects of the preparation.
Well, I'm asking you about when you're signing the draft reports.
I'll sign the reports until the audit has been...
No, the way it works, Treasurer, if you read the report and you know the law, Treasury Secretary signs a report, they commence an audit. When are we going to be signing the report? Last year, your predecessor withheld signature whilst you were negotiating with the Auditor-General. So I'm just wanting to know from the Treasury, can we expect something better this year?
The process is proceeding quite smoothly at the moment, Mr Mookie, and I don't anticipate any particular delays over and above delays that might be involved with just the shortage and availability of staff at this
Treasury,
stage.
Are you going to abolish the Transport Asset Holding Entity? Are you going to abolish the Transport Asset Holding Entity?
Well, the government's policy position on the Transport Asset Holding Entity is very clear. We're going to ensure that it continues to act in the interests of the taxpayers of New South Wales, act in the interests of commuters in New South Wales, and the government is not going to change its policy position.
Treasury, what's the current balance of the New South Wales Generation Debt Retirement Fund as of 30 June 2021, sorry? 30 June 2022.
The question.
What is the balance of the New South Wales Generations Debt Retirement Fund as of 30 June 2022?
The Debt Retirement Fund? $14.7 billion, Mr Mookie.
So the fund lost $400 million last year, is that correct?
Mr Midhar, would you like to...
Yeah, so it's, yes, as of the last month, it's at 15.3, back to what it was.
Sure, there's been a bounce in equities, but that's why we measure it every financial year, as you often tell me. So last financial year, we've lost $400 million in the New South Wales Generations Fund. Treasurer, where are we up to with our divestment of our Russian assets?
Mr Mookie, we have divested our Russian debt, I believe, and our Russian equities we have written down to zero. And obviously, we've, as I mentioned to you last year, we've commissioned a review into our investing strategy around ESG, Mr Mookie, and that's why Prue Bennett has been commissioned to do a review into our ESG investment strategy. I've just received that report, and we look forward to New South Wales leading the way when it comes to ESG investing.
Well then, can you explain to me how much money have we had to write off after we invested it in Mr Putin's Russia?
Well, Mr Mookie, as you know, the New South Wales Government has a broad and diverse investment portfolio.
How much did it cost?
That portfolio, well,
Taxpayers.
I'm trying to get to the question. That portfolio invests in a range of assets, from bonds to equities to a range of things.
Equities, yes.
And as I said, we've written down
how much
those equities, and we've written off. I mean, we've sold down our debt, I think. So it was
equities. How much have we written off in the equities?
We can take that notice.
Well, last I checked, you had roughly 30 million invested in Russian stocks. Can we at least assume that 30 million's gone?
Well, let's be very clear that the NGF has delivered around $3 billion worth of value
you lost
to the
400 million last year.
of New South Wales. So that is a net improvement of the state's balance sheet.
Did we lose
by
$30 million?
Dollars, Mr.
Did we
Mookie?
lose $30 million worth of assets after your government invested in Vladimir Putin's stock market?
Around $3 billion since the NGF was set up, Mr. Mookie. So taxpayers are far better off because of this government's investments,
You're
Mr.
not
Mookie.
concerned about writing off the $30-odd million
That's why we
that
have
your government invested in Putin's Russia.
preeminent investment board of advisors, a governance model that oversees the state's investments, including people like Glenn Stevens, who are ensuring that we are getting the best deal for taxpayers of this state.
Treasurer, is your government going to resume its policy of depositing the cash surplus into the New South Wales Generations Debt Retirement Fund?
We've suspended payments to the NGF for this financial year. We're currently operating in cash. Whilst we're operating cash deficit, I don't think it's appropriate that we inject more money into the NGF when we're in this cash position, and we'll review the NGF strategy in an ongoing way, as we always will.
Treasurer, I'm just going to read you now from the budget paper, which I'm assuming you've read. And so you just tell me whether this is still your policy or whether in the 2 months since it's changed.
I don't understand.
So here it is.
Smart,
contributions to the NGF are projected to resume in 2023, 2024,
Mr. Mookie.
when the cash operating position is projected to return to a surplus
of New South Wales
of $3.8 billion.
When are you going to apologise?
Treasurer, given
you just need to say sorry,
Treasurer,
Mr. Mookie.
your government...
All we're waiting for is a sorry. Why is sorry the hardest word for you, Mr.
Order.
We're waiting for an apology.
Keep your cool. If you want to get the budget paper number 1, 6 page 5.
What's about time you asked a question about the budget?
I'm just
We've been
going
waiting
to
the entire hearing for you to ask something about the budget.
Midday, here it comes.
Which budget paper do you want to go to? Budget paper number 1.
Well, it'll be the one that you haven't read.
Try budget paper 1.
Let's just go to the
Let's
page.
go to that one, right?
See, 6.5.
Really order, Premier.
It's really necessary.
Premier, sorry.
Miss Sharp,
that might be the case soon.
I mean, she's sitting there on Twitter and then coming in with these little hostile...
Be careful on how you refer to people.
I remind you that you must remain directly relevant.
For children is very low.
And answer questions. You're not here to ask questions, you're here to answer questions.
Treasurer.
What page are you referring to?
6-5.
6-4. Can you just give me a moment to find it, please?
Take your time.
Okay, I will. Of budget paper which?
Paper 1.
The first time you've read it.
First budget paper 1.
Paper 1.
Just remove the plastic and you'll see 6.5.
Actually, Mr. Mookie, you know, I know you've been taking advice on tactics from Mr. Secord, who was your predecessor in this role. What other advice have you taken from Mr. Secord?
The advice that I've gotten is to ask you this question by me. I gave myself. I'm capable of it.
You know, what other things?
Treasurer, lean forward and let's have a read.
Have you taken from Mr.
I asked you a really simple question, which was whether or not your government is intending to deposit
what page
cash.
Are we on?
6.5.
6.5.
Do you need more time?
Sure.
Take your time.
I will.
Get some thinking music.
Reading time.
I will. Can I just refer you to this?
Comfortable?
We're going to get an apology out of you yet.
Taken any advice?
An apology to the citizens that were inconvenienced by your union bosses this morning, Alex Classens, who sits on the administrative committee.
If you need
that
more
puts
reading
you
time
into the parliament
with your budget, that's
you
fine.
were a union official, weren't you, Mr. Mookie?
Treasurer.
A TWU union official,
Treasurer.
I believe.
My dad's union.
Feel free on notice to provide me any character assessment you'd like to.
Well, you're doing them sitting here from the table.
Look, I'm happy to let's
continuing
exchange.
the,
I'll say this,
the
Treasurer.
theatre and
On
the
notice,
that you've been doing for
if you don't mind
months.
taking on notice any views
Mr.
you want to
Mookie?
give about my character, I look forward to reading it. Can we just go to the question now?
This is not about your character. This
the question
is a statement
here
of fact
is
that
really
you were a
straightforward.
union official from
I'm
the
glad
TWU.
you now had the chance to read your own budget, but now the question is this. Are you intending to deposit the cash surplus into the New South Wales Generation Fund from 23-24?
Mr. Mookie, we will review the situation as it changes. And as I've said to you, whilst we're operating in cash deficit, it's not appropriate that we'll be putting deposits into
budget
the
paper says
government's
this.
position. And if it changes, we'll let you know, Mr. Mookie.
Thank you. But
what I'd
Treasurer,
like you
your
to
budget
change
paper
is your attitude today, which is
Treasurer, the budget
public
paper says
waiting for an
is
apology from the Labor
contributions-
Party about the inconvenience they're causing
Treasurer,
commuters
the budget
in
says
New
this,
South Wales.
contributions to the NGF are projected to resume in 23-24 when the cash operating position is projected to return to a surplus of $3.8 billion. So, given that your budget says that there's going to be a cash operating surplus next year, in the next financial year of $3.8 billion, can we assume that your government is going to deposit $3.8 billion into the NGF from next year?
What you can assume is when the government changes its policy settings, that we'll let the public know about it, including you, Mr. Mookie. But I've stated what our position is. These are projections.
Budget review.
These are projections, Mr. Mookie. If you can understand the budget papers, which you profess to have read, which I highly doubt, then you would know they're projections. And if those projections come to be true, then we will let you know about our changed policy position.
Your
if that
half-year
happens.
budget review
But,
said that
you
your
know, I know
projected
you want to spread
balance-
misinformation and mistruths, and your
the half-year
Trumpian
budget review
C-chord approach to budget estimates. But the reality is,
New
we're here to
South
deal in
Wales
facts, not in
Generations
your
Fund
opinions,
is
not
going to
playing your
have
games,
a balance
not spreading your
of $81
misinformation and
billion
lies.
by
We're
the
going to
end
deal
of
with
the
facts
decade.
today, Mr. Mookie.
Treasurer,
I'm just waiting for
is your New South Wales Generations Fund going to have... Treasurer, is your...
waiting for you to apologise to them for the inconvenience that you're causing through your
Point
year
of
of
order,
the strike.
direct relevance,
Treasurer.
and allowing Mr. Mookie to ask his question.
Please proceed, Mr. Mookie.
Treasurer, is your New South Wales Generations Fund, Debt Retirement Fund, on track to have a balance of $81 billion by the end of the decade as projected in the half-year review?
We'll respond to the economic circumstances at the time. Mr. Mookie, we will make sure that we let the public know about our position. And we'd like you to let the public know about your position on the year of the strike. And we'd like you to apologise to the public for the inconvenience your union bosses,
we'll move on.
your people on the admin committee have caused the commuters in New South Wales today, and ask them to call off their strike tomorrow, Mr. Mookie.
Point of order is direct relevance and question and answer, and my colleague has a question.
Hold the point of order.
I do have a question. Minister, to go back to the pressure on electricity supply heading into 2024, do you guarantee that the energy gap will be able to be covered?
With regard to the gap as outlined in the ESU or the Energy Security Target Monitor report?
We went through before the closure and impending closure and possible closure. We also of a number of power stations. We went through the pressures on Mount Piper in relation to coal supply. We also talked about the ongoing delays with Snowy 2.0. There is an emerging gap. You've said you've got a lot of programs in place. I'm asking you here to guarantee that we're not going to have the lights going out in 2024 as the pressure on that gap to replace coal-fired energy becomes more obvious.
Well, of course we'll guarantee that we will do everything to ensure that we keep the lights on and drive down electricity prices. That's what this government has always done, and nothing will change, notwithstanding the challenging conditions that we're faced. Even in some of the most difficult conditions like we saw last month, we were able to meet our obligations communication to the public. We will always do our best and put in place the policies that will keep the lights on, drive electricity prices down, and set this state up for a brighter and more prosperous future.
Treasurer,
and I'll do that as Treasurer, as Energy Minister, and as a Member of Parliament.
Terrific. Minister, do you understand that there are more people applying for help to pay their electricity bills than ever before?
Well, we've got some challenging economic circumstances. Inflation is obviously, hurting families' hip pockets, and that's not just inflation at the Bowser, it's also inflation with regard to electricity bills. We are facing a unique set of circumstances when it comes to electricity bills. There's a confluence of events that are causing
You may not have that. You may not have this
hikes.
with you. Sure. Look, this verbiage is very interesting, but I'm actually wanting to know how many additional people from last year, in the last, whether it's done by calendar year or financial year, I'm not sure, but I'm sure your officials will be able to tell us how many more people have applied for assistance to pay their electricity bills.
We can give you that answer this afternoon, Ms Sharp, but what I will say is my expectation is that more people will be applying because of the increase in costs of electricity due to a number of factors, including war in the Ukraine, supply challenges, the wet weather that has impacted on coal, a number of rail lines being out, and a number of existing coal generators
that people are
not
paying
working,
more for electricity despite what you said previously?
No, what I've said is that there are a range of factors that influence electricity prices, and what we've seen at the moment is a confluence of events that have caused challenges in the electricity market. You know that, Ms Sharp. You've seen that. These are not because of the New South Wales government's policies. They are occurring outside our control. You can't say that the New South Wales government is responsible for the war in Ukraine. You can't say that the New South Wales government is responsible for the unprecedented weather events which caused flooding of our coal mines and impacted our supply of coal. So let's get the facts on the table here.
The point I'm asking here is that it's cost that
these committees.
Sorry, the point that I'm making is that there are people sitting in our city as we speak who cannot turn on their electricity, who cannot afford their bills, who are too scared because they've got people ringing them demanding the answers to their bills. I'm asking about what you're doing about that, and do you acknowledge there are more people struggling in this city than there ever has been before trying to pay their electricity bills? That is what I'm asking you. I'm not interested.
Can I answer
I'm not interested in you pointing the finger at everyone else.
The question?
Yeah, please do.
So this is something that concerns me greatly, which is exactly why we've set aside $324.8 million this financial year for energy rebates and $128 million for our Energy Bill Buster program, which will not only see
That's not the question that I'm asking you. I'm asking you how many people have applied and how much that has grown. I'm not asking you about your total amount of money. I'm asking you about how many people are doing it tough and are they getting the help they need. That's what I'm asking.
And I've said to you, we will provide you with those answers this afternoon. What I'm saying is that we've put aside money to support people with electricity bill pressures at this time, which will lower their bills and make it easier for them to deal with these challenges that we're facing as a system. And it's not just New South Wales that's facing these challenges. It's Queensland, it's Victoria,
I'm
South
asking
Australia.
about New South Wales.
This is a global phenomenon, Ms Sharp, and you know that. And stop being dishonest with this committee.
After your performance today, that's extraordinary. Look, you delivered a budget that gives us $182 billion worth of debt and $43 billion worth of new spending. You declined to answer the questions from my colleague, the Honourable Daniel Mookie, earlier when he asked about this. Why is it that we didn't see you for eight weeks after the announcement of your budget?
Well, I'm very happy to talk about debt, and I think we should be talking about the debt.
That wasn't my question. My question was why you didn't sell your own budget.
For their patronage in putting people into the upper house.
Why did you do no media for 8 weeks after your budget came down?
You owe Alex Classen. Is that why you won't apologise for his industrial warfare on the commuters of Sydney at the moment, Ms Sharp? I want to know why you're not apologising for the union activity that is inconveniencing thousands of commuters this morning and is going to do worse tomorrow.
Treasurer, can I just ask you very quickly, are you planning to challenge Dominic Perrottet for the leadership of the government?
What a ridiculous question. Absolutely not.
Can you rule it out?
Yes.
Great. Can I also ask you about the New South Wales government revenue from Federation funding agreements? On page 4.1a, your budget makes the extraordinary admission that we're giving back $715 million to the Commonwealth because we've deferred planned capital expenditure beyond the forward estimates.
What was the start of the question, please?
It's about your Federation funding agreements. Your budget it's extraordinary what your budget says.
Which page?
4-18.
Budget paper 1?
Yeah. It's extraordinary. Your budget is the first that I can recall that has actually said we're giving money back to the Commonwealth because we've deferred planned capital expenditure beyond the forward estimates. $715.2 million to be exact. So why are we giving the Commonwealth back $715 million after we deferred planned capital expenditure beyond the forward estimates? And what capital expenditure have we deferred, which means we now need to send the Commonwealth's money back to it?
Well, we can provide you with the details of that this afternoon, but as you know, when the Commonwealth makes a contribution to infrastructure in New South Wales,
we apparently give it back.
We recognise the revenue up front, and we build the project over.
Yeah, and now we're late, and as a result of your government delivering these projects late, we're giving $700 million back to the Commonwealth. Well, do you know which projects that are subject to the Federation funding agreement?
We can, of course, provide you with that information.
Well, it has to be either,
Mr. Mookie.
I presume it's either in the infrastructure, health or education, because that's the nature of the Federation funding agreements. So given that this is...
We can provide you that information this afternoon.
Then do you mind just going on to page 5-11 while you're in budget paper number 1 with me as well, Treasurer? Because the other thing that's quite extraordinary about your capital expenditure reconciliation for the general government sector is that it shows that over the forward estimates, we're going to underspend the capital budget by $6 billion here, which is money deferred. So you keep talking about being, how great you guys are at delivering infrastructure, but it's quite extraordinary. Dominic Perrottet never gave us a budget that included a $6 billion downwards revision. What projects have been cancelled as a result that has led to you having to revise down $6 billion and being the first treasurer of the 4 or 5 of this government's history to hand out a budget that says, sorry, we can't build infrastructure as promised? What have you done wrong?
Well, Mr. Mookie, I'm not going to take lectures from the Labor Party.
Well, take it from someone, because you're the one who's turned up here with a budget that is cancelling $6 billion worth of spending. And again, Treasurer, you seem to have no idea what's in your own budget.
It was meant to be out to the northwest, and you can only do half the infrastructure
why you're
at double
handing
the
back
cost.
$700 million
Your record
to
on
the
infrastructure
Commonwealth,
delivery was
and you can't explain. You just don't know what's going on in your portfolio.
Order.
You're too busy plotting the Liberal Party.
You're resorting to insults.
You're paying attention to your internal money numbers
rather than debating
these
the
numbers.
facts, Mr. Mookie.
That's the case, isn't it?
We haven't even seen a policy.
You'd be far more concerned
when are we going to get a
deputy
policy?
leader.
Clearly, Chris
carrying
Minns
out
can't
those
come up
numbers
with a
against
policy.
Elliott.
You're the brains of the operation in this outfit, and you can't come up with a single policy for the Labor Party. You're so busy. You're so busy playing silly games.
Order.
Mr. Chair, can I ask for a commercial break?
We've got one. You're finishing at 1 o'clock. Do you? 12:45 for government question. Do you want a 5-minute break?
I just want.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break.
And then you'll mind when you come back.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be back. He's enjoying himself too much.
Down.
You're welcome to.
What have we got? 12:45. Come back again, thank you. Yep.
We're good?
Yep.
Thank you. Treasurer, Energy Minister. I believe we may have had a discussion, and I wasn't here, about your emissions reduction targets. If I can just take you there, 35% by 2030, and then we up that to 50% by 2030. That's our commitment.
It is.
In the last 3 years, your government's approved 9 new or expanded coal and gas projects, contributing 116 megatons of direct carbon dioxide emissions right here in New South Wales. Planned expansions of Mount Pleasant, Glendale and South 32. These will contribute an extra 34 megatons if they're approved, which your government is suggesting they will be. Are we going to get there?
Firstly, Ms Higginson, congratulations on your appointment to the Upper House.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time today. Yes, we anticipate that we are on target based on the existing policy settings that we have in place, which include those issues that you've raised, to hit 50% emissions reduction by 2030. But I'm very happy for Ms Parry to provide any further information. Or Dr Wilson.
So can we suggest that we're just taking a very lazy approach to getting there? When you factor in really what that increase in emissions will mean in the scheme of our direct emissions now?
No, our policy in New South Wales is to reduce emissions. Our policy in New South Wales is where we can create jobs, drive investment and grow our economy whilst reducing our emissions. We'll put in place the policies to do that, and that's why we've got some of the leading policies when it comes to emissions reduction on the electricity, when it comes to the electricity grid, electric vehicles, waste. We're moving into the agriculture space, and we've obviously got our Net Zero Industry and Innovation Fund to help industry to decarbonise.
So do we think that they're carrying more burden than what they should compared to the industry that just seems to be getting a free ride?
Well, we know that obviously when it comes to electricity generation, for example, the cheapest way to replace existing generation is wind, solar, battery, pumped hydro and transmission. That's not me saying that, that's AEMO, the engineers that run the system. So, that keeps the grid reliable whilst driving down electricity prices. So where you've got technologies that can reduce our emissions but grow the economy, we should be rolling that out at scale. And we can do that in certain sections of the economy, whereas other sections of the economy, we need to do more work to ensure that they can too contribute to reducing our emissions.
AEMO is also suggesting we don't carry on increasing coal and gas along with most of the other world's experts. What about our Scope 1 and 2 emissions? If you're responsible for leading, which I gather you are, leading this emissions reduction program, and all of us having confidence in that, what about Scope 1 and 2 emissions? And why are we not doing anything or requiring, in fact, any Scope 1 and 2 emissions from these enormous emitters, our biggest emitters, are coal and gas? So why are we only requiring them, if possible, where possible, if feasible, if reasonable, to lower or address their Scope 1 or 2 emissions, which are the ones that your government, you leading the show, has clear responsibility to be able to do something about?
Well, what we've done is put in law clear targets to reduce our emissions by 50% by 2030 and also hit net zero by 2050. They're in our regulations. And we've put in place policies to achieve that. We know that we're on track based on the policies that we have to hit 50% emissions reduction by 2030. But we have more to do when it comes to reducing our emissions to net zero by 2050, and that's why we need to be investing in technologies that will support those industries where we're not able to decarbonise in a way that doesn't hurt the economy.
Do you think we should be, so the target, are you suggesting the target and what you've said, that's absolutely it for you, as long as you get there on the last day?
No.
Well, why are we not doing more, like Scope 1 and 2, lowest hanging fruit possible for all of New South Wales and every single person in this community to know that we are doing something? I'm from Lismore, so the frontier of the climate crisis there. We are all wondering why, for example, these enormous emitters don't don't even have to operate on 100% renewable energy. Are any coal mines or gas plant, well, coal mines in New South Wales right now running on 100% renewable energy like most of us in our households are required to do?
Well, we've got a clear plan here in New South Wales to transition our entire grid to clean energy. That's our electricity infrastructure roadmap. And, that's a plan that will require us to build 12 gigawatts of renewable energy, install that into the system by 2030 with 2 gigawatts of long duration storage. That will help not only reduce our Scope 1 emissions, but also our Scope 2 emissions, because the users of that electricity will now be using clean electricity. So, for example, your mining operations, heavy industry. In addition to that, we've got our Net Zero Industry and Innovation Program, about $1 billion to help industry to decarbonise, including the mining industry. But we want to do it in a way that doesn't destroy jobs, that doesn't drive away investment, and that grows our economy. That's the responsible way to manage the transition, Ms Higginson, in my view.
So are you aware that the Independent Planning Commission that's responsible for approving these projects and putting conditions on these projects, are you aware that they have spoken out and said there's really no methodology, there's no clear guidelines, there's no way to properly require these enormous emitters to reduce their Scope 2 emissions, Scope 1 and 2 emissions? And
with regard to the planning system?
When we're approving all these new projects, of which we are approving lots of them all the time in your reduction emissions program.
Yes, but the point that I'm making is that our plans to hit 50% emissions reduction by 2030 are well in place. They apply to our electricity.
12% are coming straight from these big emitters.
I acknowledge that. What I'm saying is that we can hit 50% emissions reduction here in New South Wales based on the policies that we've put in place, based on our electricity infrastructure
and
roadmap,
not sooner.
based on our electric vehicle strategy, based on our waste strategy.
Do it any sooner. We're not trying to really hit that target any sooner than 2030 or 2050, your targets. We're not. So the people in Lismore and the people that are, burning in the dry summers, we're not going to try any harder to get where we need to get any sooner than what your targets commit to.
Absolutely, we're trying as hard as we can.
Okay,
we're
so
doing it in a way
that's
going to not destroy the economy, but it's going to support economic growth. It's going to support the creation of new jobs and industries, not going to destroy jobs. We're going to do it in a responsible way. That's what we're putting on the table. Where we can reduce our emissions but grow the economy, create jobs and new industries, we should do that. Where we don't have the technologies to be able to do that, we need to be investing in them so that we can support regions, we can support communities whilst reducing our carbon footprint.
And so, as the person responsible for leading this emissions reduction, perhaps you would commit to talking to your counterparts and in cabinet to say, can we get some more guidance for these giant emitters when it comes to their Scope 1 and 2, and put some downward pressure on them and give them some guidance about how to deal with their Scope 1 and 2. It's pretty embarrassing that they are operating and emitting their Scope 1s and 2s at the level they are, while everyone else around New South Wales is having to pull in their belt. It's pretty embarrassing, and it's happening under your watch.
Ms Higginson, can I just respond by saying, I want to make sure New South Wales is leading the way when it comes to reducing our carbon footprint. I think that's the right thing to do. I think that's the right thing to do for the environment. I think that's the right thing to do for our economy. We need to be grabbing these economic opportunities, and I've put in place some of the most progressive and responsible policies that will ensure that we're able to do our bit. In fact, New South Wales is leading the way when it comes to carbon reduction because of the economically responsible policies that we've put in place, but setting us up to grab the new opportunities that are emerging as the world transitions to a low-carbon economy. We need to do it responsibly, but let me assure you, we need to do it, and I'm absolutely committed to it.
In terms of leading the way, in Victoria, Infrastructure Victoria was tasked by their treasurer to provide advice on the future of their gas network and to have a look at stranded assets, that sort of thing, and really give advice on what we're doing given the radical decline that will happen in gas, accepting their gas system system is different to ours. But have you been tasked with testing the new pipeline proposals that we're seeing appear now? In particular, Santos has just purchased the new Hunter gas. What do you think about that in terms of stranded assets, etc.? Do we just assume, oh, it's a private corporation, they can deal with what they do, or are you looking at that in terms of what does that project mean in terms of your emissions reduction?
As I said, we are on target to reduce our emissions by 50% by 2030 based on the policies that we have in place.
So we'll just keep piping gas?
No.
We'll do it?
No, what we're committed to is ensuring that we manage the transition responsibly, and New South Wales is leading the way when it comes to the transition. In fact, we've got world-leading policies to make sure we're doing our bit for the environment, but also in a way that supports our economy, and we'll continue to put in place policies that achieve that, Ms Higginson.
My time's up. Can I just finish on one point, if that's okay? Not a question. As the shareholder in the New South Wales Forestry Corporation,
yes,
I think it would be very wise for you to go and have a look at what the money that is being spent on propping up the public native forest hardwood industry. It's pretty shocking.
He's been so advised. Thank you, Chair. Treasurer, I mean, this is your implementation update. You'd be familiar with this document. It's the what we're on track document. I mean, just to Ms Higginson's point, page 28, it's very, very clear. It says here, the New South Wales Government policy is that the New South Wales Government's objective set out in this plan to reduce emissions by 50% below 2005 levels by 2030 is not to be considered in the assessment or determination of development and infrastructure applications under the EP&A Act. I mean, it's pretty much, ignore anything in this document if you want to consider a new coal mine, right?
What we're saying is that we're on track to hit those ambitious emissions reduction targets based on the policy settings that we have in place.
But you're not in track. Position. You're not on track at all. And I'll just go back to this document which I shared with you earlier. I mean, the New South Wales greenhouse gas emissions
absolutely on track.
Projections, which were published on the Seed portal on the 12th of this month. I think it's the first time we've seen the actual assumptions and projections by the New South Wales Government per emissions sector out to 2050. Agriculture going up from now to 2050. Industrial processes going up between now and 2050. Transport goes up in every sector other than light vehicles. Waste flatlines. Worryingly, land use change, we actually abate less between now and 2050. We're actually going backwards in a number of these sectors.
That's because we're taking a sector-by-sector approach to emissions reduction, Mr Field. As you well know, it's easier to reduce your carbon footprint in some sectors than others. And those sections of the economy where it is difficult to reduce emissions without destroying those sections of the economy, we're investing in the things and the technologies that are going to help us to do so.
$1 billion on the innovation fund, you said before, yeah? Well, how come industrial is going up between now and 2050 if you're spending $1 billion to help decarbonise industrial processes?
Well, take, for example, one of the biggest users of energy or creators of carbon in the state, and that's BlueScope. We haven't cracked or come up with the solution to make green steel yet. We haven't come up with the solution for Tomago to make green aluminium. We haven't come up with the solution for Boral to make green cement. So we're investing in the technologies that will help those companies find a solution.
Well, not very effectively if emissions between 2030 and 2050 in the industrial space go up by 80% under your plan.
Because those technologies don't exist yet, and we're going to help them find those technologies, because we know if Boral operating down in the Southern Highlands can produce green cement, then they can sell that technology.
Aviation transport, heavy-duty vehicles, railways, all going up between now and 2050. Isn't it the case, Treasurer?
We know that if
let's be really clear, the net zero plan isn't a net zero plan.
Huge market.
It's just documenting the commercial closure of coal-fired power stations, fossil fuel power stations in New South Wales. That's where almost all of your emissions reductions out to 2030 are coming from. And what this document now shows, this information on the seed portal now shows, is you don't have a plan for the rest of the economy.
That's not true.
Well, it's pretty clear.
We have our waste strategy.
Reaching.
Look at waste.
But I am looking at waste. And
look at waste.
You get almost no emissions reductions between now and 2050.
We're taking a sector by sector
these are your
approach,
figures,
Mr. Field, and we're investing in things that will help sectors that are hard to decarbonise to do so. We're committed to this, Mr. Field.
Land use change. It's not that hard. Stop cutting down trees. I mean, what you see is going from a net abatement in here of about 10 million tonnes per annum to a net abatement of less than 1.5 million tonnes. So actually, we're going backwards by a long way in the land use change under your own policies.
What we're doing is taking a sector-by-sector approach to reducing our carbon emissions, and we're doing so in a way that is economically responsible, where we can roll out technology at scale that will reduce emissions but create jobs and grow our economy. We will do so. And that's why we're doing it in the energy space.
From your own
That's why we're doing that in the energy
Treasurer,
space. And
I might move on.
Line here, it says exactly that, Mr. Field.
I might move on. The Star has basically not been paying its gaming taxes fairly. I think it's announced today it owes you about $8.7 million from unpaid taxes as a result of how it was designating certain gamblers. Are they going to pay any penalty as well as pay their back taxes?
Well, I'm going to make sure that the New South Wales taxpayers get the taxes that they're owed from outfits like the Star. So if will they pay a penalty as well? We'll come after them. We'll come after them if they're doing the wrong thing. Dr. Grimes, is there anything you'd like to add?
There's nothing more that I can add at this stage, but I'm sure that we'll be looking very, very closely to see whether there are any penalties that would be applied that would be done by Revenue New South Wales.
Okay. Well, some of the revelations at the Star inquiries, one of them was $175 million by one individual through the poker machines, I think over 10 years, laundered money, $175 million. That was just at the Star. We've now got the Crime Commission looking at organised crime as it relates to poker machines in clubs and pubs. Have you done any analysis, Treasurer, on how much the New South Wales government has received in gaming machine and other gambling taxes, which are the proceeds of organised crime?
I haven't done that analysis, no. But I'm sure Minister Dominello, I'm sure, has looked into this.
Well, I'm not sure. He might have before he was dumped from the ministry. But
hasn't been dumped from the ministry. That's just wrong.
Well, he was dumped from that portfolio.
Oh, well, okay. Well,
yes,
he's still
some time
he
ago.
He wasn't dumped.
No,
he's still a minister of the Crown.
Yeah. Well, some might say promoted. I'm not sure he did. He had some controversial views on a way forward here, including dealing with this issue. But as you would know, someone like Philip Crawford, the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority chair, has flagged in the media perhaps as much as 20 or 30% of money going through poker machines in New South Wales are the proceeds of crime. I mean, you're a pretty big recipient of the proceeds of crime then, as through gaming machine taxes. Are you not concerned about this as Treasurer? It's a pretty big income source for the state.
Well, I mean, you know, I'm obviously not going to sit here and allow organised crime to exist in New South Wales, and that's why we have a strong regulator when it comes to overseeing casinos and overseeing organised crime. We've got a strong police force, and I'll continue to invest in that and support the efforts to stamp out organised crime in New South Wales. And to suggest that we'd be indulging that is just absurd.
Well, there's a pretty clear recommendation to address this, which is to go to cashless gaming. You'd support that then if it was going to reduce organised crime, money laundering through gambling in New South Wales?
We need to be stamping out organised crime in New South Wales and indeed across the country, and that's going to be my focus.
Including through moving to cashless gaming?
We're going to be stamping out organised crime in New South Wales, and I absolutely want to be part of that.
Including reducing the amount of money that people can feed into a poker machine?
In any form. In any form.
Okay.
There should be no place for organised crime in New South Wales.
Treasurer, in your capacity as Energy Minister, Hunter Gas Pipeline, I think, have moved to get an authority to start surveying the route, contacting landholders. There's a lot of concern up there in the Hunter Valley that the project as now proposed is outside of the conditions of approval. What's the status of the authority to survey that they've applied for?
I might hand that to Ms Parry.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just... I'm just going to confer with Mr. Lewis, but in essence, they're granted an ATS under the Pipelines Act. That enables the holder to access land.
Sorry, did you say that they have, Ms. Parry? Sorry, they've applied.
They've applied.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and so are you asking about the current status or what that application would enable them to do?
I'm asking about the status of the application.
Thank you, Mr. Field. So we have received an application for an authority to survey. We have done an initial review and found that they have submitted all the information that is required, but we have not made an assessment about whether it meets the appropriate threshold to make a recommendation to the Minister for his determination of an authority to survey. And at the moment, we are, as part of this process, we have engaged in an 8-week consultation process with directly impacted landholders by writing to them and seeking their feedback on the ATS application, including any potential conditions that would be applied to an authority to survey if it were to be granted by the Minister.
We might come back to some of the details this afternoon. Treasurer, this has been dragging on and on. They've applied before. I mean, I think this approval goes back some time, the original approval. They've now got a different route. They've applied for an authority to survey, I think a number of years ago. It wasn't good enough. They've applied again. Landholders are just being dragged all over the place here, uncertain about their future, unable to invest on their land, not worried about where this pipeline might go. Victoria is making moves to help households and businesses shift off gas. Wouldn't that be a much better strategy for New South Wales to apply, rather than, focusing on a new pipeline that's probably not going to be needed in the future?
The government's always looking at ways to get the best outcomes for energy users across New South Wales, and will continue to do that.
What about landholders?
And landowners.
Mr. Field, your opportunity for questioning the Treasurer is now over. Any government questions?
Yeah, we do have a couple. Thank you, Treasurer, for being here. Treasurer, would you please clarify to the committee that following today's industrial chaos across New South Wales, who should be apologising for this?
Well, I'm very disappointed that Mr. Mookie, the shadow treasurer of New South Wales, the man who wants to be in charge of the biggest state economy in the nation, has run away without apologising to the people of this state who are inconvenienced by the union industrial chaos caused by his bosses like Alex Classens this morning. It is absolutely disgraceful. And Ms Sharp is still here, and she's got a chance to apologise on behalf of her union bosses for the industrial chaos caused this morning. I'm absolutely appalled. This is costing the state tens of millions of dollars every single day of the week. And Mr. Mookie, rather than just running away from the industrial sabotage that his bosses have waged on the people of New South Wales, should stand up and apologise to the people of this state.
Thank you, Treasurer. And Treasurer, you were asked as well about the Agent General in your office with any meetings with the Agent General. Is there anything further you wanted to add? I think you were rudely cut off as those questions were being asked.
I was rudely cut off a few times today, and I would like to finish my answers to that question. I've not had any meetings with the Agent General, according to my records. My office received a meeting request from the head of the Net Zero Economy in Investment New South Wales in April 2022 to meet with the Octopus Group. My office declined the request as it was in the midst of the budget process.
Thank you, Treasurer. That's all from the government.
Okay, I think questions now come to an end. I note that you did say you would supply us with some information before the day was out. I can't exactly remember what it was.
We'll get it to you.
I'm sure you will.
They've had to get help with their bills.
We'll get it to you.
Thank you very much. So we'll now break for lunch and resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you. for the afternoon session. I note we need Mr. Acton Strutt, Mr. Walters and Mr. Deverell to be sworn in. Can we start with you, Mr. Acton Strutt?
Yes, thank you. Peter Charles Acton Strutt, New South Wales Productivity Commissioner. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Walters.
Stuart Walters, New South Wales Treasury. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And Mr. Deverell.
Good afternoon. David Deverell, New South Wales Treasury Corporation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary, for returning, and for your officials who have joined us as well. Thank you. We welcome them. Secretary, I just want to pick up from where we were this morning in respect to the Treasury Manager Fund. Can you... I think where we left it off was the fund was at 102% funding ratio prior to the recommendation for there to be the provision of additional funds. That was correct?
I believe so, but if it would be corrected, one of the officers will correct me, but it was below 105, that's for sure.
Thank you. Do you mind pulling your microphone forward, Dr. Grimes?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. So it was at 102%, and then we had do you know the date that the Treasurer signed off on the $9 billion additional money?
I might have to refer to Mr. Midha for that level of detail.
I don't have the exact date. It was in June, I believe, but I can confirm that.
Thank you very much. I'd appreciate that. And what is the current funding ratio?
I need to check on that at the moment. I think it's above 105, but I don't have the exact number.
And what was the net result for the TMF as for the financial year that ended on 30 June 2022?
You're talking about the balance?
Nope, the operating result. That's generally claims minus
I don't
inflows.
have the operating result of the TMF.
Yeah.
Okay, we can check with
that information and provide that back during the course of the afternoon.
I would appreciate that. Treasurer Secretary, the $1.9 billion, well, let me go back in time. When the former Treasurer transferred $2 billion to the TMF, it was from the Crown Finance entity. The Crown Finance entity has now been dissolved, hasn't it? Or it's not used as a department anymore?
All right, Mr. Walters will be able to assist you with that.
Mr. Booker, the Crown entity still exists as a construct. What we have done, though, is now make sure that it is more aligned with accounting treatment, whereby we've broken up the expenditure into Treasury controlled and Treasury administered. It would be fair to say that the vast majority of costs that were previously categorised as the Crown are now reflected and disclosed as Treasury administered. So it was never a formal legal entity as such. We've now disclose it as part of the Treasury accounts.
So given the original $2 billion bailout was booked on the Crown Finance accounts, Crown Finance entity accounts, where will the $1.9 billion show up in the state's accounts?
For the 2022 year, it will show up under administered costs.
So has the $1.9 billion come from consolidated revenue?
Correct.
So as a result of this, it's $1.9 billion. Can you point to me where in the 21-22 budget there was a $1.9 billion provision made for the TMF?
I'll look that up and come back to you, Mr. Mookie.
Yeah, I'm talking about last year's budget. I can't find anything in last year's budget because it wasn't
21-22?
Yes.
I'll have to get a copy of that.
But was it budgeted for last year? Is that to you, Mr. Miller, as well?
Can't comment.
Mr. Miller, did we budget $1.9 billion in last year's budget to bail out the TMF?
It was in the last year. It was a budget. No, it was in this budget for 21-22. It wasn't in the 21-22 budget.
So where in the budget is it disclosed that we've taken out $1.9 billion?
I'll come back to you on that one.
Okay. Can we move on to the Federation funding agreements? Have we been able to establish what the $775 million cheque was that we gave back to the Commonwealth, what that covered?
Yes, Yes, I'll hand over to Mr. Midar.
So the money isn't handed back. What we do is we work out the payments from the Commonwealth based on the profiling of our capex. So our capex profile over the last 4 years.
Okay.
Because we have capital slippage in there, and as that's moved into the planning years, that amount has been moved into planning years on the potential completion of those projects.
Okay, so what projects have slipped?
It's not the way we calculate capital slippage, and that is as a percentage of the overall portfolio. It's not done project by project. There's an algorithm that we use to work out what the potential capital slippage is, and we build that into the 22-23 year of the total amount. So over the years, it's not a one-off. We do this on a regular basis. It's capital slippage range between 10 and 15%. Last year for 22-23, it's a little bit higher based on market constraints and the feedback we get from each of the infrastructure agencies. And working with INSW, the algorithm then calculates the number. And once that flows through, we also ensure that a percentage of projects that have funding from the Commonwealth are also then readjusted as a percentage.
No doubt, and I appreciate the explanation, Mr. Midar, but the $750 million downward revision due to the deferral of planned capital expenditure isn't to next year or the year after, it's to beyond the forward estimates. That's what it says. So it's gone. The other variations that are recorded in the forward estimates we'll get to. But can you give me any sense as to which projects have we had to reprofile now to outside the forward estimates on the capital side that were entitled to federal funding?
So we roll this capital slippage year by year. So this capital slippage is
sure.
every year. So as you get to the last few years, it moves into the forward years. And it's not done by project, it's done on a portfolio basis.
Sure, but surely $715 million of reprofiling to beyond the forward estimates is not a small amount of money. Can we give any sense as to which projects across the entirety of the capital program that we were entitled to funding through a federation funding agreement have now been put beyond the forward estimates? And look, I'll even settle for if you can tell me a portfolio. Like, is it health? Is it schools? Is it infrastructure? What are we talking about here?
Again, it'll be a combination because the largest part of the portfolio is in transport. I would expect most of that in transport, and particularly on roads. We get 80% of funding. For a lot of roads, 80% of funding comes from the Commonwealth. So it doesn't have to be a lot of, it could be spread over a number of different projects. But I would say our current portfolio is about 70-75% is transport. So I would assume 75% on that ratio, it would be transport.
Okay, well, these federation funding agreements finish. So we've now deferred this entitlement to $715 million to beyond the 4-year agreement. Like it says they expire here. I think 25-26 is what we've established where a lot of these federation funding agreements are due to expire. So there's no guarantee we're getting the money back, is there?
So the Commonwealth funding is determined based on the completion and the actual completion of the project. So as the projects are completed, then that funding is provided.
Sure, but the agreements need to be renegotiated. Do they not?
I'll have to take that on notice. I'm not sure exactly
But can we guarantee that all of a sudden the money we've now handed back to them in 22-23 won't be denied to us in 25-26 when we start to renegotiate these agreements?
So 22-23 slippage would most of it would have been completed in the next 3 years. So slippage from the following year or the year after is probably what we'll move into in the planning years.
I just want to ask a little bit further on that capital slippage issue. What's the observed capital slippage in the recent years that you're now building this algorithm off for the general government sector?
Sure. If you go back 10 years, it's always been around between 10 and 15%. It has gone up through COVID between above 15%. In 22-23, we have budgeted about 21% impact of the total capital program. We believe will slip into the following years.
And that's the $8 billion that's referred to on page 511 of the budget papers. So $8 billion of capital expenditure allocated for 22-23 will actually not occur, is Treasury's estimation, will not occur in 2023. 2022-23.
That's the estimated slippage, yes.
Yes. And so just turning to page 511 of the budget of BP1, So that table 5.3 shows the capital expenditure projected for the year in the budget. So 22,666. You're actually saying on top of that, there's another $8 billion which has been programmed, but will not occur.
Not expected to occur, that's right.
Yeah, so it's been programmed, it may have been promised to the public to occur in this financial year, but it will not occur, is that correct?
So it's not necessarily the full program, it could be bits of lots of programs that could be carried into the following years.
And when my colleague says, can you give us some understanding of where this is, this has been allocated by agency, hasn't it? Much of this $8 billion has been allocated by agency, is that correct?
We do it as a central provision.
Yeah, but as you're saying, none of this is allocated to an agency or a cluster?
No.
Can you just turn to budget paper 3 to 1-10?
Yes.
This is table 1.2 in the 22-23 year. That other figure down the bottom, 2.523, also includes provisions and slippage forecasts not allocated to an agency. You look at footnote D.
Footnote D comprises it. Yes?
Yeah, so essentially a shorthand way to describe this would be a couple of $2 billion have not been allocated to an agency for capital slippage. Therefore, I would have assumed of the $8 billion slippage, the rest has been assigned to an agency or a cluster. Are you saying that's not the case?
So this sounds like very specific items. I'll have to take that on notice and come back to you on how much of the 8 is in here versus the balance that's in the provision.
All right, but let me put my colleague's question again, because it would be quite surprising not to know this. This year, this financial year, do we really not know which agencies, which clusters will be impacted by this $8 billion that's been promised, but Treasury expects will slip out of the expenditure this year?
Yeah, so we do, I mean, it happens every year that we do make a provision every year. So we believe that 8 billion is the number for 22-23, and that we've held that centrally. And that's so yes, it's held centrally.
And it's a very, I mean, you're saying this is 21% of the planned capital expenditure. You say the government will fail to actually get out into the field. They may have promised, but will actually fail to be spent on these projects in this year.
So it's our estimate on the amount of cash that will go out the door will be 8 billion less than the total amount that's been projected.
Yeah. Can you tell us can you just tell us what that figure is? Almost $8 billion, an astonishingly high number in this financial year. It drops to $50 million in 25-26. Yeah. What is the estimated capital slippage for the general government sector in the next 2 financial years?
I don't have it off the top of my head. I will take that on notice.
On this $8 billion slippage, do you lower the state's borrowing requirements accordingly?
Yes, that would lower the state's borrowing requirement.
Okay, so in terms of just looking at the cash projections at the back of the budget, we should basically deduct $8 billion in terms of what T Corp actually has to go and borrow for at least the coming year.
Yes, we've already done that. So okay. our borrowings have adjusted for it.
Right. That clears that part for me.
So who does know? I mean, this is the Treasurer announced, as my colleague said, an enormous amount of money in the state budget, perhaps $42 billion in new spending. Communities have been promised this money, this capital expenditure, but this asterisk on page 5-11 of the budget says $8 billion of it will never reach their town or their suburb. Who does know which of these projects will not be delivered this financial year?
So this is a budget estimate. So we have estimated that we won't need 8 billion of cash. We have done this every year for the last 10 years, and so our capital program is adjusted, taking historical, taking actual market trends, taking feedback from agencies on the challenges in delivering a record capital program in the year. And we, so...
But Mr Midha, you say in 3 years' time this will be down to just $50 million. This financial year it's $8 billion, an astonishing number. Has it ever been this high?
No, it hasn't been this high.
But the state's return to a cash surplus next year that then gets put into the NGF arises from the fact that we're not actually spending the money that we put aside for schools, hospitals and drains. I mean, I'm looking at the projections on the cash surplus. It's 3.9, I think, next year.
Cash surplus doesn't get put into the NGF. The $3.8 billion does not get put into the NGF.
Well, according to your budget paper, it says when there's a resumption of a cash operating position that's in surplus, that's going into the NGF.
Yes, the point that the Treasurer is making today is the government keeps any payments into the NGF under review and under active review. And from an estimates perspective, the payments are projected to return once the budget is in an operating cash surplus.
Indeed, but my whole point about the budget returning to an operating cash surplus is arises from the fact
I understand the point.
There's a capital slippage.
Yeah, I understand the point you're making.
So hence the question. Like, it's sort of at least, well, what do we expect the slippage allowance to be for the 23-24 year?
We're also combining, we're potentially not distinguishing between operating and capital expenditure here. So the capital amounts that would be slipping would be accounted for as capital items rather than as operating cash items.
That.
So the budget surplus, the cash operating surplus for next financial year relates to operating expenditures, not to capital expenditures.
Can I ask a more specific point then, Dr Grimes? As a transport shadow in the opposition, as Mr Midha has correctly observed, a lot of this capital expenditure that's been promised by the Treasurer this financial year is in the transport area. For transport, how much of this $8 billion will never hit the town or the suburb this financial year in Treasury's estimation?
As Mr Midda's indicated, the estimates provision is made at an aggregate level, so it is not made at an individual project or individual portfolio level. It's made at an aggregate level. We simply do not make that attribution to specific projects or specific portfolios. And it's based on an established tendency over a number of years now to see slippage in the capital projects expenditure. And New South Wales is not alone in this. We're seeing really right across the board.
Why does the budget later, in Budget Paper 3, refer to slippage forecast not allocated to an agency if they're all not allocated to an agency? And why is that a footnote to a number that's a lot smaller than $8 billion?
I would have to take that on notice, Mr Graham.
So your evidence is Treasury just has no idea of the transport infrastructure that the Treasurer has promised, which of it will not be delivered of that $8 billion this
What I'm saying is that when that provision is made at an aggregate level and is determined on that basis. For very specific project estimates, you're best to direct those questions to the
algorithm that Mr Midha referred to differentiate between the Transport Agency and its tendency to capital slippage?
I'd have to refer that to Mr Midha.
Yeah. So we look at more like Tier 1, Tier 2 projects. And because the larger the projects, the greater the risk. We get feedback from transport and the different agencies, and also feedback from INSW. So that's factored in, but we don't specifically pick out individual projects. That's the volume of Tier 1 projects that could be impacted. So, for example, we would exclude land sales because that's not impacted. There's no pressure in acquiring land.
Actually, based on quite a detailed analysis of the transport projects.
Yes.
I mean, it sounds, Mr Midha, as if you do know, or you do have some knowledge of how much of that $8 billion might be attributable to transport.
We don't have that. We don't actually do it at a detailed project level. Like I said, we look at all Tier 1 projects.
I'm not asking about a project level. I'm asking about an agency or a cluster level.
I can take that on notice and have a look at it, but we do it at an aggregate level.
Just on this, I mean, the budget provides for $22.66 billion in capital spending for the coming financial year that we're already in. And so $8 billion of that works out to be 35%. That has to be a record high in terms of capital slippage. I mean, if the 22,666 that we're putting aside for capital includes an allowance for 8 billion, and you're actually only expecting therefore 14 of it to be spent, it works out to be 35%. I've never seen this before.
It's 21% of the total number, so that's the 8 billion.
But it is high.
Yeah.
Extraordinary high. Well, what's changed from this year to last year that's caused the capital slippage allowance to have to go up by so much?
So last year was, I'll have to look at the number, but I think it was north of 15%. So it has been very high through COVID, particularly.
Of course. But
we've had a lot of market constraints and a lot of delivery constraints. So that's what has driven up this increase. And also, this is also a record capital spend too. So when you
But our concern is this: the Treasurer has promised in the budget these projects will get to your town or get to your suburb. That won't happen for all of these projects. Is that?
I think it's slippage, not that the projects wouldn't be delivered.
This financial year?
It's slippage in projects.
Yes, but you agree $8 billion. This footnote, this asterisk, says $8 billion of those projects will not be delivered this financial year.
Or expenditure on those projects would not be incurred this year.
Despite the budget promises. That's a question to you.
All I can do is just answer just directly. The provision is made that $8 billion of expenditure will slip, but it's expenditure slipping, not necessarily individual projects.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to all of you. I guess I want to start with Tahi, and I know that there have been a couple of questions already asked in relation to Tahi. But specifically, I'm not sure who to direct this to. I'm interested in the Auditor General's recommendations from last budget or last financial year. In particular, the recommendations that the ABS be asked to reconfirm the classification. Is someone able to give me an update on how that work is going?
Yes, we're able to give you an update on that work. Mr. Walters will be able to give you an update.
Thank you.
Secretary. Ms. Boyd, we did undertake to put a paper to the ABS on Tahi and on the trains at the request of the Audit Office, and it was the right thing to do. We've done that. We created a submission. We took the Auditor General's team through that, had their review, and that ended up with a submission for which Tahi we have now received back from the ABS an affirmation of the current status being a PNFC. Mm-hmm. We are yet to receive back their classification review feedback on the two train operators.
Okay, so you've received back reconfirmation, I see, of Tahi, but not of New South Wales Trains and Sydney Trains.
There were two elements. There was Tahi and trains, and we did them separately, separate submissions, and they've just got different timelines. But Tahi, I can confirm, has been received back in reconfirming the current classification.
Are we likely to see a delay in the Auditor's report, in the Auditor General's report again this year?
Not expecting one, Ms. Boyd.
Okay, thank you. Could I ask you about something completely different? The RFS, the rural firefighting equipment that is currently, it seems to not have a home. So let me go backwards. So we have, from June this year, the Auditor General sent a letter out to councils, basically saying that the councils are now required to include in their financial statements rural firefighting equipment. Do you know about this issue? And that request from the Auditor General was made on the basis of apparently the New South Wales Treasury concluding that under the accounting standards, rural firefighting equipment vested to councils by legislation is not controlled by the state. Can I get some understanding of why that decision was made, or why it was seen that councils were the ones with control over these assets?
Sure. Just to provide some context, if I may, since 2017, the RFS has confirmed that it does not control the Red Fleet assets. Treasury did a technical assessment against the accounting standards, principally WSP 10, but also 15, in relation to those assets, and confirmed in 2018. And again, we re-looked at that from a technical perspective, my officers, in 2021, and have reaffirmed that on balance, the RFS does not control those assets. There's a very detailed assessment, but if I could summarise for your benefit, I guess just the sort of the key elements. I think that assessment determined that councils are responsible for establishing the brigades. They have a legal requirement for bushfire prevention, and indeed, as you point out, the assets are vested in councils. So on balance, my team concluded that they are not controlled by RFS, they are not controlled by RFS, so on balance it would appear that they are controlled by councils. The Auditor General has audited both the accounts of the state, including the RFS, obviously since then, and the councils. They have, I would suggest, agreed with our determination, and hence the exclusion in RFS has not resulted in any qualification or adverse comment. So that much we know, and as you pointed out, the Auditor General has written to councils to ask them, please, would you include them in your accounts? They need to be included somewhere.
I guess the problem arises because, from a practical perspective, councils don't control these assets, in that they don't know where they are, how many there are. They have no direction over those assets. They have absolutely no visibility of what those assets are. By asking them to include them in their accounts, it's an impossibility. Was that considered in I'm not as familiar with the accounting standards as you are, but was that included, that practical control aspect?
Is what I can't comment on all the precise thinking that was gone through over weeks of assessment. But what I can assure you is that my accounting officer would have gone through all the requirements under the accounting standards, seeing it through, dare I say, primarily the accounting standards lens rather than the practical. They would look at the accounting standards. You did make a point around the councils having the information to hand. I should note that we have obtained more recently the listings of the assets from RFS and indicative costs, and have provided those through to the local council, the president of the local councils association, to just assist them with that.
Bit of a fiction, though, isn't it? So we have a situation where there are assets that the RFS knows where they are, the RFS directs where they go, but yet we are asking councils to treat them as though they're in their control by giving them a list and telling them, by the way, these are the ones that are in your area. I guess it just doesn't seem to make any sense as to why it would have been done that way, instead of just saying that these are, given that they are practically controlled by the RFS. If there was a discretion on balance, that you would have just left them with the RFS.
I'm happy to take this on notice, but as I understand, the RFS doesn't control the assets from a day-to-day perspective, that the brigades control them actually at a practical level on the ground, generally on council land. As I understand, the RFS is more of a central bureaucracy that controls standards and gets involved when there is a major bushfire event. But as I understand, it's the local brigades that are volunteers on the ground that are there day to day and that control the actual assets.
Okay, but they're not directed by council in any way. I guess the problem arises because councils now have one of two options. Either they suddenly recognise these assets on their in their accounts, and then they, despite not actually really having any control over them, and then they're the ones that have to be recognising the depreciation of the assets and all sorts of things. It could make quite a big dent in their accounts for something that they don't control. The alternative is that they can't really quantify what those assets are. They don't believe them to be in their control, and then presumably they'll all get qualified reports when they're audited. Because it goes against what the Auditor General is saying. This is putting these councils in quite a sticky position.
If I could make just 2 or 3 comments, then look, I certainly don't claim to be on the ground in councils or in RFS. I'm seeing this and trying to assist through the lens of the accounting advice. I do understand that the Auditor General called out that some, and I'll get the percentage wrong, but 35 of their percent of councils currently do already account for these assets in their accounts. So it's not 100% of them. I think a number do. I would note that from a funding perspective, depreciation is a non-cash item. So the way I look at it, simple terms, there's no money going out the door. You're given these assets at the beginning. You don't have to pay for the cash for them. And then the depreciation is non-cash. Lastly, I just would point out the Auditor General, it would be her discretion as to the materiality. I don't know offhand, but some councils, these may not be material, so they may not be qualified. It would depend on the materiality.
Yeah. Just on that depreciation point, yeah, of course it's non-cash, but this is still going to impact the bottom line when it comes to whether or not they can borrow, when they can do other things. Like, it's still included within their financial statements. It's not a nothingness.
It is. Look, I understand. As I understand it, may not be the case that the depreciation is taken into account when they are assessed from a credit and borrowing perspective. And I would note when they receive the assets on day one, the entry that is typically done would be debit that asset and credit income, so they get, if you will, this big gain of the full value, and then they would take the depreciation over time. But your assessment and your articulation is entirely correct as the impact.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to follow up from some of my questions this morning about the figures for the Energy Accounts Payment Assistance Scheme and any others. So, Ms Parry.
Yes, Ms Parry.
Oh, sorry, Dr Grimes. Ms Parry was nodding, so I was, yes.
Okay, good. Okay.
Thank you, Ms Sharp. We have 2 questions that you asked that we'll respond to. First is on the peak demand reduction scheme.
Yep.
So, as you know, this scheme will commence in November of this year. You asked how much would be raised for peak charges from the scheme. So the government estimates scheme targets between now and 2030 will cost $234 million in present value terms. The majority of this money will not be paid to the government. It will be paid by retailers to households and businesses to reduce demand for electricity during peak times. And then following from that, we are also, I just got some estimates of how many certificates we're actually anticipating as part of the modelling. So the certificate target for the first year in 22-23 when the scheme starts is expected to be about 4 million certificates, and each certificate represents 0.1 kilowatts of demand reduction capacity, and a certificate can be created for demand reduction capacity in this or future summer periods.
And do you have the breakdown of that between households versus businesses?
I don't have it to hand, but
I'm happy if you take it on notice.
Department watching, so we can see if we can get that for you by the end of the day.
Yep, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
And then you asked a question about the rebate scheme.
Yes.
And Mr. Lewis can...
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Sorry, you hard to there.
Just round the corner, Mr.
It's all right.
So in 2019-20, approximately 878,000 unique households received one of the New South Wales Government's energy social programs. In 2020-2021, that increased to 914,000. So it's an approximately a 36,000 increase over those 2 financial years, or a 4.1% 11% increase.
And have you got 21-22 yet?
No, we don't have 21-22. We're in the process of reconciling that, and we expect those figures to be published by November, which is our usual cycle for updating. Part of the reason for that is that we rely obviously a lot on the retailers who administer and provide many of these rebates, and sometimes their invoicing, etc., occurs sometime after the end of the financial year.
And so just to be clear, when you're talking about the rebate, are you talking about all of the rebates that are available? So there's obviously the energy accounts payments, there's low income household rebate. So is it all of them, or is it just
that is a number for all of the energy social programs, which is the 6 rebate programs plus the EPA emergency assistance program.
Yep. So sorry, 6 plus 1.
Correct.
So 7 altogether. Is that right? Okay, thank you. Can I just then, does that include, for example, the Solar for Low Income Households program, or is that considered a different program?
That's considered a different program.
Right. Can I just quickly ask you about that then?
Of course.
Can you just let me know how much was... sorry, for the Solar for Low Income Households program 21-22, how much was allocated for that?
Just give me one moment, please.
Sure. And while you're doing that, sorry, did I just hear you correctly? Was it 914,000 in 2021? Was that right? I scribbled it down and can't read my writing.
Yes, 914,000 for 2020.
And what was the percent? And sorry, what was the percentage increase?
A 4.1% increase.
Thank you. And are you anticipating a similar increase for 21-22? I know you can't give me the complete figures. Sorry, I'm getting you to do too many things at the one time, Mr. Lewis. I apologise.
That's quite okay. That's quite okay. So based on our actual expenditure on those programs from last financial year versus the projection for this financial year, the budget projection is an increase of 11.1%. But as it's still fairly early in the current financial year, we don't have a significant amount of detail in terms of uptake numbers to date. But I anticipated maybe a question like that.
So a large, you're anticipating, I mean, that's a doubling, obviously, like you're anticipating more people need it because their energy bills are going up. Is that safe to...
We're anticipating that there will be greater demand, and in part that is also because level of assistance for the Energy Accounts Payment Assistance Scheme has increased for this financial year at the moment, and so part of the overall budget allocation is to recognise that there may be additional demand for that program as well.
Was that for the Energy Accounts Payment Assistance Scheme?
Correct.
Okay. Can you go to page A220 of the budget paper number 1? You can see that in 2021, that scheme had $45 million worth of funding allocated to it. That dropped to $19 million last year, and you're projecting $23 million. So when you're referring to 11%, you're referring to that variation?
I'm referring to the variation from the 21-2022 actual expenditure
that additional $4 million
on the energy social programs compared to the 22-23 projected expenditure.
So that $4 million difference is the 11% you're saying?
Sorry, could you repeat that, sorry?
That $4 million difference between 21 and 22 and 22-23 is the 11%.
Sorry, I don't understand where you're getting the $4 million from.
23 minus 19.
Budget paper 1.
A220 says that for the Energy Accounts Payment Assistance Scheme, for 22-23, there's $23 million set aside for it. A220?
A220, thank you.
At the back.
Yeah.
And then 21-22, there was 19 million. So I presume that's the 11% you're talking about.
No, the 11% is on the total expenditure for all energy social programs, not just the EPA program.
Thank you. So you can see, though, that for that specific program, the scheme, the funding set aside for that energy bill rebates to assist people experiencing short-term financial crisis or emergency to pay their electricity or gas bill has halved in 2 years.
It hasn't halved. There was a special one-off supplementation at the beginning of COVID, which was $5 million in the 2019-20 financial year, and then an additional $25 million in the subsequent financial year, on the expectation at the time the budget papers were prepared that there may be significant increased demand for EPA as a result of COVID. The overall result at the end of the year was that the total amount of additional funding that had been provisioned for was not actually required, as whilst uptake increased, it didn't increase to the same extent as was projected when the budget papers were prepared.
And I presume is it the same explanation for the family energy rebate that's gone from $39 million in 2021 to $8 million in the coming year?
I'll just have to check that $39 million figure.
Sure. While you do that, I might go to my colleague.
Dr Grimes, Treasury's previously provided quite a detailed update about progress on the government's toll review. Can I just ask where that work is up to between Treasury and the transport agencies?
Yes, work is continuing on the tolling review at the moment.
And what timeline are you currently working to?
I don't have a specific timeline, but I might refer to Ms Campbell, who'll be able to provide further information to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr Grimes, and thank you for the question, Mr Graham. We are working on providing recommendations to government before the end of this year.
Yep. And previously, we've been given quite a good rundown about the progress on it or the form that might take. Can you give us any other detail on how the review is progressing?
Mr Graham, all I would say is that review is underway, obviously taking into account the recent inquiry report, which government is also preparing a response on by the due date of 1st of November.
Yep. So those two things will clearly reference each other. And can you give us, but you'll see recommendations to government before the end of this year, and that'll deal with significant tolling reform issues?
Yes, we are looking at a broad range of options in order to provide that advice to government.
And we've been previously given a bit of a sense of the balance between the short-term options that might be on the table or the longer-term options. How would you describe that balance as the work has evolved?
I don't think it's appropriate for us to go into that level of detail, Mr Graham. There'll be a review undertaken and advice provided to the government in due course.
Right,
it's not possible for us to be sort of speculating on future advice. It's probably not appropriate for estimates.
Dr Grimes, I'm happy to conclude the questioning there. I'll just say that is considerably less detailed information than the Treasury's previously provided, and you do have an obligation to provide information to the Parliament, not just to the Executive, but I'm happy to conclude the questioning there.
Thank you, Chair.
Order.
Oh, was that? Sorry.
You just had 20 minutes.
No, that was 10.
that was your 10.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that was my 10. I beg your pardon.
No, you've got another 20.
I beg your pardon.
Thank you.
So I might just turn to the toll rebate spending.
Before you do, Dr Grimes, for this toll review, have you engaged professional consultants to assist you?
Yes, there have been professional consultants engaged to assist Treasury.
Who are they?
My understanding is the primary consultant that's been engaged is LEK, but Ms Campbell may be able to provide further information.
That's correct. LEK are the state's strategic advisor for the current tolling review.
Okay, thank you.
I might just turn to the budget allocations for the toll policy changes that have occurred in this budget. So there's two of those. One, the new toll rebate. The budget indicates that's worth $520 million over 2 years. What is the date for budgeting purposes when that concludes, that 2 years concludes?
I might refer to Ms Campbell.
Thank you, Dr Grimes. I was not directly involved in that work, but I believe the 2 years applies from the time of the budget mid-year. Yep. So I would expect it would be around June 2024.
June 24. But that wouldn't take it into the 24-25 year. So about 2 years, 220. Okay. So what amount, and is that money allocated, the $520 million, is that allocated equally over the next 2 financial years, or does it fall more heavily in one or the other?
My colleague, Mr Midder, might have further detail on how that's been allocated across the years. I don't have that specific information, Mr Graham.
I will come back to you a little bit later today and give you that number.
Right, okay. So essentially, if you could give us the expenditure on the new toll rebate for 22-23 and then for 23-24, if I've just understood the first answer correctly. And then the budget sets out the amount that's been removed as a result of the registration support being withdrawn. How many drivers are expected to receive assistance through the new toll rebate in this financial year?
I'll take that on notice.
And could you take that on notice for both financial years? Right. And just to make the obvious point that that what you're telling us is in 24-25 and in 25-26, the amount of money allocated in the budget to the toll rebate is currently 0.
2 years, so it'll be 22-23 and 22-24.
Yeah, and then after that it'll be 0 and 0, and that's because we're waiting for this toll inquiry to unfold, and then that may impact on the policy settings. Thank you.
Can we just ask you about, if we go on page 4-20 of the budget papers, if you don't mind, I just want to talk to you about the road tolls revenue line item. We are on track to resume public entitlement to the revenues that are available to the Harbour Tunnel by the end of this month as the concession reverts back, are we not, Dr Grimes?
I'm sorry?
The Harbour Tunnel.
I might refer to Ms Campbell on the Harbour Tunnel.
Yes, Mr Mookie, that's correct. From August this year, that reverts back to state control.
Sure. And so, will Transport for New South Wales own that concession?
That's correct.
Are we forming any company of any form to hold the concession on our behalf?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so they'll hold it legally using the same arrangements they do for the Harbour Bridge?
That's correct.
Okay, can we just go to the road toll line item there, if you don't mind, which is on page 4-20. It says that $164 million in revenue is expected this budget from our road tolls. I presume that will now encompass the Harbour Bridge and the Harbour Tunnel?
I believe that's correct, Mr Mookie.
Tell us how much of that is from the bridge and how much of that's from the tunnel?
I don't have those specific details.
Well, can we take it on notice?
Yeah.
Sure. So, you can see that we're projecting 14.3% growth over the forward efforts from those two roads. Is that arising from volume growth, or is that the revenue impact of having the Harbour Tunnel back in public, and the revenue going to the Consolidated Fund, or both?
Mr Mookie, I'd suggest that Transport would be better able to answer those questions around the revenue forecasting.
Look, can I put Ms Campbell, you're probably correct, but I have this wonderful habit where I ask you, you tell me to go ask them, I go ask them, and they said you should have asked the Treasury. So here I am, asking the Treasury.
I would love to be helpful, Mr Mookie, but I don't have those details.
Can I put a different question to the same end, which is the figure, while that's the average growth, the figure jumps in 25-26 quite significantly. What are the assumptions that underlie that jump from $177 million to $227 million over the course of 1 year?
I don't know those specific details, but I'm happy to take that on notice, Mr Graham.
But you agree this couldn't just simply be a straight-off toll rise on the bridge or the tunnel that the Treasury is building in? That'd be a very significant jump in the tolls on both those roads to produce that jump in revenue.
Those assumptions predate my time in this role, Mr Graham, but I think it would be fair to say that there is no decision by government at this time around any changes to toll prices.
I accept that. I'm asking what are the Treasury assumptions that have been built into the budget about what the policy might be in that financial year to produce this revenue change.
I might refer to my colleague, Mr Mitre, in case he has an answer for that.
I'll take it on notice, but I believe that line comes in from Transport, so we need to check that.
Well, it's a $50 million rise in 1 year, which works out to be 20-ish%.
Yep, no, it's a reasonable question. We need to check with Transport and find out the basis for that increase.
Well, I'm going to preempt the circuit that I usually do every 6 months between you and Transport on this by asking you on notice to provide me with, if you don't mind, the breakdown in revenue in that line item, road tolls on table 4.19, for each year of the forward estimates between the Harbour Tunnel and the Harbour Bridge, if you don't mind.
Happy to take that on notice.
Thank you very much as well. Can we, Dr Grimes, talk about West Invest? Where are we up to in terms of West Invest?
That's a big question. There's a lot of work going on with West Invest at the moment. Of course, the West Invest program is run by the Department of Premier and Cabinet, so the West Invest program office is part of the Department of Premier and Cabinet. There is a steering committee that oversees the operations of the West Invest program overall, and I chair that steering committee, so I have a reasonable line of sight into how things are travelling, but when it gets to very detailed questions around the administration of the West Invest program, the Department of Premier and Cabinet may be the better place for those questions, but happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, sure, but you're a decision maker. It's you and Mr Koots-Trotter are the decision maker in respect to the $1.6 billion that's to be allocated, correct?
No, we're not decision makers.
Who is?
The Treasurer is the ultimate decision maker for allocation of funding under the West Invest program.
Thank you.
So essentially the steering committee has the role of making recommendations to the Treasurer across the different elements of the West Invest program.
So do you mind turning to page 1-13 of the budget paper number 1?
Bear with me for just a moment while I bring it up.
1-13.
Got it here. Yes.
You can see here it says $400 million is directly allocated to 15 Western Sydney local government areas to fund shovel-ready local projects.
Yep.
How much is that being equally distributed to all 15?
No, it's being distributed on a per capita basis. So there's a per capita calculation that determines the distribution.
So what is
a
it?
Maximum of 30, from memory, a maximum of $35 million for any one council. From memory, a minimum of, I've forgotten the minimum, I think it was $20 million or a figure like that.
Okay, and what are they for? What's the definition of a shovel-ready project?
Yeah, these are for projects that meet the guidelines under the West Invest program, which are published on the West Invest program website.
Well, do you know which projects councils are using it for, or is it just a check?
So, no, councils have to submit specific proposals that they wish to use the funding against, and then those projects are actually subject to assessment before approval is given.
And when's that $400 million going out the door?
It will go out the door over time as projects are assessed as being eligible, and then milestone payments are met under each of those projects.
How much has gone out the door already?
To the best of my knowledge, nothing has gone out the door already.
Okay, when's the first one likely to go?
I think the West Invest website says that this will happen from the middle of this year ongoing as projects are assessed and approved, but I can't give you a more specific date than that at this stage.
Is that $400 million, that specific component of it, over the forward estimates or in 1 year?
No, that's over the full life of the it's an allocation over the full life of the program.
And what's the full life of the program?
Under the community grants component, there's $2 billion that has been allocated, $400 million through the local government stream and $1.6 billion through the community
How long is West Invest meant to exist for? What's the life of the program?
My memory is for the next couple of years, but I've forgotten I don't have the details of the specific termination date. Mr. Midar may have it with him at the moment.
I think it's broadly 2 years, but I think that goes into 3 years, but it's about 2 years, yeah.
Is that for the full $5 billion or that just for that component of it?
For the $5 billion.
Thank you. And the $1.6 billion allocated through a competitive grants process that's open to applications from community groups, non-government organisations and local councils. Actually, before we move on from the 400, can I invite you on notice, Dr Grimes, to provide a table of some form that will identify how much of that $400 million has gone to which local government council, or is likely to?
We can provide a breakdown of how that $400 million
by each of the 15.
Yeah, it's been allocated. Each of the councils know the amount that is allocated to them. Yes, we can do that. We provide that to you on notice.
Thank you, Dr Grimes. Of the $1.6 billion that's been allocated to competitive grants, how many applications have been received?
I haven't got those figures immediately in front of me. I'll see if Mr. Midhar has. Otherwise, you'll have to bear with me while I see if I can bring them up.
If we're going to do a data request, can I ask?
And bearing in mind, Mr. Mookie, that the administration of the program rests with the Department of Premier and Cabinet with the West Invest Program Office. But I have a sneaking suspicion I may have. I understand that, so I may be able to find the information. But
thank you. Well, the information that I wouldn't mind if you can find is how much has how many applications have been received, how many of them have been assessed and granted, how many of them has been assessed and rejected.
So it's assessment of community program grants at the moment has just commenced. No determinations of funding have been made at this stage. No recommendations have been made.
These applications opened October, November last year?
No, the applications opened much later than that. It's only in recent months with an expression of interest process and then with the submission of applications. Again, I say there's a program office that is managing this in detail.
Sure. Well, tell you the number of programs, the number of applications, there are 680 applications.
Yep.
Total request of 7.8 billion.
How much?
7.8 billion.
Yep.
The breakdown is 325 applications for green and open spaces, 270 for community infrastructure projects, 180 groups applied for projects worth $1 million and under. There were 296 groups between 1 and 10 million and 201 that were for projects worth over 10 million.
And how many of them have been approved?
As Dr. Grimes said, it's under review. So.
Has any of them been rejected yet?
Only projects that are not eligible. There's eligibility criteria. You can only submit if projects are eligible, but nothing has been rejected at this stage. There's been no recommendations. No assessments have come to the steering committee and no recommendations have been made to the Treasurer, and it'll be several months before that occurs, Mr. Mookie.
Okay. Can you explain to me then the $3 billion that's going to be made available to New South Wales government agencies to deliver transformational projects that will benefit local communities? What do agencies just get to bid or...?
So part of that funding has already been announced for school projects in the budget, and then the balance, these are government-led projects, so they're distinct from grant programs where grants are being awarded to parties external to the government. So at the moment, government agencies have the opportunity to be submitting proposals. They'll be considered through by ministers and in particular by the Treasurer.
Well, do they submit to the Treasury or do they submit to the DPC project office for West Invest?
In practice, the assessments will be undertaken by both Treasury and the West Invest project office, and then will be considered through budget processes.
So do they go to the steering committee or do they go to the ERC or both?
I would be anticipating that there would be a role for ERC before decisions are made.
Great, that's helpful, Dr. Grimes, but do they come before your steering committee?
Yes, they will come before the steering committee. They'll be subject to assessment and then advice will be provided to the government. But again, they're different from external grants.
There's no guidelines for that $3 billion that I can see on the West Invest side.
That's because they are government-led projects. They are quite distinct from the grant programs for external applicants.
What criteria are we applying for government projects on West Invest?
These are ultimately decisions for the government. Around which of the projects are going to best meet their the overall objectives of the West Invest program.
Are they for recurrent or the spending or capital spending or both?
Yes, largely for capital. $2.5 billion allocated for capital and about $500 million for operating expenses associated with the capital program.
From that $3 billion
and they need to be obviously allocated within the relevant geographical areas of West Invest, and they need to be targeted towards the key objectives.
Well, is there any requirement for, I don't know, does Infrastructure New South Wales need to weigh in on the capital side?
It would depend on the projects. We may seek some advice from Infrastructure New South Wales.
Dr. Grimes, I'm asking, is there a rule here that would apply? As there are, for example, Restart New South Wales and those other funds?
There are guidelines that will assist us in our assessments and the recommendations that are ultimately made to the Treasurer.
For the $3 billion?
For the $3 billion. Bearing in mind already...
Do they need to have a business case? Does an agency that wants $3 billion, well, a part of this $3 billion need to come to you with a business case?
The agencies have been requested to prepare business cases to support the proposals that they're putting forward to enable them to be able to be assessed.
Are they
and
required?
their ministers to be able to make determinations about which have highest merit.
Are they required to have a cost-benefit ratio of 1 or above?
No, there isn't a formal requirement, but one of the things that we would be expecting to see in business cases is an assessment of the cost-benefit ratio.
The final decision makers here are the ministers?
Yes.
And they have the ability to accept your advice or otherwise reject it?
These are, yeah, but they're very different from the grants programs.
Indeed.
These are government-led projects, but in the same way as you would be considering other government projects.
This is borrowed money, isn't it?
At the moment, the government has a deficit.
Well, it's coming from the consolidated fund. It's not coming from any special deposit account, is it?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
So the ministers can decide how to spend this $3 billion, basically, however they wish, so long as it's within the 15 areas. Is that a fair summation?
And so long as it meets the eligibility requirement of the which the
ministers set.
Which ministers actually establish. Yes.
The ERC or the government, the ministers establish the guidelines, and then they decide whether or not the spending is against the guidelines, and they are able to authorise spending even if it's not against the guidelines. Technically, isn't that the case?
They're going to be projects that are going to be funded to meet the objectives of the West Invest program.
Can I ask Dr. Ackerstracht, you did the pork barrelling review, didn't you? Professor, I'm sorry if I... Mr. Ackerstracht.
Sorry, Mr. Mookie.
You undertook a review into pork barrelling on behalf of the Premier, did you not?
I did a review of grants administration, yes.
Yeah. Were you asked at all to provide advice on West Invest?
I'm sorry?
Were you at all asked as a part of that review to provide advice on West Invest?
No, I don't recall that I have been.
Where exactly is your understanding of where the government's up to in terms of implementing your recommendations?
With my 19 recommendations, they've been accepted in principle, and the government, I think, is working on ways to implement them, to update the guidelines, etc.
When do you expect those to be operating?
I'm not too sure.
Have you been advised?
No, I don't think I have been.
Dr. Grimes, when exactly will Mr. Ackerstracht's guidelines be applicable to government projects?
Well, I can tell you that the West Invest Steering Committee is applying very high probity requirements on the administration of the West Invest program. There's actually a detailed probity plan, and in developing that probity plan, we've had full regard to the recommendations coming out of.
Well, I'm reassured by that. But my actual question, Dr. Grimes, was when exactly is your understanding as to when
they're to be issued by the Department of Premier and Cabinet, and so you'd need to refer to the Department of Premier and Cabinet on the specific release, but they've been announced, and I anticipate that would be very, very shortly.
So I'm glad that you are applying some of those, well, the principles Mr. Ackerstracht has set out to the West Invest, but as it stands right now, why should we consider the West Invest anything other than a slush fund?
I would direct you to the probity plan for the West Invest program, which is published on the West Invest website.
Sure. Well, do you have a probity advisor?
Yes, there is a probity advisor for the program.
Are all the applications for this $3 billion fund considered to be cabinet in competence?
There's a distinction between the grants program, to which all of the grants requirements will apply, and then government-led programs, which are...
I'm listening, Dr. Grimes.
Okay.
Which are projects that are government, ordinary government projects of the sort like school projects. They could be a number of other projects that meet the requirements of the West Invest program, which are not external grant programs. So I would make that distinction because it's an important distinction.
Yeah, I accept that. But the $478 million that went to schools, why was that $478 million decided to come from the $3 billion when quite clearly all the processes that you're talking about aren't established? Like, we've already spent $478 million. What assurance can you give me that that $478 million has obeyed the same principles? And for what it's worth, why was education Did they put a bid in and other people put a bid in and they just got it out first, or was it the case that they were asked to come forward earlier in time?
No, they submitted bids. There were other bids submitted. The government determined that those projects had sufficient merit to be able to be announced in the budget. So they were announced in the budget with the balance to be considered through the,
Did they go to the steering committee?
Remainder of this year.
Did they go to the steering committee?
Yes, the steering committee considered projects, government-led projects, which were then ultimately considered by the Treasurer after consultation with the
my colleague, can you on notice give us the date that the steering committee considered the $478.2 million that went to these schools?
Yes, I'll take on notice the specific dates.
Thank you, Chair.
Boyd.
I want to ask some questions about generator property management. Who's the right person to direct those to? I was just trying to get a better understanding of how the interaction or the relationship works between Electricity Assets Ministerial Holding Corporation, EAMHC, and GPM. We get audited accounts for EAMHC. What's the nature of GPM? Is that effectively off budget?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to do my very best to answer it because this is a complex portfolio that I've recently inherited.
Okay, lucky you.
So GPM was established as a transaction company in accordance with the legislation, and its dealings include the decommissioning, demolition and rehabilitation of power stations, operational management of closed power station sites and their related infrastructure and assets, and management of ongoing regulatory and contractual obligations.
Is it within the control of Treasury and therefore part of the sort of the overall, the budget in the same way the AMHC is, or is it off budget? And so we don't, for example, have the inclusion of its assets and liabilities in the overall budget?
A very specific budget question that my colleague Mr Mida might be able to answer better than me, but what I can tell you is it is a Corps Act company, so has been established with its own directors, and that its operations and activities are funded by the Electricity Asset Ministerial Holding Company.
So, yeah, perhaps Mr Mida, if you could assist. My understanding is that although EAMHC is controlled by the state and is therefore seen as a government entity, that perhaps GPM is not. Is that correct?
I'll have to take that on notice. I can try and get that to you later today.
Thank you. That would be very useful. Do you want me to hold the rest of my questions over on that until you come back with some information, or shall I give them to you all now?
Give them to me all now.
Okay. I'm particularly interested in understanding. So my understanding is that if we get a power station closure, there's liabilities that used to appear on the non-quantifiable contingent liabilities sheet in C4 of the budget, that then those liabilities that are unquantifiable, once there is certainty in the closure date, the EAMHC takes ownership, and then Generator Property Management is responsible for the sort of clean-up activities. It is given funding from EAMHC in the form of grants. Does that then mean that we no longer recognise that non-contingent liability in relation to that that non-quantifiable contingent liability in respect of that particular power station never makes its way onto the quantifiable contingent liability sheet in the budget because it now sits with GPM on what it appears to be completely non-transparent budget?
I will need to confirm that. However, when a non-quantifiable liability has been dealt with, so in this case through a grant, then that grant expenditure will appear, and once that would be the cost that would appear. But I can confirm that.
But it will appear as a grant, not as an actual contingent liability.
Well, if it's not a liability, then yes, it'll be classified as it's not a liability anymore. It's being remediated. So I will check on that and come back to you exactly.
Ms Boyd, if I may, I believe in the state financial statements there is a recording of an amount under the administered liabilities in respect of amounts that we are able to now quantify.
In administered liabilities? Is that what you...
Administered liabilities,
Administered
correct.
liabilities.
Yeah.
Does that make its way in any form onto the EAMHC accounts at any point, for example, as a provision for outstanding claims?
I would have to take that question on notice, thank you.
Thank you, that would be very useful. I'd also like to understand any information you can give me about GPM, in fact, particularly the financial statements for the last 5 years, and how it works between EAMHC and GPM when it comes to GPM getting a grant, how that has been quantified prior to the clean-up work actually being done. That would be really useful.
Thank you. We will take that on notice.
Thank you. I'll just hand over to my colleague while I gather my notice.
Thank you. I just have one question, and I think it's possibly to all of you, and it should be brief, but there's quite a bit in the public arena that the coal industry lobby has been attempting to create an insurance mutual scheme underwritten by the federal government, and that was before the May election. Can you confirm whether you have been approached at the New South Wales Treasury Department to underwrite or support such a scheme in any way here in New South Wales?
I'm not aware, but
I'm not aware. Yeah, no, I'm not aware, but I'd just like to understand a little bit more about the scheme that you're referring to.
So
make sure it's not going by a different name or...
Well, I mean, let's just imagine the broadest possible concept of the participants in that industry looking for some kind of insurance assistance, whether it's through a reinsurance or an underwriting or a pooling of any sort, to assist them in their fairly obvious trajectory that they're experiencing.
I'm sorry, Ms Boyd, could we just clarify? Sorry, Ms Higgins.
It's fine.
Apologies, I'm sorry. Could you just clarify, is this in relation to coal mines or to coal-fired generators?
All of the above, but mines in particular.
I'm not aware of anything. I have not been approached or for anything in relation to that matter.
And is that the sort, if you could just clarify, if I was a participant in that industry, is Treasury where I would come to ask that sort of question?
If I can answer for the Office of Energy and Climate Change, no. It would be the Department of Regional New South Wales would be one of the most likely approaches because of their role in managing the mining industry.
Terrific. Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you.
There we go. We have a microphone shortage. Could I just ask one quick one in relation to the extra billion that was in the budget for Resilience New South Wales? We're only a few months down the track now that Resilience New South Wales is being disbanded, we understand, at some point. Is there to be a reallocation of that $1 billion? Has there been discussion on what's going to happen with that in the budget?
Not that I'm aware of. We have had no conversations.
No? Okay. Anyone else aware? No? Okay. All right. I'll leave that for this round if you wanted to chair, if you wanted to go back to Mr. Field.
Oh, Mr. Field.
Chair. Oh, sorry, Mr. Field.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. These questions might be for Dr. Wilson, I think. I wanted to go back to the points I was raising with the Treasurer earlier about the emissions forecasts that have been put on the SEED portal recently, a new dashboard. I think it's the first time we've seen the sector-by-sector forecasts out to 2050. I just wanted to understand where is the information around the assumptions for these forecasts? How do we have a look at, for instance, land use? You know, what sort of level of land clearing you assume in coming up with those sorts of forecasts?
So, two things in response to that, Mr. Field. So, one, the New South Wales specific emissions that are on that portal. I'm advised that they're currently under peer review and they'll be published in scientific publication later this year, can't be specific, it's quite a process. And the assumptions are, so the land use projections in particular, I know you're particularly interested in, they reflect exactly the approach of the Commonwealth Government, and the Commonwealth's inventory methodologies are all publicly available, so I've got links here that could be provided to you.
Oh, sure. That doesn't necessarily fix the issue or address the question, because I assume with, for instance, land use change and forestry, we're assuming native vegetation clearing, we're assuming logging, we're assuming regrowth, we're assuming soil carbon. Someone's done the sums on all of this and made assumptions about where each of those would be. It's not quite as simple as saying it's the same methodology, because there might have been regeneration schemes that have been taken up by landholders. There's public land clearing. So where are the assumptions?
I suggest that you could refer those questions to my colleagues who run the emissions modelling in DPE, who will be here tomorrow on Mr Griffin's opinion.
We can do that. Well, then, one that might be related to you then is, as part of the implementation update and in speaking about the net zero plan generally, there's a range of projects, programs, electricity infrastructure roadmap, the New South Wales waste and sustainable materials strategy. There's a series, I can go through them. Which of these programs have already been incorporated into the emissions forecasts and which haven't been?
The majority of the programs have been included in there. The hydrogen strategy was released after that emissions forecasting was done for the implementation update, so that's not included. The waste and sustainable materials strategy is not included. And there are, I think, a couple of other things like the net zero on parks strategy is not included. Okay, was the net zero buildings strategy included? No, I don't believe it is. Okay, well that's 4. That's quite a few. Yeah, so it depends on the timing at which they're released.
Sure. So the data that's up there now is current as of when? Because it was published on the 12th of August, but it's not clear exactly what date these assumptions are at, because it's included. Obviously, it's got an annual assumption for every year from 2021 through to 2050. So you're saying that the 2021 one is an actual, is it current? And then from there on, it's forecasts, or?
Yep. So I understand that you've got the assumptions that are published through the Commonwealth, and the most recent ones are the 2019-20 data, which were released on the 9th of June. And that relates to your earlier question, which I've misunderstood about the graph in the Treasury outcome. Then there's projection data for the specific programs that we are implementing. And again, I understand that we're at the moment taking a very, very conservative approach to that modelling. So, for instance, only modelling known emissions reductions from implementing within that program, and not yet modelling what the market uptake might be. And then that modelling also looks at what's happening in the broader community and the broader industry across New South Wales. Okay. And again, that's been taking an extremely conservative approach. So looking, many industries now have net zero targets, but unless they've got clear approaches to implementing them and clear timelines, that's not factored into the modelling at the moment.
Okay. So for each of these programs, you must have made your own judgments about the emissions reductions that would result. So, for example, the New South Wales electric vehicle strategy, is there a document, is there a set of figures that show us how much emissions abatement, emissions reduction is likely to result from that strategy once it's implemented?
Well, the emissions abatement projections are public in the State of the Environment report. And again,
down to that specificity for each of these programs? This is what I'm getting at.
No, sorry, for the sectors, not for the program specifically. No.
That's right, because I mean, obviously a lot's made of the New South Wales electric vehicle strategy, but I'm looking at these forecasts and it shows for light vehicles emissions are increasing all the way up to 2031 and don't really start to turn down for another couple of years after that. So I'm trying to understand the value that we're getting out of these investments in terms of emissions abatement. So am I able to see the assumptions of emissions reduction and for each of these programs?
So I can certainly, when we're doing these programs, we either undertake or commission quite detailed modelling. So, for instance, with electric vehicles, we've modelled different rates of uptake, and the ambition, as I'm sure you're aware, is to have 50% of new vehicle purchases be 50% of new vehicle purchases be battery electric vehicles by 2030. That's quite different from having 50% on the roads, and we know that the number of vehicles in New South Wales is continuing to increase, so we take factors like that into account, the increase in vehicle traffic and the proportion that will be EVs.
I absolutely assume that. I'm just wondering if I can see it. Where does it exist?
It exists in documents that were put together to inform the policy.
Okay. Are they publicly
They're not
available?
Publicly available, no.
Can they be made publicly available?
I think we'll take that on notice.
Take that on notice.
Okay. I thought we might have gotten there eventually. Another one is the Primary Industries Productivity and Abatement Program. I assume there are forecasts for that as well, likely emissions reductions?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. It's the same case. Perhaps we'll take it on notice. I know that, agriculture, for example, is likely to have a 25% increase in emissions. The Treasurer made quite a bit of the Net Zero Industry and Innovation program. I think that one's a little bit different in its structure, and I note that there's a substantial downturn in industrial emissions anticipated, forecast here, but then it rises again. What sort of work was done to make assumptions about emissions output and forecasts for that program?
So again, as I said earlier, for each of these programs, the expected emissions reductions are modelled quite closely for the actual money that the government is expending. The longer-term expectation is that those emissions abatements activities will ramify through the economy, but that's not currently modelled in the forecast, so they're extremely conservative forecasts. And again, post-2030, as we expect the economy to grow, we've not yet modelled in that penetration, I guess, of low emissions technology through the economy.
Okay. For those programs that aren't yet factored into this data, when will this be updated to reflect those additional programs?
I understand later this year, so fairly common answer, but in the next couple of months.
So is it the intention for this data to be updated on a regular basis on the SEED portal so the public can see how the forecasts and assumptions are changing?
Yes. It is.
Yep. Is it likely that further information, those program by program assumptions, are going to be provided at any stage?
I think what I would say about that, Mr. Field, is as Dr. Wilson has indicated, the assumptions right now are quite conservative, and they are based on a lot of what the government investment is doing. I think as we have more confidence in what we're seeing in the market, and particularly around the commercial sector, I think we would get more confident in building some of those assumptions in. But again, in the interest of transparency and defensibility and being able to say these are the most accurate projections that we can stand behind, we want to have absolute confidence in those numbers going in.
I appreciate the importance of that confidence. I'm just, I guess, contrasting it to the confidence from the Treasurer when he talks about these issues, that's all.
So if I could also just add, though, I think when we did set up the Net Zero Plan Stage 1, then we did modelling again across all these programs, and you recall that then we projected a 35% reduction in emissions compared to 2005 by 2030. Yeah. Already, just 18 months later, we updated the modelling and came up with that additional amount, so we're certainly adjusting regularly.
I think we all know that largely that reflects the commercial closure of, mostly, overwhelmingly, the commercial closure of the existing coal-fired power stations.
It reflects many things, the very rapid uptake of solar panels on roofs as well.
I understand that. Thank you very much. I'd like to turn now to the questions I was asking this morning about forestry, and I appreciate that I think the answer was that that was an operational decision with regards to the contract renewals. But I'd like to ask a broader question. It might be for you, Dr. Grimes. Has Treasury been asked to model an exit plan or a contract buyout for public native forests in New South Wales?
Not to the best of my knowledge, but I'll have to take that on notice to just see whether there's been anything that's been requested of Treasury in the past.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. Well, I guess would you have knowledge back to a certain point, as it happened recently? It's just that there's a lot of public debate at the moment about the need to deal with the post-bushfire impacts, and there's a lot of discussion about whether or not forestry can meet its contractual obligations. So do you recall any requests of Treasury for feedback, information, analysis of these potential impacts?
I'd have to refer to Ms Campbell, but she in turn may have to take it on notice.
Yeah, thank you, Dr Grimes. I think we will have to take that on notice. What I can say is that there was an independent scoping study done in the past, and the government had decided at that time not to proceed.
Oh, you're talking about the privatisation, yeah,
correct.
Separate, okay.
Thank you. No, we'll have to take it on notice, not that I'm aware of, but that doesn't mean that there weren't requests.
3 minutes. But 6 minutes before we break.
Oh, great. Well, 6 minutes. Dr Grimes, can I ask you to turn to page A5-13 of budget paper number 1, if you don't mind?
Did you say A513?
Yep, A5-13.
13. Yeah.
The whole of government measures statement.
The whole of government what?
Measures statement.
Measures statement, yep.
You can see here that there is a provision made to lift the public sector wages cap from 2.5 to 3% for 2 years, and for the opportunity for workers to claim an additional 0.5% in 23-24 subject to productivity reforms, which you can see is a dot point.
Yes.
You see that dot point?
I can see that dot point.
Great. Can you tell me, of that 20, just above, this Mr Midder might need to, maybe for him as well, but in terms of the whole of government expense that's allocated towards that in the 22-23 year, no, sorry, the 23-24 year, so of the $611 million of additional expenditure that arise from these measures, how much of that comes from the 0.5% productivity?
Yes, I'd have to refer. The 0.5% would be funded from within existing agency budgets, is my recollection.
Well, I think that this is, given it's reported as a material measure, I'm not sure that's true.
It's the two increase, Dr. Grimes is right, the 2.5% to the 3%, the 0.5 is in that number. So that's the net number. And then the productivity increase of 0.5% would be within agencies' budgets.
Is there existing budgets?
So in the existing budgets, so they'd have to find productivity savings of their equivalent to be able to offer the 0.5%.
Sorry, Mr. Midder, can you're all going to be doctors and professors by the time I'm done. Do you mind just put the microphone forward, please? So have we allocated additional money to those agencies to fund that 0.5% productivity bonus or not?
No, it's within agencies. It has to be absorbed within agencies' budgets.
Okay, so there's actually no additional money that's been set aside for the productivity bonus?
That's correct.
Okay, and can I ask, how does a worker claim an additional 0.5%?
So the 2.5 to 3%?
Yeah, that's given. No, I'm talking about the 3 to 3.5 for the 23-24 years. It says here the workers have an opportunity to claim an additional 0.5%. How does a worker go forward and claim that? If I'm a nurse sitting in a hospital, how would I claim that?
I think that's for the agency will have to find productivity within their own agency before they can offer that to the nurses.
Well, the issue is that a lot of these people aren't bargaining and their agreements are going to be continuing. So what, is it, do they write a letter? Does the union write a letter? Like, how does this work that where apparently 0.5% is available, which is meaningful in the current cost of living crisis? How does a person get it if they're not bargaining?
So the wages policy isn't owned by Treasury, that policy is owned by DPC.
Indeed, but
it would probably be appropriate to refer that question to
you
DPC.
Would have to assess. Do you assess whether or not an agency has met a productivity target, or is it purely a matter for their discretion?
So they would have to show us the productivity saving.
You'd have to sign off on it?
Well, it should be neutral. At the end of the day, they could offer that additional 0.5%, but there's no additional budget for it. So they would have to then fund that through their own agency savings.
Sure. But when it comes to all union agreements or negotiations and all that issues to do with employee expenses, usually Treasury keeps an eye on what the agencies are agreeing to or what they're not agreeing to. So are they required, for an agency to spend its existing money on this, to give this productivity bonus, do they need to get your permission or ERC's permission, or can literally the Department of Education just go, oh, great, done, here's a cheque?
I'll have to take that on notice on the process.
Okay.
For the 23-24, I don't think we have developed any guidelines around that at this stage.
We've got
All right, 3 minutes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Actually, I wanted to ask a question about the $34.4 million in the budget that has been allocated to increased carbon storage and sequestration. Can someone tell me anything about what that is and where it's going to go in practice?
You got a page reference for the
Sure.
amount?
7.7 in the outcome statement, number 2.
Oh, number 2, budget paper number 2.
Second last bullet point.
7.7.
We might, if that's okay with you, use our 15-minute break to have a look at that and come back to you after
That'd
the
be
break.
really useful. I just want to know what the plans are for it. Is there going to be a grants program? What is it?
This is in stronger primary.
Thank you. We'll try and come back this afternoon on this.
Yeah.
Okay, we might take a break.
Would you like me to cover off some?
We'll
I've got
come
some
back
outstanding questions, answers to some
Take a
outstanding
break in
questions.
15
Back in
minutes.
the
Come back in
Further
15.
information?
Sorry?
We've got the officials have some further information for us.
I'm sure we can.
If I can do it now, it'll be helpful.
Okay, if you want.
Thank you, if you've got it.
So the toll rebate question, the 520 million split, is split between 22-23 and 23-24. The amount is 246 million in 22-23 and 274 in 23-24. And I don't have a split of motorists, but we expect around 500,000 motorists will benefit from it in total. The next question on the 1.9 billion that was injected into TMF.
Yep.
That's in budget paper 4, page 10.7, 10-7. Yes, under grants and contributions, under receipts, this is the New South Wales Self-Insurance Corporation, so it's 1.942, and the other side is, unfortunately, will be rolled up into the Treasury entity, which is grants and subsidies, but that's quite a large number, 193, but it'll be within that number. The other
How
side
much
of the
between the
transaction. 1.9, sorry?
How much of that 1.9 is coming from the Treasury grant and how much is in the grant for cycle?
So it's in the grant and subsidies in total amount.
Sorry, you had to go slower, Dom.
Sorry, it's within the total, it's within the line grants and subsidies, the full amount, 1.9 billion.
In the CyCorp line?
In the CyCorp line, and the other side of the transaction is in the Treasury line.
Got it, yep.
Okay. We'll now break for 15 minutes and come back in quarter
Did
two.
you have... Okay, we'll have to wait.
Have you got a copy of budget paper once?
I do not, but I'm assuming you're a Treasury colleague.
This morning I made a reference to taxes, duties and penalties for unpaid amounts that would be made from Star Casino. I made a reference to Revenue New South Wales considering the matters further. In actual fact, it would be the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority, so I thought it was appropriate to correct the record there. Both from the same cluster, but the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority would be the entity that would make those decisions. And the second thing that I wanted to respond to was the date at which the Western Sydney school proposals were considered by the Western Invest Steering Committee. My information is the 25th of May 2022.
All right, thank you. Chair. Questions?
Yes, thank you. I might ask Mr. Deverell, so you can also get an early mark as well. Just while I find the right level of paper, what is our current yield on our today on our 3-year, 5-year, and 10-year debt?
Okay, the 10-year debt's approximately about 3.95%. If you went out to the market today to borrow 10-year money, it'd be about 3.95.
Yep.
And then, as you can imagine, the shorter the duration, the lower the rate would be. But I will just give you the exact numbers as of Friday. Just bear with me 1 second.
No problems.
Okay. For T Corp to borrow 10-year money is if the March 33 is, well, sorry, 10-year is 3.94% currently. If you wanted to go out 5 years to, let's say, 2028, because this is March 28, so it's 5 and a bit years, that's about 3.58%. And then you get the very short dated out to 1 year would be about 2.8%, 2.79 to be precise.
Thank you. Are you able to, on notice, provide me with the equivalent figure for this day last year?
I certainly could.
Thank you. That would be helpful.
I could almost give it to you exactly.
Why not?
Yes, well, saves me writing a report to you in 21 days. 1 year ago, if you took 2.46% off that 10-year number, so it's 3.94, I quoted you for 10-year debt.
Yeah.
If you took 2.46 off that, which is basically 1.48, is that correct?
Yep.
And then for the what did I call the 5-year number, which was March 2028, if you took 2.6 off that, 260 basis points off that, which would be just slight about 0.98, that sort of thing. And then the 1 year, you took 2.7 off that. So that would be...
it's fair to say that our yield curve has flattened a little.
Well, the yield curve is certainly, it's gone up a lot, the step function upwards, and then the story of markets all over is flattened yield curve.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. Can I ask a couple of questions now about the borrowing task?
Yes.
How much are we borrowing this year?
Yeah, good question. It's
net borrowing?
Well, at the budget it was announced it was $28.2 billion, plus or minus a couple of $100 million.
Yep.
We then, immediately after the budget, borrowed about $4.2 billion, bringing the task for FY23 down to $24 billion, so roughly $2 billion a month. Where we stand at the moment, we have done approximately 20% of that task, so we're running around about 19.3 to go.
And is that across the 3-year, 5-year, 10-year?
Well, it's right across. What we're trying to do is, strategy is to borrow for as long as we possibly can, and that makes the refinancing challenge pushed out many, many years into the future.
What's the average yield of the money raised so far this financial year?
This financial year, I do not know that number off the top of my head. What I do know is that the money that we've raised in the installed base of funds is roughly 2.1% for all the book that we've raised, and then what the question you're asking is for the amount that we've raised in this financial year, the 5 or 6 billion, what is that rate?
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
And it's going to be higher than that. It'll be less than 4%, probably above 3.5% is my guess.
Okay, so we can assume, and do you expect market conditions to stay within the existing parameters? That is, the remaining part of the borrowing task is likely to be raised at that 3.5 to 4% level?
Very hard to predict the direction of rates markets. I'd love to make a feeling fabulous forecast, but I would be chastised if I did.
But it's fair to say it's going to be at a much higher level than it was this time last year.
Certainly where we are at the moment is much higher than we were last year.
And currently, you will take on notice the average yield of the money raised to date?
That we've done for the first 2 months of this financial year?
Yeah.
Certainly.
Thank you. We expect it to be about 3.5, or that's what you said, it was around that.
It's going to, depending on the tenor of what we've raised, whether it's 10-year or 7-year or longer, it's going to be in that ballpark.
And I presume it's a weighted average?
Exactly.
Okay. Can we turn very quickly to some of the funds?
Certainly.
We got the balance for the New South Wales Generations Fund this morning, the debt retirement component of it. Can I just get that again? As of 30 June 2022?
Okay, so as of 30 June, the balance was $14.7 billion. Where it sits today is about $15.4 billion.
Yep.
So the amount of money that was put into the fund at inception was roughly $12.4 billion. So whereas we stand today, it's about $3 billion up, and the average annual rate of return from then till now is about 7%.
I appreciate that, but I'm just going to stick to the 30 June 2022
Fine,
figure,
no
if you don't mind.
Yep.
I accept that there's obviously movements, but that will be reported next year.
Subsequently, yep.
Because you only assess it, you reported it from accounting purposes once a year, don't you?
What we try to do is give an update. What you'll see in the annual report, which you'll get in 3 or 4 months' time, will be for the financial year ended June. And then what we also do is update the numbers as of December. The reason we do it for that is that for many of the funds, they have unlisted assets in their portfolios, and they don't get revalued every day,
of course.
either quarterly or half-yearly.
I understand that. 14.7 is in the New South Wales Generations Fund.
That's right.
Are you still? Does your investment mandate for that fund still assume that the fund's balance is likely to rise to $81 billion by the end of the decade?
We manage the fund not based upon the amount of money that we have in the fund today or tomorrow. We manage the fund according to the investment objectives, which is a target of around about 6.5% to 7%, and we build a portfolio to do that.
Have you been advised of an inflow next year for 23-24?
No, not at this stage, no.
And when will you be advised about what the inflow is?
That typically comes through the budget process.
Okay.
So we get told a number during the budget process as to what that number might be.
Okay. Can I ask you, what is the balance as of 30 June 2022 for the Treasury Managed Fund investment portfolio?
$11.8 billion.
11.8. So that was...
So the general
investment portfolio, correct?
Correct. A big
Treasury Managed Fund investment portfolio.
That is correct. The number I have here is $11.8 billion.
That went down by $1 billion?
Yes. The story for most of the funds in June 30, given that equities were down and bonds were down, literally everything was down. You had numbers for the NGF was down around about 3% for the year. For the Treasury Managed Fund was down around about 4% for the year.
Yep, thank you. Do you have the same figure for the New South Wales Infrastructure Future Fund?
I do. That number was negative 5%, and the number is $8.9 billion.
So we went from $12 billion the previous year in the Infrastructure Future Fund to 8.9.
This fund is in outflow.
So how much of that was outflow and how much of that was just
the vast majority would have been outflow. This fund started with
another fund.
Yep, and then it's been slowly been an outflow, and that's accelerated in the last few years to the point.
What was the investment proportion of that loss?
I'm guessing it would have been around about 0.5 or 500 million is my guess. The vast majority of it would have been outflows.
Can we get the outflows and the investment?
Sure, for the NIF.
Yep, thank you. Yep. The Social and Affordable Housing Fund Investment Trust, what's its current balance as of 30 June 2022?
That is $1.5 billion, just over $1.5 billion.
So that one's not in massive outflow.
That was down about 5% as well.
So that one's lost 159 million?
That's correct.
Okay.
If that's the number, 5% of 1.5 billion.
It had a balance the previous year of 1.659 billion. So if it's at 1.5, it's lost 100 million.
Look, I don't have the numbers in front of me. What was the inflows and the outflows and the investment returns?
That one doesn't really. That usually spends
the investment returns. But I can take that on notice.
Well, fair enough. But on page 6.4 of the budget paper, it shows a negative return on funds investment to date. That's okay. I think you've answered my question. If you don't mind taking that on notice, that's helpful. I only have a few more, and then we'll go to my colleague. Just, Mr. Deverell, what's going on with your dividend?
My dividend?
Yep, the T Corp dividend.
This is the T Corp dividend?
Yep.
We have declared a dividend for the year. It was $95 million.
Are you planning to reduce it?
In the forecast, no. Not that I'm forecasting.
Can you go to page 7.8 of the budget paper number 1?
I don't have that.
I'm sure someone can find it for you. Over the forward estimates, it says this, that there's to be, over the forward estimates, and not 1 year, to be clear, there's a reduction of $219.5 million in T Corp dividends, primarily due to the decision not to proceed with a previously planned capital restructure for which additional dividends were projected at the time of the 2021-22 budget. So, what's happening?
Yes, I'm not so familiar with this, but what I can tell you from my recollection of events is that we were forecast to pay a bigger dividend in one of those years.
I think you were doing a capital restructure, not necessarily a dividend. It was a return of capital, I think.
Yes, and we were advised that that was not needed, so we just paid a standard dividend.
So who advised you that that wasn't needed?
Treasury.
Who?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Dr. Grimes, who told T Corp that they don't need to give us back $219 million?
I have to take it on notice, but it would have been from Treasury to...
Well, maybe Ms Campbell's unit is responsible for this, because it's part of, that's where T Corp is managed. So we did a capital review of T Corp's capital structure. At some point, we decided that they can pay us back $219 million, and then we decided they don't need to. So how that happened.
Mr. Mookie, that does sit in my portfolio, but I'll have to take that on notice and get some advice from my team.
Does anyone know? Like, I mean, honestly, the CEO of T Corp can't explain. The Treasury is sitting here. It's $219 million that we're not getting back. Like, what's happened?
Yeah, look, I do recall it was some time ago. There was a request by Treasury for us to pay a bigger dividend, which was the normal dividend plus an extra return of capital. Treasury decided that was not necessary, so we just returned the standard dividend.
Sure, but I don't dispute that's the facts that took place. What I'm trying to understand is what was informing Treasury's thinking around this, because there's an implication here is that you are sitting on more capital than you need, or you're not. Like,
I can't recall that.
Dr. Grimes, no one?
No, I can't provide further information at the moment, but it would be also a question of why was an amount actually budgeted for originally. So.
Yeah, I'm going to presume that this was done by your Assets and Liability Committee, or ALCO.
No, ALCO would not have looked at this.
Okay, well then someone must have. Like, who did the capital review?
Indeed, I think we're indicating we need to take that on notice because none of us have the answer directly to...
Well, on notice, can we find out who did the review, when the review was done, was the review made public, was it re-reviewed? If so, who asked for it to be re-reviewed, who did the re-review? And
I'm not sure there was actually a sort of a review as such, but we can take on notice all of the relevant circumstances and provide information to you.
Okay, I only have one more questions about dividend policy, which maybe is to Ms Campbell, because it's to do with Sydney Water dividends. Apparently, we're reducing Sydney Water's dividends by $455.4 million so that they can maintain their investment-grade credit matrix. They're currently BBB rated, are they not?
I believe that's correct, Mr. Mookie.
Was their rating under threat?
I don't have the answer to that question, Mr. Mookie. I'd have to take that on notice.
Well, the implication of this is that had we insisted that they continue to pay us $455 million, that their rating would be under threat. Is that a fair inference for me to draw? Or?
I believe that's correct, Mr. Mookie.
Okay, and so they are now, have you been advised by the rating agencies that there's an issue with Sydney Water's?
I haven't had any direct conversation, but it is as a consequence of the Greater Sydney Water Strategy and the additional capital expenditure that's required by Sydney Water that had an impact on that originally projected dividend.
Okay. Can you On page 7.9 of the budget paper, on the Sydney Water Corporation dividend, the dividends over the forward estimates from them are expected to go from $259 million in this current year to $352 in 23-24, $435 million in 24-25, and then $652 million in 25-26, which, I mean, I'm glad that they're so profitable that they are able to replace that growth in dividends despite us reducing by $4.5 billion. But can you explain to us, particularly in those two last years, why is there such a massive spike in Sydney Water's dividend in years 24-25 to 25-26?
Thank you, Mr Mookie. I don't have those precise details. I would need to take that question on notice.
I accept that the IPART is doing the repricing of the water this year, and that's why it's going up from 125 to 264. It's doubling in the next year because the 5-year determination by IPART kicks in. But that 5-year determination lasts for another 5 years. So what I'm trying to understand here is that there's clearly something going on with Sydney Water's balance sheet, because we've had to, their credit rating seems to be under some form of risk. We've reduced it by $455 million. Accept that they've got to fix the pipes and borrow more accordingly, but then we're still taking a lot of money out of them in dividends. Quite an aggressive rise. Like, how's that happening?
Again, Mr Mookie, I'm happy to take that question on notice.
Well, this would have had to be agreed by the Treasurer in his statement of expectation that he had to issue Sydney Water. So I presume he did issue that statement of expectation to Sydney Water?
Yeah, that's correct. The statement of expectations will outline the government's policy direction within which Sydney Water will run its commercial operations.
Yep, and they do a 10-year plan, a financial plan that informs that. I'm aware of that. And so did the Treasurer ask for these extra dividends?
I can't speak for the Treasurer, Mr Mookie.
Someone can. Like, did the Treasury provide advice to the Treasurer that that's possible?
I expect Treasury would have provided advice, but I would need to get advice from my team, Mr Mookie, to answer that question.
Okay. Equally, Landcom, is there any issues with their dividend? Or theirs is going from $24 million in 23-24 to doubling 51 in 24-25. Are we expecting them to be double years profitable? Have they got more coming off that year? Is that a cash flow thing? What's going on?
Again, Mr Mookie, I'm happy to take that question on notice.
Okay.
Mr Lewis and Ms Parry, coming back to you, I think you've got some numbers for me in terms of solar.
We have nothing further for Mr Deverell. I'm sure he's looking at me going, can he go? If we've got nothing further for Mr Deverell.
They get consulted.
Do you? Unless you.
No, I don't. I'm fine for Mr Deverell. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Sharp, I've got 3 things that I'm coming back on, 2 for you and 1 for Ms Boyd. But just to start, you asked this morning whether or not there was targets in the PDRS program between households and businesses. I can confirm that there is not. That because we're seeking the lowest cost for demand reduction, in essence, we're letting, once the scheme is going, the market, in essence, will determine the split. So we have not put in targets between households and businesses. Ms Boyd, you asked the question in reference to paper 2 and this section 7.7 on the 34.2 million on CCS. I can confirm that that refers to DPI work under the Minister for Agriculture. Okay. So would best be directed to that portfolio. And Ms Sharp, you had a follow-up question, or we didn't get to your question on the solar for low-income households. So Mr Lewis has that information here. Thank you.
Yes, Ms Sharp. Last year there were 451 solar for low-income household installations made. The expenditure on that was $2.97 million. As at the end of July, we had installed 1,396 solar systems in total, and there are a further 238 households have been approved to receive solar systems under that program.
Sorry, can I just confirm the 450 number, was that for 2021, was it?
That was 21-22 installations.
Right, and sorry, and the 1,396?
That is total installations to date as at the end of July this year.
Which was 21-22. Sorry, I'm confused.
Sorry, so what
am I not understanding here?
As at 27th of July this year, since the program commenced in October 2019, there have been 1,396 installations.
Okay, thank you. And can I ask then about the Empowering Homes scheme? My understanding is that scheme closed in July, is that correct?
That is correct, yes. That scheme has closed for new applications.
And it was originally a pilot?
Correct.
And are you able to tell me how many people took up the scheme? Because I understand there's two components. One is the solar plus battery, and then the other is retrofit battery. Are you able to give me a breakdown of that,
please? Yes, if you just give me a moment, I will be able to come back on that one for you.
I've got the numbers here if you like, and then Mr. Lewis can fill it in. As of July 2022, 596 installations have been completed, with another 91 loans approved and awaiting system installation.
And are you able to, look, you can do this on notice. Obviously, the key issue here is that this was a pilot program in only some locations, which means, given that it's closed and it's not being reopened, and then large sections of the state have not had access to it, are you able to give this to me broken down by postcode, please?
Yeah, we can. We'll take that on notice. But and also just to note that while the Empowering Homes pilot was closed, the $128 million Energy Bill Busters program was a replacement for that Empowering Homes program.
And it allows you to do the same thing?
Well, the Bill Busters program, as was canvassed by the Treasurer this morning, two components. One is the solar for low-income households, forgoing the energy rebate in terms of a solar installation. If an individual or family does not live in a household that is conducive to that solar installation, they can apply for appliances, energy-efficient appliances.
Oh, I've got that. That's great. Okay, well then, just sorry, I know we've got to move on. Can you also give me the breakdown of the low-income household rebate by postcode too, please?
We'll take that on notice.
There we go. You guys. Sue.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, I was just wondering if you could tell me, and I realise this is the administrator of the fund is perhaps regional New South Wales, but the Clean Coal, the Coal Innovation Fund, where it's up to, and if we've decided that clean coal is perhaps not the best way to be spending such a large proportion of money.
So I can talk to that at a fairly high level. So the Net Zero Plan committed to the Coal Innovation Program, and that would provide incentives for coal mines to try and reduce those fugitive emissions that we talked about this morning. The government really is looking to, and again, under their NZIP program of these large-scale, hard-to-abate sectors, and it is trying to create that incentive. That is, again, going through Coal Innovation New South Wales, of which I am a board member of that organisation, and again, working with the coal industry to try and capture those fugitive emissions under that program.
So is it correct there is still some $67.6 million in holding in that fund? Would that be about right?
I would have to take that on notice, but
I think that sounds about right.
Sounds about right, but I'm happy to, I don't want to...
That's held by Regional New South Wales, so that's not, that's different from the NZIP funding.
Yeah.
And that's for research specifically. There are, I know they do annual reports to Parliament as well.
Yeah. Do you know, I mean, is there capacity to kind of change the terms or recall? Because it just seems so bizarre that since 2012, that money has just been sitting there, barely spent. There's been a bit of spend each year. It's been the organisation seems to be sort of living and surviving off the interest of that fund, and it would just seem that 67.6 mil right now could go into serious emissions reduction, given that we are not even actually currently reducing our scope 1 and 2s in this sector.
I guess, again, I don't want to sound unhelpful, but we're not the ones that administer that fund, so I would direct those questions
to I suppose the
Deputy Premier.
The question then really is there scope to recall, have a look, or work with regional, Treasury work with regional to talk about when that money will be spent? Is there any
And again,
provision?
I think that would be a question best directed towards them as the holder of the program and as the holder of the funds.
Okay, so once we give, we just let go of it, whether it's well-spent money or functional money. I'll ask them that. Thank you. Just one other question, not on coal, just in relation to
the current New South Wales forestry operations, the hardwood public sector forestry operations, of which Treasury is a shareholder of the state-owned corporation. Just curious about whether there is scope, and you are looking at the possible quite radical increases in the costs of that operation, given the current pattern of non-compliance. There was I think it might have been mentioned this morning, there was an episode on TV last night with an expose, but it actually raised a really serious financial question about non-compliance, and it actually did say, and I think the EPA, the New South Wales EPA, has confirmed that there's possibly another 9 prosecutions in the pipeline, maximum penalties for that $2 million. Naturally, we wouldn't be factoring in the maximum penalty, but if we were, we're looking at an extra 18 mil. That's on top of the current subsidies that industry is receiving the benefit of, which I understand is quite large, and that it was revealed that currently the taxpayer is subsidising that part of the industry at $441 per hectare. Is Treasury, are you alert and aware that this state-owned corporation is quite financially rogue at the moment? And let's not even really go, or perhaps let's consider the costs of the harm that we're actually doing, like driving species to extinction and logging the public forest estate. Is that on Treasury's radar as a cost?
I might take that question. Thank you, Ms Higginson. And I'll do my best to answer it. The first thing I would say is that forestry policy matters are a matter for Department of Regional New South Wales. Secondly, I would say that we are aware of the non-compliances. So the story last night related to an incident that dates back a couple of years, and Forestry Corporation have acknowledged that that was a result of human error in relation to mapping and marking, and did impact a very small number of trees relative to what they produce, and that they had actually dedicated a further 14 hectares for koala habitat above what was required to be protected by regulations.
That's what they say.
Yes, that's what they say. Since then, they have taken steps to improve their compliance, and obviously, I think as my colleague said earlier, are subject to the highest, I think the Treasurer said, highest standards by the EPA. And I guess the other thing I would say is that, it's only around 1% of the 2 million hectares of...
Well-circulated talking points, weren't they?
Hardwood forest. Can I just point out there, thank you very much for that, but, the 1% is incredibly frustrating on anyone's part. If it happened to be the 1% that is, for example, if we're talking about landscape significance, or, Uluru is probably only the smallest percentage of this country, but if all of a sudden it disappeared, it would have catastrophic impacts, so it's really not something we should be talking about. That part of our public forest estate happens to be incredibly significant to biodiversity and threatened species survival. So thank you for that point, but it's not one that will wash here with me, and I don't think it should continue to wash with you as the public sector.
Yeah, thank you. Your point is noted, but again, those matters of forestry policy belong with the Department of Regional New South Wales. So I would suggest that you ask those questions when their time comes.
I will. So just to the finance question, which was really what I was getting to, is that on our radar in terms of our taxpayers and the money that we may well be liable for?
I can't speak to the liabilities. Obviously, they haven't been proven, so we'd just have to reserve any opinion on that. But in terms of the earnings of the business, that's absolutely something that Treasury will monitor, and we are aware of the losses, particularly in the hardwood business. But what I would say is that it's been pretty devastating over the last couple of years in terms of bushfires and floods, and a lot of money has been allocated by forestry towards recovery efforts.
Thank you.
You've still got 2 minutes.
Over to you.
You don't have any more? Chair, thank you, Chair. Thank you. This might be for you, Mr. Lewis. I think you'd started on this before. Just to go back to the pipeline, if we could. We started to talk about the process, where things are at. I understand you're looking at it, but if you can just provide a little bit more detail about what that process looks like, likely timelines for the assessment of that application that's been made.
Of course, Mr. Field. So, as I mentioned before, we have received an application for an authority to survey. We are now undertaking consultation with the community, and that's an 8-week consultation process that commenced last week. In the ATS application, the proponent is required to provide details of all the lands that they're seeking access to, and so we have written to all landholders and occupiers of those to seek their feedback on the application, including any conditions of entry that they may require or would like the minister to consider once this goes to the minister for his assessment, and that relates to things like particular biosecurity requirements, or if, for example, if it's a lambing property, then obviously there's issues around having access at lambing time. So we're trying to understand, given the length of this infrastructure, what some of the specific requirements that the minister may need to take into account.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you still haven't made a decision as to whether or not the application meets all of the criteria and is adequate. So you're already engaging with landholders where they're seeking access before you've made that determination as to whether or not the application is even sufficient.
So our consultation process is part of our assessment of the application itself. We want to make sure that, as I said, the landholders and occupiers that are potentially impacted by this ATS have the opportunity to provide comment on the application, so we can look at that, and that goes to, as I said, not only the potential conditions that might be applied to an ATS if it is approved, but more general comments around the application itself and whether landholders and occupiers believe it is robust.
Sure. The service, the corridor, the proposed corridor, has shifted quite a bit since the original approval. For those landholders who aren't being contacted because the proponent doesn't intend to survey on their land, at what point do they get a look in this process?
So technically the corridor has not changed. It is still a 200-metre wide corridor.
But now we're getting down to 30-metre specifics, right? So it changed according to landholders.
Yes. So the process, the ATS application in this instance, I believe, is being used by the proponent to get its finalisation of what the final route alignment for the pipeline might be, and that alignment could potentially deviate outside of the currently approved 200-metre corridor that was part of the original planning approval from 2009, I believe. And obviously over that period of time there's been a number of land use changes, different property sizes, etc. So the proponent, I believe, is seeking to understand what might be the most appropriate alignment there. Now this is primarily a matter for the planning portfolio, but what I can say is that there are a number of circumstances where the proponent could apply for a final alignment that lies outside of the 200-metre corridor, but there are various requirements that they would have to meet in doing that, and that's a matter that's more appropriately addressed to the planning department as the
so for the people who are likely to get a survey, you talk to them, but for anyone else, if the alignment changes as a result of this survey that's being done, they've got to go speak to the planning department and have a dispute over whether or not the conditions are that went with the original approval are being met.
So the ATS is purely about doing surveys to finalise. I absolutely understand the point.
Just to be clear, people are writing to me. Landholders are confused about this process. It's been dragging on for years. The proponent's been given quite a lot of flexibility here to make applications. I think I first spoke to Minister Kean 2020 and 2019 about this original application. So this is dragging on. Landholders are confused. Can they say no under the act that governs Minister Kean's responsibility in signing off on this survey for the pipeline?
So are you meaning on
Can a landholder say no to a survey?
If we assume that an ATS is granted by the Minister, can they say no?
That's right.
They are entitled to say no. However, the proponent, given that an ATS, if it were to be in effect covering their property, is a legal instrument, the proponent could seek a range of measures to enforce access if they wish, but that is primarily a matter for the proponent to consider.
What is the Minister's considerations here in making a determination? What's he weighing up?
The purpose of the ATS is to, in this instance, is to allow finalisation. So if in order for the pipeline to be properly designed and engineered, there are a number of different geotechnical or other studies that would be undertaken as part of the survey. So this is intended to allow for finalisation of the, as I said, of the design and engineering as well as the route of the pipeline, because different aspects of whether it's soil types, etc., incline levels, land stresses, how it would need to be constructed if it was going on the road. So the Minister's
considerations are technical. The advice he's going to back us get as to whether or not to approve this is based on the survey requirements to construct a feasible and functional pipeline. Is that what you?
That is what the proponent is seeking.
That's the Minister's consideration,
and the assessment is done based on the provisions of the Act and the regulation, which are set out to be taken into account.
So he's not weighing up ecological or social impacts for this. That's being done, and from your perspective, through the planning process.
That is correct. Yes, that is part of the planning process, and would also be taken into account by the planning team were there any modifications or variations sought to the existing approval.
Okay. It begs the question as to whether or not this is worth the effort, to be honest. Victoria, as you might know, and this might be for you, Ms Perry, I suspect, Victoria is moving to develop a plan to move away from gas used in homes and businesses. Is there any plan for New South Wales to adopt a similar strategy to start to wean our businesses and households off gas? A very expensive, increasingly expensive energy source.
Thanks for your question, Mr Field. No, at this point there's not. I think there's 2 points that I'd like to make around that. One is around what the New South Wales government is looking to do to address the gas shortfall that's predicted by AEMO, and also the role of gas and the importance of the role of gas in underpinning renewable energy and where we're going, and for it to serve an important role for gas power generation and the important role that plays in the market.
Well, part of dealing with the shortfall, is any part of it trying to reduce the use of gas?
So I would say, well, there's two things I would say about that. There isn't an active program that we're saying no. There are some residential programs that, and again, I'll just confer with Mr. Lewis as to whether or not any of the planning bylaws are indicating any specific new builds are limited in the gas, but it's not an active policy to be weaning large manufacturers or businesses off gas. What the government is focused on is ensuring there's adequate supply, and they're doing that through a number of means, looking at Narrabri, looking at import terminals, looking at expansion of the pipeline coming from north-south. And sorry, I'll just come to you in one tick. And again, the importance of ensuring that there's adequate peaking capability within the generation system, within the energy system, to support the volume of renewables that are coming in.
Is there an existing published forecast for gas usage in New South Wales between now and 2030?
Yeah, there is.
Yes, we rely on the Australian Energy Market Operator's gas system of opportunities and the forecasts it contains not only for New South Wales but the broader East Coast gas market.
Okay. I think our usage is quite a bit smaller than Victoria in terms of domestic use, but do you know offhand how much of our household energy comes from gas?
So in terms of New South Wales gas consumption is approximately 130 petajoules per annum. Of that, I think maybe around 30 to 40 petajoules is for domestic, and the remainder is for commercial and industrial, as well as gas powered generation.
You'd acknowledge that irrespective of dealing with those constraints on supply, gas pricing is not going to go down anytime in the near future. It'd be in the economy's interest for us to wean ourselves off gas as quickly as possible.
So I would point to a few things. One, that is the point of the roadmap, that the volume of renewables coming into the system, to ensuring we have properly structured renewable energy zones to ensure that orderly transition that is happening across the energy market. And the second point that I would make, Mr. Field, is the investment that the government is making in hydrogen and the development of the hydrogen industry and green hydrogen. And that is a large part of our NZIT program as well, is to try and get those large businesses looking to decarbonise. And part of that is shifting towards A, where their energy sources are coming from, and B, the development of a green hydrogen industry.
And that is going to be useful for commercial users, but you just talked about the renewable energy zones, getting them set up. I mean, that assumes that households are going to have electricity appliances to run, and at the moment there's not really a disincentive to buy new gas appliances. Why aren't we doing what other states are doing, which is trying to move people off new gas appliances, which just create a pull factor for some of the most expensive, hard to get and damaging fossil fuels that are out there?
So, Mr. Field,
is there any plan at all to look at, should we do this? How do we do it? What could be saved by households?
Well, Mr. Field, obviously a policy decision is a matter for the government of the day, but what I can say, just to add to the answers that Ms Parry has given, is that there are a number of programs and initiatives that are being run under the general emissions reduction framework that would, where substitution of gas for electricity or other lower emission fuels, such as biogas and renewable gases, receive incentives and various funding opportunities. So whilst there is not necessarily, in a similar vein to the Victorian government once, or maybe the ACT government, one single overarching policy document, what I can say is that there are a number of programs and policy initiatives, both in the design and specific program funding, that where gas substitution is certainly an eligible activity.
Thank you, Ms Lawes. Thank you, Ms Parry.
Labor.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure who this is to, but we'll see how we go. I want to go back to the roadmap and basically just test. We've obviously this morning had discussions with the Minister, the Treasurer, about his confidence in being able to deal with the gaps given the pressure we've got with a lot of coal-fired baseload coming offline. I just want to confirm that the roadmap basically sets the new minimum generation targets of 12 gigs for new generation by 2030. Who can tell me about the modelling that's being done for that, given the scenarios raised by the Treasurer this morning?
I think it'll be between Mr Hay and myself.
There you go, Mr Hayes. You get a question.
We've got two deputy secretaries here who
I'm happy.
both overlap in various ways.
Perfect. Thank you.
So, just to be clear, Ms Sharp, you're thinking about the modelling that underpin the 12 gigawatt target?
Well, I suppose, I mean, we can all see that we've got some pretty large challenges in relation to timeframe and infrastructure development and replacement as the coal-fire generators come offline. I'm just trying to understand the scenario planning that you're doing, what that looks like, who's doing that.
There's a number of aspects to that. And as you know, the roadmap has a number of different entities. A lot starts with AEMO and its integrated system plan, and that has recently been updated with its step change in demand, and so that plays out into the plans for both network and generation. Another angle to it is the consumer trustee, which is independent of New South Wales government and is responsible for mapping the course to building the 12 gigawatts by 2030. So that's in its infrastructure investments objectives report. And I'd note the first auction is due to commence the beginning of October, where they're looking for, like any auction, they don't have to accept any bid and they might accept more, but the target is 2.5 gigawatts of renewable energy to get long-term energy service agreements as a result of that auction. So they have a pathway to get to the 12 gigs. The modelling that's done, therefore, is firstly at EMO's level, which is a system reliability focus. Then there's consumer trustee, which is about a build focus and matching that build and focusing on the long-term cost to New South Wales consumers.
Thank you, Mr. Hay. I sort of understand the pieces as they come together. What I'm trying to understand is the nature and role of the scenario modelling that you may or may not be undertaking if we're going to be under pressure as with the retirement of the New South Wales and also Victorian coal generators.
Yeah. So in terms of focusing on reliability, are the lights going to go out? The first
Put it that way, yes.
Yeah. First bit for New South Wales is the energy security target, which we talked about this morning. And that is modelled by AEMO as the energy security target monitor. And that's applying the test that we talked about, the 1 in 10 year -2 of the largest units at any given time. My colleague Andrew Kingsmill will give us a little bit more detail in a moment. The other is AEMO as the national market operator with its ESU, or Energy Statement of Opportunities, Electricity Statement of Opportunities, and that's looking at the reliability standard that applies under the national electricity market. So one is a probabilistic and one is a deterministic test, so we're modelling it from two different points of view, which is a useful innovation.
And is that a consistent, like, what is the sort of stages? At what point do you say to the minister, we've got a problem, or is this sort of a consistent level of modelling that you are doing? That's tracking how it's going.
Yeah, and it's, as Mr. Hay has outlined, it does go back largely to AEMO, so it is a consistent set of assumptions underpinning this, and again, looking at that increased demand scenario through the ESU, we then apply a New South Wales specific energy security target over that. We look at, again, quite conservatively, Ms. Sharp, around what we think that supply-demand balance is going to be, and only consider certain committed projects in determining what that gap is going to be. So, for instance, the most recent Energy Security Monitor report indicated that there was going to be a gap that was emerging underneath that scenario of the EST monitor, and because we couldn't consider at that time, because the Waratah Super Battery needed to be considered. So once the Waratah Super Battery was considered, that gap decreased. But again, the minister has at his disposal under the roadmap a number of levers that he can pull. He pulled that latest lever in issuing affirming direction to the consumer trustee. So the minister took the view under the advice of the department that there could potentially be a breach that emerges in the realm of about 350 megawatts in the time of Eraring coming out. He directed the consumer trustee to run a firming round. What happens then is the consumer trustee goes and forms an independent view in terms of confirming what that gap is and how it could best be filled before it runs around.
Thank you. I appreciate that. There are many different pieces to this puzzle. My real question is that it is from a policy's perspective, as you are looking at this, are you as confident as the minister that the targets that are set out in the roadmap will be able to be met by 2030, given the slippage that there is in terms of planning, looking at Snowy, looking at the problems that we've had in East Coast capacity recently? I mean, are you as confident as the minister is that this is going to be able to be delivered?
So I guess what I would say, Ms. Sharp, is that we have a number of tools at our disposal, and we are actively using all of them. So whether it's the implementation of the roadmap and the acceleration of the implementation of the roadmap, whether it's the running of the firming rounds, whether it's the procurement of the Waratah Super Battery, as well as working with our colleagues across the national energy market to look at what a capacity mechanism look like, what is a regulated exit contract looking like. There are a number of different pathways, including as well as transmission build. So what I would say is, yes, we have a number of different activities and levers at our disposal. The minister has at his disposal. He is actively looking at those all the time. It's not a secret to say that the supply-demand balance in New South Wales is tight. But again, we are conservative in our projections about what comes online when. So for instance, we're watching Snowing very carefully. In addition, HumeLink, we're watching that very carefully. carefully and making sure that we adjust as well our expectations of when those gaps may emerge. Right now, we don't feel, with all the levers that have been pulled, we don't feel that there is a gap that is emerging that can't be dealt with through the existing mechanisms. But Mr. Hay or Mr. Kingsmill may have something to add to that.
I'll just, okay, can I just ask you about a couple more things and then I'll probably be done. I wanted to, the last estimates we talked about about Transgrid and the status of the guidelines being developed to when engaging with private property owners. I think the Minister told us they will be available imminently. Are they now available?
Guidelines for transmission development are still in progress.
They're not finalised?
Not finalised at the moment. We'll be engaging on those shortly. I don't know, Andrew, if you've got anything to add on that.
Okay, they're not ready to go. We talked a little bit about the reses this morning and the declarations that are outstanding, of which there are many, and some have been, obviously been through their initial round. Why are these not? Why are they not being declared?
I can give you a little bit more of a update on that. It is a process to go around drawing lines on maps, and so that needs extensive engagement, which we've done, as you know, with the registrations of interest, and then we engage on those to do those. So Central West Orana was formally declared on the 5th of November 2021. New England was formally declared on the 17th of December 2021. We're now in the process, the draft declaration for Southwest was on exhibition for 4 weeks from the 22nd of April 2022. The final declaration of that is imminent. The Hunter Central Coast Res, the draft declaration will be publicly exhibited in September, with a final declaration due there shortly thereafter. The Illawarra Res, that declaration is again expected. We're targeting the end of the year. We've just finished the EOI process. There'll be some announcements on that shortly.
So, I mean, is the issue here that you're basically doing the res declarations sequentially to avoid overspreading and diverting investment resources? Like, what is it? If one is delayed, are the others delayed?
No, it's simply the process of engaging. So Central West Orana was declared before the roadmap. The Central West Orana was underway before the roadmap. So it is about engaging with those communities, and we've used the similar team, similar methodology. So they've been working through the reses in that sequence.
I've got one more question before I hand over to my colleague, which is New South Wales yet to finalise the transmission efficiency test?
We've been working on that. The transmission efficiency test has a number of aspects. So, Andrew, do you want to pick that up?
Yes, absolutely. So the transmission efficiency test and the guidelines for it will actually be consulted on by the Australian Energy Regulator. And there's two sets of guidelines that the regulator is planning on consulting on. One is where a transmission infrastructure project is delivered contestably, and those guidelines will be consulted on very shortly, and those regulations, the drafting is underway. The second...
So when do you anticipate that will be finalised?
I might take that one on notice and we'll come back with that if we can, please. The second set of guidelines is for non-contestable projects, and that will be a different nature of assessment that will be more similar to what's done currently under the rules, and they will be consulted on later in the year, but both guidelines are expected to be in place by the end of this calendar year.
Right. Secretary, through you, I might just return to one of Mr Midhar's answers on that capital slippage issue. If we could just go back to Budget Paper 1511.
511?
Yeah, and it was just, so table 5.3, it was just this question about what percentage of the 22-23 capital expenditure, the $8 billion capital slippage is in this year. I think you referred to it as 21%.
Yes.
I take it that's for the broader budget, is it? Not for the general government sector? Because that is
the total capital of the 30 billion we had for the no, that'll be the general government sector.
So 21% for the general government.
30 billion was, yeah, so if you add the 8 billion to the 22.6, you'd get 30 billion.
Yeah, 30 billion.
That's the 20%.
So 8 billion over 30.666 billion would be closer to 26%. Does that sound right to you?
Well, I've been told it's 21, so I assume if it's not...
Well, that just does not scan with the figures in the budget, though. So I assume it's...
I'll check that and come back for you. I'll check and come back.
Yeah, all right. So, but I'd be correct in saying it's really comparing that the 22,666, add the 8 billion, would give you the number by which to make that assessment. It's the 8 billion over that figure.
I'm just checking on that. I will confirm that soon.
And then looking ahead to, you've told us you'll tell us what the capital slippage is for the year ahead of that and the year after. You've taken that on notice.
I'll take that on.
But we know it's $50 million for the 25-26 year. And can you confirm that that percentage is 0.2%?
I will come back to you. I'm just confirming that 21% is for the NFPS sector. So it is the GGS and the PNFC.
Correct, yeah. So that was my assertion to you. So you agree then that while it's lower for that sector, for the general government sector, it's actually 26%, not 21%.
That's right. That would, yes, the maths works there.
Yeah, so just to confirm, 26% capital slippage in 22-23 and 0.2% capital slippage in 25-26.
I'll confirm that and come back to you.
Thank you.
That's just 50 million.
Great.
Just on that, sorry, that 22,666 million that is described as the capital budget for 22-23 on table 5.3 on page 5-11, is that excludes the $8 billion allowance, does it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr Secretary, through you, in order to implement the proposed changes to the stamp duty to introduce a land tax choice, does that require legislation?
Yes, it does. I might hand to Ms Wilkie to help you with more detailed questions.
So it requires legislation, that's correct?
Yes, it does require legislation.
And so has legislation been drafted?
Legislation is currently being drafted.
Okay, when do you expect the drafting to complete?
A first draft is complete and is being quality assured at the moment. Or we're looking through it. It's a complex piece of legislation.
Indeed. When do you expect it to be introduced into Parliament?
I believe the government is intending to introduce it in the second half of this year.
We're into the second half of this year.
Yes, can't at this point be any more specific.
We have 5 sitting weeks left for a complex piece of legislation. Has a decision been made as to when in those 5 sitting weeks it's to be introduced?
That's a matter for government decision.
Well, have you been given a timeline as to when it needs to be ready for?
The second half of this year. I'm sorry, Mr Mookie, I can't be any more specific than that. It's a matter for government decision.
Is it still the intention to commence this system from January 13 next year?
Yes.
What happens if you don't pass the law?
That will be a matter for government, but clearly if the legislation has not been passed, then the scheme start date will need to be adjusted.
Okay. For you, as you describe it as a complex piece of law, do you know how many laws need to be amended?
Not off the top of my head. I'll need to take that on notice.
Okay. And is there an intention to publish an exposure draft publicly? Seek feedback?
That decision has yet to be taken by the government.
Is it a decision for government or is it a decision for Treasury?
It's a decision for government, Mr Mookie.
Okay, and they're yet to decide?
Yes.
Okay. Well, is there any opportunity for people, putting aside the merits or otherwise, but the technical complexity of a law change like this, is there any opportunity for people to provide any comment currently to the draft? Other than the processes you've already done?
So the legislation, as I said, is still in a draft form. Treasury itself is still reviewing that current draft of legislation. We
Previously, we had set up a panel of tax experts who were going to review the bill for the proposal that was being considered last year. We expect to use the same process again, but we have yet to have that confirmed by the Treasurer.
Who's on the panel of tax experts?
I would have to take that on notice. We will need to reconvene that panel if we're going to take that approach. So it may not be the same set of people that we had convened last year.
Okay. Well, can you on notice provide us who was on last year's panel?
Yes.
How do you choose that panel?
Well, it's a panel of experts in terms of consultation. Again, I believe the way we did it last year, but again, I'll have to confirm this on notice, is consulting with stakeholders more broadly in terms of who they would recommend be included on that panel, as well as using our own judgment and then putting that to government for decision.
Well, look, Ms. Bookie, I've had experts in state tax law contact me and say that they didn't choose to go on that panel because they were required to sign a non-disclosure agreement, and any views that they wish to articulate publicly would be restrained as a result. Are you intending to require any such expert to enter into such an agreement?
Again, it will depend at the point in time when if we go ahead with using such a panel, it will depend at the point in time of which that process, the part of the process that is at.
Okay. How many people, first-time buyers, do you expect to choose to pay a land tax next year?
Just one moment while I bring up that information.
I believe it's 6,500, if I'm reading the note here correctly.
Yes, that's correct, 6,500.
As a proportion of first home buyers, how much is that?
So it's about 6%.
6% of first home buyers. And is it the case that now any first home buyer who purchases a property of less than $600,000 pays no stamp duty?
That's correct. They would have access to the stamp duty concessions.
And how many people access that concession, do you know?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, so that's 6,000 that are expected to choose. I presume that is first home buyers who are currently not exempt, or is it your view that that includes people who are currently entitled to an exemption but would choose to pay a tax anyway?
So they may be, we would expect that there are some people who, even though they are entitled to a partial exemption, would choose to still go on the property tax, choose the property tax because it's dependent on the unimproved value of the land and how long they intend to hold the property.
Okay, so that's partial exemption of first-time buyers who purchase a property between $600,000 and $800,000, correct?
Correct.
So you're saying that there's a category of people within that cohort who will make the choice. Do you know how many?
Well, I'd have to take that on notice in terms of wait on.
How many first-home buyers purchase a property that's worth more than $800,000?
Sorry?
How many first-home buyers purchase a property that's worth more than $800,000 per year?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay. Revenue New South Wales tells me that they don't keep that data, so I have no idea. Does Treasury have any modelling on this or any data on this?
We've done some modelling on that, yes.
So the 6,000 presumably includes people from 600,000 upwards, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we'll basically be able to figure out what's percentage does that 6,000 work out to be of people above 800, or you need to take that on notice?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay. How much will property prices reduce next year for first home buyers as a result of this change?
As a result of how much will they reduce?
Yeah, how much will property prices go down next year if we implement this change?
This change isn't expected to have any significant impact on house prices.
At any point in time?
So for the first home buyer choice, no.
Okay. So just to be clear, the first home buyer choice proposal will have no impact on housing prices.
Correct.
Okay. What about economic growth?
The impact of this policy on economic growth, I would have to take the specific number on notice, but it will have, over the longer term, a positive impact on economic growth.
Longer term is defined in last year's property paper as being 3 decades. Are we still working on that horizon?
Yes.
Okay, so over 3 decades, we expect there to be some accretion in economic growth.
Yes.
Okay.
As a result of this policy.
Will this policy or the policy that was outlined last year?
No, this policy, because it will improve the transaction of houses in the sense of people being able to purchase a property that is more in line with their needs. It will have efficiency benefits that will impact positively on the economy over the longer term.
Same amount as the proposal last year or less?
Less.
And is that because the property no longer stays within that tax base and it can leave at the point of sale?
No, it's because the choice to use the property tax is open to less home purchases.
Okay, so can you, perhaps can we get on notice, if it's possible, Ms Wilkie, just how much the expectation was, is it GSP growth we're looking at?
Yes.
For the 3 decades according to last year's proposal and this year's proposal?
Sure.
Thank you very much. What's the typical amount that a first-time buyer will pay if they make this choice next year?
I will have to take that on notice. The range that people might pay on a property, I will be able to give you the range that people might pay, but really it's going to depend on the unimproved property value.
What was the range then?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay, well, there's 2.2 million rated properties currently that are residential, according to the data that's been published by the Valuer General. That works out, according to our calculations, just running the numbers, we think it comes out at 2,468. Is that about it, in terms of what the median is?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Sure. Are we in a position to just talk through precisely how, under this proposal, it is still the case that the first home buyers who purchase a property in the top 20% are excluded? Is that still the policy?
The policy is you will only be eligible for the policy if you are purchasing a house less than $1.5 million.
And is that designed to exclude the top 20% of properties?
Our estimate is that that will capture 97% of all first home buyers.
Sure, but last year in the paper that came out, that model said that the top 20% of home buyers would not be able to make a choice.
Yes.
Is that still the policy?
No, that's not still the policy. The 80% referred to the full property tax reform, where the choice was going to be available to all people purchasing a property, not just first home buyers.
Okay, so the 1.5 million, where did we get that figure from?
That number, the $1.5 million threshold, was selected in part because it would mean that 97% of all first home buyers could be eligible to make the choice to pay property tax instead of stamp duty.
Okay, and so how is that intending to remain the policy going forward, or do we have to adjust that threshold every year, or how does it work?
That's a matter that will need to be considered, going forward. At the moment, in the same way that the government considers whether it's going to adjust the thresholds for stamp duty concessions.
Okay, so the 1.5 million threshold is subject to effectively the equivalent of bracket creep, correct? In that the threshold doesn't keep up with market conditions, so therefore less people get the choice?
No, that's not the current
Depending on what happens on property prices. But is there any mechanism to adjust the price threshold, or is it 1.5 million forever?
There's no formal the government has not agreed a formal mechanism for assessing that in any kind of frequent way, periodic way. It's a matter for government.
Okay, so there's no inbuilt mechanism to adjust it?
No.
All right. Is there any restriction in the legislation that would stop the ability of a future government to increase the rates?
I'll have to take that on notice in terms of what's currently in the draft.
Okay, thank you. Can I, just in respect to the specific issue around rate adjustment, are we still maintaining the... are we contemplating any changes to the existing stamp duty system?
So the rate will be adjusted annually based on growth in average incomes. So it will be the rate each year will grow depending on what's happening, or could increase or decrease based on what's happening with property values, in particular the unimproved land value. That growth each year will be capped so that it grows no more than growth in average incomes.
Is that on stamp duty, or is that on...
that's on the property tax.
The property tax. I'm asking about the stamp duty side of the equation. Is there any changes being contemplated to the stamp duty system? Okay, and so can I just ask, that issue around the cap, you said that it's on average incomes, but the budget says that will be indexed by gross state product per capita.
Yes, that's
okay. So it's not
that
AWE.
is one definition of that is one way of defining average incomes.
It is, no dispute, but that's the way we're defining average incomes. Okay, was there choice or consideration given to benchmarking that to either wage price or average weekly earnings, or?
There were a number of different different ways of capping it that were looked at over the course of the policy development of the policy.
Okay. And are we planning any changes to the land tax side of the equation, as was flagged in last year's paper around the elimination of the premium threshold rate for land tax, or what's going on there?
That's still a matter for decision by government.
Okay. So given that this paper last year effectively said that we were going to eliminate the progressive structure of land tax and go to a flat rate, that is still the policy, or is it not?
No, it's not the policy at the moment. That was the policy proposal that was being consulted on, with the government's decision to restrict this to first home buyers at this point, rather than change the entire system and include bringing in land tax. It was decided to pause on the land tax side of it at the moment, and so that is still a matter for consideration.
Okay, is that likely to be treated in the legislation or not?
No.
Okay, so the government is yet to make a decision about whether it wishes to pursue that part of the proposal?
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. What conversations has Treasury had with the Commonwealth Grants Commission about the impact of this change on our GST payments?
So throughout the course of time, so going back a couple of years, as we've been working on the broader property tax proposal, we have had multiple conversations with the Commonwealth Grants Commission at an officials level, and there have also been conversations between the then treasurers about the way the Commonwealth Grants Commission will treat this in the GST.
Sure, but I appreciate that. But since this version of the policy has been announced, either in the lead up to this version of the policy or since it's been announced, what conversations, let's do them in both stages. Since this policy's been announced, what conversations have we had with the Commonwealth Grants Commission?
So we've had general conversations about the proposal and how it will affect, given the size of this. Sorry, let me take a step back. We have, because the proposal that we were considering or the government was considering over the past couple of years was going to broadly change the tax raising potential for the New South Wales government. That is what impacts on the GST relativities. This proposal does not make such a system-wide change, and so it's unlikely to have the same impact on the GST.
Is that your submission, or is that their view?
That's the view that we have formed, and the conversations that we have had previously with the Commonwealth Grants Commission would indicate that they are likely to consider to come to the same view.
Well, they have to make this decision, next April when they decide the relativities for that next coming year, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there's not going to be a Commonwealth Grants Commission decision until next year?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Can I ask you about the shared equity scheme? Is that to you, Ms Wilkie, or is that someone else? Which agency is going to run this?
That is still being determined.
Okay. Well, apparently this is a system that's meant to be operational. When is it operational?
It's also supposed to be operational in January next year.
When are we going to tender to find the bank who's going to do the banking part of this for us?
We are still working through those details at the moment.
Do we know when we're going to tender on this?
At this stage, no. We haven't put a proposal to government yet.
Okay. Are you confident you can run a tender and have this in place by January?
We are working towards that at the moment, Mr Mookie.
Indeed, but my question is, are we likely to experience delays?
There's any number of things that could cause delays on this, Mr Mookie. We are working through the steps that we need to take to be able to implement this policy.
Okay. Do you require legislation for this?
It may require legislation. It depends on the way that the policy is implemented.
Okay, so should we be expecting some late nights in the next 5 sitting weeks to be able to do this as well, or is this going to be part of the other tax reform?
You'll need to ask the government that question, Mr Mookie.
Artfully done. Ms Wilkie, can I just ask you, in respect to the $784.4 million investment in the shared equity scheme to be trialled by the New South Wales government, how much of that is on the balance sheet and how much of that is on the operating side of the budget?
Sorry, let me just find the right part of my notes. So the net lending impact of the budget of the measure is $156.5 million over 4 years.
So why is it saying $780.4 million?
The $780.4 million is the amount of is the
value of the property.
Is the value of the equity position taken in the homes? Yes.
So let me just get this right. So is the $780 million required? Is that the value of the house purchased by us and the first home buyer?
It's the equity position that we have in the properties.
So that would equate to presumably the maximum 20%, the collective provision. So what's the difference between the 156 million and 780 million?
So the difference is so basically the direct effect of taking an equity position in a home is the conversion of the money from one sort of financial asset, cash, into the interest in a home. That's not going to, that direct effect isn't going to change the government's net lending. The government's not going to charge homeowners rent, and so the value of the new financial asset is going to be less than the initial cash amount.
Okay, so we're borrowing cash and then turning it into an equity position that presumably accretes in value if property prices accrete in value, I suspect?
I'll have to take on notice the detail
This is just the way
of the
the Victorian and WA government accounts for it. It's not particularly complicated, but the 780 million over the forward estimates, does that assume growth in the value of the housing asset or not?
I'll have to take on notice that detail.
So on the operating side, just on the operating side, put aside the way in which it's recorded as an asset or not, and a liability side, but what's the operating impact of the shared equity scheme? The extra interest payments we're paying to borrow the money?
I'll have to take that on notice, Mr Mookie.
Because this would be the most expensive, if we believe the $780 million, this is by far the most expensive shared equity scheme in the country by a country mile, because this is worth more than the federal government scheme, according to this. So I'm just interested in how exactly does this $780 million is, or how much of it is just a bit of liberty that's been taken in a press release.
Mr Mookie, I'll take those details of that on notice.
Well, then can I ask on notice, if you don't mind, I'm just looking for how much cash needs to be raised by each year over the forward estimates. What is the value of the equity projected in each year of the forward estimates? And what is the net interest we pay to obtain the cash to purchase, if you don't mind?
I'll take that on notice.
For us. I appreciate that. Secretary, the Future Economy Fund, what's that?
I'm not sure. Mr Mookie?
Well, let me help you. Page 5-3 of the budget paper number 1 says that we've set aside $703.4 million for a future economy fund to drive growth in emerging high-value industries such as digital technology, medtech and the clean economy. Do we know what that is?
So I've got some detail around the Future Economy Fund. There's $142 million to drive research, development, and innovation. There's $342 for commercialization, supporting firms to bring to market, and $219 million to accelerate growth and investment in priority sectors.
Who's running this fund?
This fund is in the Department of Industry,
Enterprise, Investment and Trade.
Yeah.
Okay. What, do they just get $703 million to spend, or what's the criteria for this? Does Treasury get told?
So I don't have details on that. I can take that on notice.
All right. Has any of the money been allocated? Or as in?
As yet. Again, I'll take that on notice.
Can we get this profiled over the forward estimates as to how much of each money is being... Is this got grant funding? Is this just... Are we picking... What's going on with this? Like, what's the Treasury's oversight of this $703 million?
Again, I'll take that on notice and come back with details.
Okay, thank you. Can we talk about Treasury Secretary? Is the Treasury working on a project called Project Cooper?
No, the Treasury is not working on a project called Project Cooper.
Is it working on a project called Project Phoenix?
There had been a Project Phoenix.
What's Project Phoenix?
This was the project that had been undertaken last year around the early closure. It was the project to look at the implications of a possible earlier closure of Eraring.
And is it still underway or is it finished?
That work has all been done.
And was Project Phoenix meant to provide advice as to whether we should be buying back Eraring?
I might just refer this to Mr Hay, who will be able to give you details.
Project Phoenix was the name we gave to Origin's approach to discuss its proposed early closure of the Eraring power station. In that, we worked with Origin to understand the exit arrangements, and as a result, there was no arrangement entered into with Origin. What instead happened was the commitment to the Waratah Super Battery and the Transmission Acceleration Fund and a variety of other measures.
Well, Mr Hay, I respect the way in which the information that you've given, but the question was, did Project Phoenix consider buying back the Eraring power station?
Origin did propose that as one of the options that the state should consider.
How much were they asking for?
It was in the form of, one of their proposals was in the form of purchase. The station would continue to run and the state would pay the costs of running it and then resell the energy. Origin would buy the energy, some of the energy produced back from. So it wasn't a purchase in that sense, Mr Mookie.
Did you undertake any financial analysis on that proposal?
Extensive.
And why did we not proceed with it?
As in any direct dealing, we were required under the ICAT guidelines, and as we would do in any prudent sense anyway, to come up with an alternative of what was proposed. We found that alternative was much better value for both taxpayer and consumers.
Treasury Secretary, how many other projects are you working on that have names like Phoenix, Cooper, or the like?
As Mr Hay has indicated, from time to time we'll give a project name just as a simple shorthand for that project.
Is that designed to evade freedom of information laws and the House's call for papers?
Not to my knowledge that it's designed to evade accountability, no.
How many such projects are you currently working on?
I would have to take that on notice, the extent to which there are anything that's got a project name associated with it.
I've had people contact me from your department saying that there are multiple of these projects underway. And Cooper is one, Phoenix is another. I think we had Eagle was another one of that. Are you working on a Project Eagle?
Not aware of a Project Eagle.
Is there a Project Mawson?
Not aware of a Project Mawson. I would have to take any
Anyone else in
details on
Treasury aware of that
notice.
one?
Project Morton.
So who comes up with these names?
I would not know who comes up with the names, Mr. Mookie.
Or do you?
No, I don't come up with the names. I've not come up with one project name myself.
Are you asked to approve that?
No, I've never been asked to approve a project name to the best of my knowledge. But from time to time I'm aware of projects that operate under a project name.
So does Deputy Secretaries get that or not?
I don't think that there's a formal process for naming a project.
Hence the inquiries, Dr. Grimes, because it seems like this is a practice that's been engaged in now for a while with the Treasury and other agencies, to be fair.
In arriving in the New South Wales government, found that it's used from time to time.
Okay, so there's no formal policy in place like this?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, that's fair enough. Can I ask you, Mr. Secretary, to take us through your response to the Sedgwick Review?
Yes, Mr. Mookie.
Take me through your response to the Sedgwick Review. What are you doing?
Well, I indicated on releasing the Sedgwick Review that we would be accepting all of the recommendations of the Sedgwick Review. The Treasury Executive Board has endorsed that proposal, that we would be supporting each of the recommendations of the Sedgwick report, and we're currently going through the process of making sure that we've got detailed arrangements to give effect to each of those recommendations.
Were you troubled by the report?
I think the report does raise some important aspects of our culture that we need to focus on, and in particular some of the points that Mr. Sedgwick made around ensuring that we take a more open approach when we're dealing with complex matters such as the Tahi matter. And so I think there are issues that go to our culture, and we take those quite seriously.
Okay. You provided me a view this morning that you're expecting to sign the state's accounts in its ordinary course. Is that still the position?
We're still expecting to sign in the usual course. We're expecting to sign them to enable publication within the statutory deadlines. Yes, as I indicated this morning, both the Auditor General and ourselves are facing some pressures around staffing. There's been a lot of staffing absences as a result of COVID in particular, but at this stage I don't have any other information that we're other than on track to meet our statutory requirements.
Well, the statutory requirements have changed. And so it's far less defined as to what they are. So what are they? When do you expect? What's your interpretation of the statutory standards?
on those matters.
Thank you, Mr. Mookie. Pardon me. The accounts are intended to be laid before the House or tabled by the end of November. Or 5 months after the end of each year.
My question was, when is the Secretary intending to sign the accounts? Not necessarily when they're going to be tabled in Parliament, which is a step that's required for the auditor to formally complete her audit. Now, last year, your predecessor, Dr. Grimes, signed those accounts on the 16th or 17th of December. Are we expecting you to be doing the same this year, or is it likely to be earlier?
Mr. Mookie, I can try and give you the best advice. As of today, we're still working with the Audit Office and agencies to complete the audits, have them audited such that we can have them endorsed in advance of the tabling.
The year before, the Secretary signed around October.
That's correct. That we typically try and target mid-October.
Are we still targeting that?
We are still targeting mid-October.
Is KPMG assisting the Treasury in the preparation of the accounts in any respect whatsoever this year?
KPMG and Deloitte are helping us with resourcing on a secondment basis where necessary.
How much are we spending on them?
I can take that on notice.
Is Ms Heather Watson still engaged to provide advice on specialist matters to do with the Transport Asset Holding Entity?
I don't believe so, Mr. Mookie.
When did that arrangement terminate?
Can we...
That was my last question.
Last question, okay.
When did that arrangement terminate?
Otherwise we'll keep going.
Mr. Mookie, as I think has been said before, we have had an arrangement with KPMG utilising experts like Ms. Watson.
The history. I'm just asking when
over time, and it has been for specific amounts of money and a time period renewed. The current.
Your last question. the current agreement with Ms Watts or with KPMG for technical expertise, I believe had expired. I'll take it on notice. Well, it was a continuing arrangement that was entered into February last year and that was meant to expire, but then was renewed in September last year, and we're still apparently on a continuing thing. So do you mind on notice telling me the date that that particular arrangement
I certainly will. If I could just make the point, Mr Mookie, that we do use from time to time KPMG, Deloitte and other PwC, other experts to supplement Treasury staff, given the difficulty in recruiting technical accountants. It is something that we do from time to time.
Thank you. Government questions?
No government questions.
No government questions. Okay, well...
I have just one clarification, if that was right.
Clarification, yes, Mr Hay.
When I mentioned the Q4 target for the Altessa auctions, I said 2,500 gigawatts. I should have said 2,414 gigawatt hours per annum. And so that translates to roughly 900 or 0.9 gigawatts of generation. And just one update in terms of the contestable guidelines for the TET. They were published on Friday. And the regulations were made on the 15th of July.
Great, thank you.
Okay, well, we'll bring questioning to an end today.
One further addition from Mr Miller, I think.
One more clarification there, yes.
There was the Treasurer took questions to come back today. The first one was how much has the TMF paid out recently for flood-related costs? And the current estimate is about 200 million to May 22, and the total estimate is expected to be about 350 million. And the other one was around any further payments to be made into the TMF. The TMF, according to the net asset holding level policy, that is calculated at the end of the year, and once that is done, then payments are made or not. At this point, there is no projected payment to be made.
Thank you. Thank you, government officers, for your attendance today. The committee secretariat will be in touch in the near future regarding any questions taken on notice and any supplementary questions. Thanks very much for coming.